The night sky was strewn with millions of stars. The streets were dimly lit by lanterns. A girl no more than 5 years old, her blonde hair reaching to her waist, was walking down a lonely street of the village hidden in the foliage, Konoha. The iris of one eye was blue like the sky, and the other was dark purple. There were 6 striped scars on her cheeks, 3 on each. Naruto, that was the name of the young lady, was walking in a light white dress and sandals of the same color. The girl grew up without a family, no one wants to tell her who her parents were. Everyone in the village hated her, threw sidelong glances and said that she was a demon who killed many people 5 years ago. Naruto was interested in why they hated her. How could she kill people 5 years ago? This question often swirled in her head. Several, apparently male figures were approaching her. As they got closer, they turned out to be 3 shinobi of Chunin rank, and they smelled terribly of alcohol. They were getting closer and closer to the girl. Listen, isn't this the demon that attacked Konoha 5 years ago? Asked one of the shinobi, 2 of whom nodded, standing next to him. Maybe we should beat her up, suggested the ninja who was to the right of the first shinobi. Everyone nodded respectfully. Hearing this, Naruto quickly ran away from the place, turning into one of the corners. There was a dead end ahead. This is the end. The Chunins ran to her and began to beat her. Blows rained down on her legs, stomach, thigh and head. After a couple of blows, she lost consciousness, being almost completely covered in her own blood. The Chunins grinned and went back to drink. Naruto began to slowly open her eyes. There were no white walls in front of her. She did not smell medicine, so the girl was not in a hospital. In front of her was a damp place with water. A long corridor was visible ahead. Naruto stood up, a little surprised that she did not feel pain. There were no scratches or bruises on her that the shinobi had left. The blonde quickly walked forward. After a while, she approached a large cage, where a rather large fox with 9 tails on his back was peacefully sleeping. Naruto looked at him for a long time. She was wondering who it was. After about 5 minutes, the fox opened his eyes. They were red with a vertical icon. Who are you? Naruto asked curiously. So this little brat is my Jinchuriki, the fox said with disdain. Who is this? The girl was surprised. So no one told you? Naruto shook her head. The fox, not knowing why, decided to answer her question. Okay, I am the 9-tailed demon fox. Jinchuriki are people who have a tailed beast sealed inside them, and you are one of them. Any other questions? The demon asked. Yes. What is your name and why did they tell me that I killed people 5 years ago? 5 years ago I attacked a village and killed people, answered the fox. Why did you kill them? And what is your name anyway? Naruto didn't back down with her questions. The tailed one decided that it was useless to ignore her with questions about her name. My name is Kurama. I didn't attack the village of my own free will. The man in the spiral mask forced me to, snorted the demon. Kurama, then, and I'm Naruto. Nice to meet you. Do you know my parents? Yes, your mother's name was Kushina Uzumaki, her nickname was Bloody Habanero, your father, Minato Namikaze, was the 4th Hokage. Fox finished answering all the questions from Naruto. She heard this and was shocked, tears flowed from her eyes. Why didn't they tell me? Naruto was crying. Kurama didn't know what to do and tried to calm her down. The girl was shedding tears, deciding to tell Kurama everything about the village. Now the demon was in shock. He remembered how Minato said that his daughter was a hero because she was holding back the fox, but everything turned out the other way around. The shock turned into anger. He felt sorry for Naruto. When she told him everything, she felt better. There were almost no tears anymore. Kurama-san, can you become my friend? The fox nodded. The blonde smiled with all her teeth. Naruto, do you want me to train you? Yes, Uzumaki answered happily. And how can I get here next time? Naruto asked. Kurama told her about it. The girl pressed herself against the fox's furry paw. At this he smiled. Naruto opened her eyes again. Now she was in the hospital. A few minutes later, a nurse entered her room. If you feel better, go away, she said in a cold tone. Naruto was used to this kind of treatment, and without answering, she left the hospital. Walking down the street, she saw the looks again, but she didn't care anymore. Approaching the building where she had lived for 5 years of her life, she was met by a plump, older woman with glasses on her nose. She looked at her. From today on you will live alone, said the lady and handed over things, keys to the apartment, address and immediately closed the doors of the shelter. Naruto shrugged. Having reached her place of residence, the girl examined the building. It was a 2-story residential building. The blonde found her apartment. Opening the door, she realized that she would have to clean. Everything was covered in dust, cobwebs, and something else. The apartment was ordinary. A kitchen, a toilet, a bathroom, and a bedroom. Naruto immediately began to clean, taking out unnecessary junk that was in the rooms. After a few hours of work, everything was clean. She would do the arrangement of the apartment tomorrow, and now she would go to bed. Having done all the water procedures, she climbed into bed and began to slowly fall asleep. Commentary on Prologue. Something like that. Beta. Bekino. Chapter 1. Commentary to Chapter 1. All Uchihas are alive. The sun was slowly rising above the horizon. Many residents of Konoha village had already gotten up and were going to open their shops, some shinobi were going home after missions, or someone was just going to them. A ray of sun hit our heroine's apartment. First it walked in her light hair, and then went down to her face, which made her wrinkle up and crawl under the blanket. Naruto, get up, Kurama said, which almost made the girl jump, a good awakening. She turned her sleepy gaze to the clock, where it showed 5 o'clock. Kurama, why so early? Please let me sleep some more. Naruto asked him, but the attempt failed, and the girl still had to get up. Having done all the water procedures, she wandered into the kitchen, where the Hokage's daughter got out ramen, brewed the noodles, and began to eat them. So, at this time you will wake up every day. After each training, you must go to the library, take books on all the sciences and history of shinobi. First you will meditate, expanding the chakra channels, after that you will begin to learn to throw weapons, and then we will move on to techniques. And yes, you will not eat ramen anymore. Fox finished in his thoughts to the girl. She listened attentively, but when she found out that there were no noodles, she was ready to cry. Kuramochika, please, just not ramen, at least a little bit. Please, Naruto asked him, to which he snorted in displeasure and still agreed, which made Uzumaki very happy. Having gathered herself, the girl went to the training ground, not forgetting to close the front door. In the office, on the chair, sat Hiruzen Sarutobi, a 60-year-old man with a gray beard, hair of the same color and a bald spot in the middle of his head, and dark skin that was covered with wrinkles. Very often he was dressed in the Hokage uniform. Sorting through papers, which, apparently, have no end and edge, he again dragged on his pipe. He heard a knock on the door, to which he almost immediately responded with a short, "Come in." One of the ANBU appeared in the office. A boy of about 12 or 13 years old in a raven mask, dark hair was braided into a small ponytail. Having bowed, he spoke in an emotionless voice. Have you been called, Hokage-sama? The young man asked. Yes, he took another drag on his pipe. Itachi, your mission is to keep an eye on Naruto Uzumaki, the daughter of the 4th Hokage, understand? Itachi nodded and bowed, leaving the office, and Sarutobi began sorting through piles of papers again. Naruto approached one of the abandoned training grounds. No one was working there, which was good. The training ground was of average size. Despite the fact that it was abandoned, there were no trees, bushes, etc. By this time, Itachi had already found his object of observation and began to watch him from one of the tree branches. Naruto, you are being watched by ANBU, so don't talk to me, a rough and loud voice was heard in Uzumaki's head. Naruto nodded almost imperceptibly to this. First, run 20 laps, 10 push-ups, 20 jumps and finally meditation, followed further from the tailed one. Naruto made a dissatisfied expression and still did what Kurama told her. It took her about 40 minutes to do it, and now the most boring thing in her opinion was happening, meditation. After 5 hours, she finished. Itachi, while she was meditating, almost fell asleep. Naruto's next goal was to go to the library, where she planned to take books. Having reached a large building, the girl went inside. Having asked for help from the library staff, Naruto persuaded them to give her the books she needed. 10 minutes later, all the books were in front of her, and she dragged them home. Itachi was surprised by such a quantity of reading material, at her age. Naruto reached the apartment, barely carrying the books, and immediately put them on the table. Uzumaki immediately took the money and went to the store to buy healthy food. Having arrived there and having collected the products, she headed to the checkout, where they immediately raised the price for her by 2 times. Previously, she would have given twice as much as she was supposed to, but now, having paid the check and snorted, she left the store. The cashier was shocked by the demon's actions. Itachi was also slightly surprised. And again Naruto at home, where she quickly sorted out the products, now trying to cook under Kurama's guidance, but it was going badly. It looked just awful, but tasted pretty good. After washing the dishes and slightly arranging the apartment, she began to read the first book, falling asleep in the chair a couple of hours later. It was 2300, Itachi was going to the Hokage's residence to report about Uzumaki, and then went to his family. Chapter 2. Time passed, Naruto trained under the supervision of Kurama. The girl had to enter the academy in 1 year, but in terms of knowledge and strength, she was similar to a Chunin. Itachi continued to watch her and report everything to the third Hokage. The young Uzumaki was in the subconscious again. Finding herself not in front of Kurama's friend's cage, but somewhere else, she looked around in confusion, a little nervous. In front of her was a large library with scrolls. This is the library of Uzumaki clan techniques and seals, a voice came from behind. Turning around, Naruto saw a mini copy of Kurama. A small red fox. Kurama was very cute. Because of this, Naruto picked up Kyuubi and began to squeeze and pet him. The tailed one was against it, but could not break free, which only made him snort. A few more minutes of squeezing, and Naruto put Kurama, whose fur was standing on end, on the floor. Kurama, how did you end up here? Naruto asked. I created a mini copy of myself from chakra, the demon replied. Where does this library come from? When sealing, your parents left a library of Uzumaki clan techniques and seals in your subconscious. Kurama went to one of the shelves. Leaning on his hind legs, the fox shook off one of the scrolls and rolled it to Uzumaki. You could have helped, Kyuubi snorted again with displeasure. Here's a scroll for you, try to make a leaf with it you can find out your element, got it? Naruto nodded. Okay, I'm going to bed. Good luck, the girl smiled and nodded, answering, bye. Coming out of the subconscious, she looked around, being on the training ground, and soon turned her gaze to the scroll. Having opened it, the girl began to study it, putting important points in her head. After a couple of hours, she finished. Having understood the principle of creating paper, Naruto got down to business and after some time she succeeded. Kurama, I did it, Naruto talked in her thoughts with the tailed beast. I'm very happy for you, the fox answered with all tenderness. Now I can find out my element. The blonde babbled happily. No, find out tomorrow. You need to rest. Uzumaki crossed her arms over her chest and snorted in annoyance, but soon obediently headed home. The Uchiha who had been watching Naruto secretly walked her home and then headed to the Hokage residence. The young man went up to the right floor and knocked. From the other side of the door, come in, was heard, after which the Uchiha found himself in the office in front of the working Hiruzen. Sarutobi looked up from the papers at the guy, exhaling and putting everything from his hands on the table, turning all his attention to the brunette. Ah, Itachi, it's you. What was Naruto doing today? The Hokage asked. Everything was as usual. Towards evening, she created paper that serves to recognize the elements and, perhaps, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, she will use it, Uchiha answered. Okay, tell me what element it is. You can be free for today, answered the head of the village and again immersed himself in papers. There is Hokage-sama, Itachi said and, bowing, left the office. Sarutobi's pav. The news about the paper left me confused. I knew very well that the Uzumaki clan was famous for creating seals, but how did she know how to make them? Naruto, how many more secrets do you have? Well, I have to get back to the documents. End of Sarutobi's pav. The next morning was the most ordinary. Naruto had already woken up, thanks to Kurama, and sleepily wandered into the bathroom. After turning on the water and washing her face, the girl looked up and saw in her reflection red roots that were clearly visible against the light curls on the right side of her hair. Naruto looked at herself in the mirror for a long time, trying to understand what was happening. Only a couple of minutes later a scream rang out throughout the apartment. Ah! Kurama, what is this? Where did this come from? Naruto, calm down first. Nothing terrible happened. It's just that the color of your hair has changed, that's all. Kurama tried to calm his Jinchuriki. Naruto took a few breaths in and out and calmed down. Why did they become like this? You don't know. Uzumaki started asking questions. I'm not sure, but I think it's because of the Uzumaki clan's techniques, Kurama tried to say more clearly. Uzumaki wasn't very happy about it, but what can you do? You can live with it. Having tied her hair into a big ponytail and covered her left eye with her bangs, she hurried to the training ground, because she really wanted to know her element. Naruto ran to the training ground and took out a piece of paper. Kurama explained how to use it. Uzumaki passed chakra through the sheet. The paper in turn separated into 5 pieces. One of them tore into 2, meaning it was wind, another part rotted and crumbled, meaning earth, another part caught fire and turned into ashes, meaning fire, the next part got partially wet, meaning water, and the last one crumpled, meaning it was lightning. Naruto was in complete shock. She looked at her hands with bulging eyes. Naruto Pav. I found out my element and was in complete shock. Having 5 elements is a huge rarity. I don't know what else to say. End of Naruto Pav. Itachi's Pav. The main thing is to remember what element Naruto has and report it to the Hokage at the end of the day. I started looking at what elements she had and was very shocked by the result. 5 elements. If she learns to control them perfectly, she will become one of the most powerful shinobi in Konoha, although maybe in the whole world. End of Itachi's Pav. Kurama's Pav. Well, now Naruto will find out his element. Most likely she will have 1 or 2, but no need to make predictions, now I will find out myself. 5 elements. 5. I knew few people who had so many elements. As many as 5 elements. Her character is similar to her mother. Well, I can only wish Konoha good luck. End of Kurama's Pav. Naruto started to rejoice. Having all 5 elements is cool. Learning to use all of them ideally will be difficult, but Naruto decided that she will be able to master them all before entering the academy. Naruto thought for a couple more minutes, and began her training. The day was slowly coming to an end. All the residents of Konoha were already home, and some were still going there. Shinobi were either returning or leaving for missions. Having finished her training, Naruto hurried home. She was very tired during this day. When the girl returned to her apartment, the ANBU mission was over for today, and it was time for him to go to the Hokage. Itachi found himself in the office again. Hokage-sama, today Naruto Uzumaki learned her element, the raven began. And what is it? Asked the Hokage. All of them, all 5, Uchiha said. Hiruzen was shocked. Sorry, did I hear right? 5, lightning, water, earth, fire, wind. The guy nodded. Okay, you can go. Dark-eyed bowed and left the office. Hiruzen's Pav. Itachi Uchiha, who has been watching Uzumaki Naruto for the 2nd year, came to me again. Most likely, this mission has already gotten to him, but there is still a year left and he will be removed from it. As Itachi said, Naruto has learned her element. Most likely, it will be the same as her father's. Raven said something that did not make me fake shock. 5 elements. There are few such people, but 5. This is a real rarity, and she is also the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, you have a beautiful daughter. Commentary on Chapter 2. Beta Misao edited. Chapter 3. Naruto went to the library to get the elemental scrolls. Doden earth, Raiden lightning, and Suiden water. Kurama said he would help with Kaden fire, and Fuden wind, because he had them. Naruto came home and began studying the elemental scrolls. She sat until midnight and did not notice how she fell asleep right in the chair. Naruto woke up as usual and went to the training ground. Uzumaki barely made it there because she was very sleepy. Kurama growled in her subconscious that she should not have sat for so long. Naruto finally reached her destination and began training. First there was a warm-up, then the 9 tails showed what was needed for the Kaden technique, fireball. The first attempt, a small fireball was obtained. Her throat hurt and burned very much, she wanted to drink a liter of water, or even more. Attempt number 2, the fireball became a little bigger. Attempt number 20, Naruto was able to create a huge fireball. Her throat hurt and dried very much, there was almost no chakra left. Naruto, you're great, but you've almost run out of chakra. She could have collapsed from exhaustion, but she didn't, thanks to Kurama's chakra. So half a year passed, Naruto trained to exhaustion. Kurama lectured that it was impossible and next time he would not give chakra. During this time, the blonde managed to perfectly practice the Kaden, Fuden and Doden techniques. Itachi continued to deliver information about the Jinchuriki. Naruto was in her subconscious again, choosing the Uzumaki clan scroll. She walked to the farthest shelf and picked up a scroll that was unmarked. A mini version of Kurama was sleeping on some shelf. Flea-infested rug, I'm going, bye. Kurama raised his head at this and looked at Naruto. I'm not a flea-bitten rug. Bye. The fox snorted discontentedly and went back to sleep. Coming out of the subconscious, the fourth's daughter sat down in a chair and began to read the scroll. Having read to the end, Naruto understood little. She digested in her head that this was a scroll about some Shinigami and how to summon him. Uzumaki herself did not dare, because the scroll said that it was very dangerous. A week has passed since Naruto learned who Shinigami is. Immediately after reading the scroll, she went to the library. The young Uzumaki learned that it is the god of death. She also learned that it is an entity summoned to use the Uzumaki clan's fuinjutsu, but there was little information, so the Jinchuriki decided to learn about it from Kurama. Kurama, do you know who Shinigami is? Shinigami. No, I don't know. Well, Kura Ama. Please tell me, you know. No, the fox answered briefly and threw Naruto out of his subconscious. Kurama's pav. Naruto asked about Shinigami today. I told her I didn't know anything, but of course I hid it. Shinigami isn't something I want to remember. It's thanks to him that I ended up here. Naruto is a sweet girl, but being sealed into someone isn't that good anyway. End of Kaipama's pav. Naruto pav. This fluffy rug threw me out of my subconscious. Why didn't he tell me about Shinigami? He's been alive for a long time and has heard about him. If no one can tell me about him, then I'll ask him myself. End of Haruto's pav. Uzumaki, irritated, took the scroll and headed to the training ground. Arriving there, the child began to fold the seals. Snake, pig, goat, rabbit, dog, rat, rooster, horse, snake. When the blonde reached the seal, rooster, Kurama stopped her. Naruto, don't you dare do this. Why? You don't want to tell me, so I'll ask myself, Naruto answered in Kurama's thoughts. Okay, I'll tell you, just don't call him. Well, that's great, Uzumaki smiled. I'll tell you in the evening, but now I'm going to bed. The girl pouted and crossed her arms over her chest and headed to Ramen Ichiraku. Itachi's pav. Naruto left the apartment irritated, even slamming the door. I wonder what happened. I went to the training ground where she trains. I sat on my favorite branch and began to watch. She began to make some seals. I wonder what element it is now. Some kind of long technique. I have never seen it anywhere before. And why did she stop? It felt like she was talking to someone. End of Itachi's pav. Evening came. Lanterns illuminated Konoha. Naruto walked down the street. The weather was the same as the day she first met Kurama. Having reached the apartment, which had also changed since then, it became more comfortable. Everywhere was tidy and light. After doing water procedures, Naruto lay down on the soft bed. Kuramochika, will you tell me who Shinigami is? Please. Okay. Shinigami is a god of death. His main power is his ability to forcibly extract souls as a summoner. Why didn't you want to talk about him at first? Because I have bad memories of him. Because he sealed you inside me. Yes, you are smart. Now go to sleep and also promise that you will never use Shinigami without a good reason. Okay, I promise you. Why? You can die, now sleep. Good night, Kurama. Naruto thought what would have happened if Kurama hadn't stopped her. With these thoughts Naruto fell asleep. Itachi finished watching Naruto and headed to the residence to report today's news to the Hokage. The raven reached the residence and entered the office. Hello, Hokage-sama. Hello, Itachi. What happened today? Everything is as usual, but closer to evening Naruto started to make some seals, then stopped. And it was as if she was talking to someone in her thoughts. I see, can you, if you remember, name the seals? Yes, snake, pig, goat, rabbit, dog, rat, rooster, horse, and then it became. Okay, you can go. Goodbye, Hokage-sama, Itachi said, bowed and left the office. Hirazen's pav. Papers and more papers. Itachi came into the office. She started telling me about Naruto. When I heard what seals she was making, I was completely shocked. How could she know this technique? It's good that she stopped, but who? Could it really have been the Nine Tails? It's unlikely. If she could befriend him, then he's an amazing person. Not everyone can befriend the tailed beasts, although not many, but only a few. Minato-sama, you have an excellent daughter. Half a year has passed. The sun was slowly rising, the sky was blue, clouds were barely floating. Today, many children would begin their journey to become shinobi. Naruto was already heading to the shinobi academy. Classes were starting in half an hour. The right side of her hair had become scarlet, like blood. The curls were braided into a high ponytail. Her left eye was covered by her bangs. She was wearing dark breeches, standard shinobi shoes, and an orange jacket. 7 and 8-year-old children were running near the entrance to the academy. And these are the future shinobi? Kurama asked Naruto with a grin in his mind. She didn't answer. The third Hokage began to lecture about future shinobi and so on. After the speech, everyone was divided into classes. Naruto entered the classroom. Everyone was already sitting and talking to each other. Naruto went to the last rows and sat down next to the window. A couple of minutes later, a man of average height and build entered the classroom, with brown hair tied in a ponytail, dark eyes and a scar that runs across the bridge of his nose. He was dressed in the standard hidden leaf chunin uniform. Hello, class. My name is Aruka, and for the next 4 years I am your sensei. Now I will call your names. You must stand up and say what you love and what your goal is, and the hand began to call names. Naruto Uzumaki. All eyes were on her and these eyes were negative. Someone started whispering something like, "It's a demon after all," and stuff like that. Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen, there is no goal. And she sat down in her seat. Aruka's pav. There's Naruto Uzumaki in my class, she killed my parents. How I hate her. Oh well, I'll take it out on her during class time. Okay. You can go, classes start tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Goodbye. Everyone left the class. Naruto quickly left the office and went to the training ground. After training, Naruto went home. Hey, how was the class? Kurama asked in his thoughts. Well, it's fine, only Sakura is annoying. Naruto answered the same in his thoughts. And with what? Sasuke-kun is annoying with her. Sasuke-kun, let's go home together. Sasuke-kun, Sasuke-kun. That's what annoys me about her. The blonde also pisses me off. Also with this Sasuke-kun. Naruto and Kurama were talking, she didn't notice how someone's hand fell on her shoulder. Naruto shuddered from this. Turning her head, she saw someone shinobi. Naruto, the Hokage is calling you. Okay. Naruto turned around and walked towards the Hokage's residence. I wonder why he's calling me. Naruto thought to himself. Uzumaki entered the Hokage's office. Did you call? Yes, Naruto. From tomorrow onwards, you will no longer be going to the academy. What? Why? Calm down, tomorrow you will be in ANBU. What? You can go now. Come to me tomorrow morning around 9. Naruto bowed and left the office, and then the building. After walking a few streets, Naruto tried to understand what she had just been told. What? Does that mean I'm going to be in ANBU? Naruto shouted in his thoughts. Congratulations. But please don't shout. Naruto was happy. Joining ANBU before graduating from the academy was an amazing thing. With such thoughts she reached the apartment. Hiruzen's pav. Today is the day when future shinobi will go to the academy. Today Itachi will finish the mission to observe Naruto Uzumaki. Today she is also going to the academy. Itachi reported information about her. The girl is very strong for her age, she is on par with the average jonin. 4 years will be wasted for her, she has 5 elements, and can create seals from the Uzumaki clan. She is a real genius. We must decide what to do with her. In 30 minutes. I've made a decision about Naruto. She's leaving the academy and joining the ANBU. Commentary on Chapter 3. Her. Finally wrote. Chapter 4. Today in Konoha the weather was rather gloomy, such days in the village were very extremely rare. Instead of a blue sky with fluffy clouds, the sky was covered with thick and dark clouds. And as a gift it was pouring rain, which hit the windows of houses, shop windows and drummed on the roofs. In such weather, you wanted to stay at home under a blanket with a hot cup of tea. With great effort, the main character of the story Naruto Uzumaki got up and went to wash herself. If Naruto went to the academy, she would not go today and stayed at home, but since yesterday she was told that she was expelled from the academy for shinobi yesterday. Others, hearing this information, fell into hysterics without studying at the academy for a day. But Naruto after this information was in 7th heaven with happiness because the Hokage told her that she was expelled from the academy and was going to the ANBU. Listen Naruto, if the weather is terrible it doesn't mean you have to be like a snail. Especially since you have to be at the Hokage's in half an hour. From what she heard, the sleep disappeared as if by magic. Naruto quickly took water procedures, braided 2 tails on the sides, which reached her waist. Putting on an orange sweater, black pants, standard shinobi shoes. Running into the bedroom where it showed 8:20 Naruto was already coming up with a plan on how to kill Kurama. How much does fox fur cost? I don't know, why do you need it? I'm wondering how much they'll pay for your fur. Why did you lie to me about the time? Naruto pouted and crossed her arms over her chest. Because you were packing like a snail, and you would have been late for sure. The fox snorted discontentedly. Naruto thanked Kurama for motivating her and she went to the Hokage's residence. Even though it was now about 9 o'clock in the morning there were few people on the streets. Who would want to go out in such beautiful weather? A few minutes later, Uzumaki was in front of the Hokage's door. In any normal situation, she would have broken in, but now she couldn't even knock on the door. Taking a deep breath, Uzumaki knocked on the other side, and a voice said, "Come in." The female representative reached for the door handle with trembling hands. Naruto, calm down. They're not going to kill you there. Kurama calmed her down. Kurama is right, they won't kill me there, Naruto thought to herself and entered the office. In front of her sat the third Hokage, buried in papers and smoking a pipe. Naruto, hello. This is your forehead protector. The Hokage handed Naruto the hidden leaf forehead protector. Naruto took it from his hands and began to examine it, and then tied it on her forehead. Thank you. Naruto Sarutobi smiled. What kind of mask do you need? Naruto looked at the Hokage, confused. A beast mask, every ANBU should have one. Well, fox. Naruto answered. Good. There was a knock on the door, Hiruzen gave the go-ahead. 3 shinobi from ANBU entered the office. The little known Itachi. The second was a young man about his age, dark short hair in different directions and in a cat mask. His name was Shisui Uchiha, cousin of Itachi Uchiha. After Shisui there was a guy about 16 or 17 years old. He had a tattoo on his left shoulder. Ash-colored hair. The clothes began to represent the standard uniform of the organization, a black short t-shirt, over which gray armor was worn. On the arms there were black covers with protective shields, on the legs, simple black pants and sandals. The Uchihas were also dressed in those clothes. He wore a white mask in the shape of an animal's head with red patterns. His name was Kakashi Hatake. Did you call Hokage-sama? Itachi asked. Yes, Naruto Uzumaki will be on your team from today. Give her a uniform and she can go free, said the Hokage. If the boys weren't wearing masks, everyone would see their shock. Naruto has it too. Okay, Shisui replied, let's go. He took her wrists and led her along. Itachi's pav. What? Naruto Uzumaki will be on our team. Of course I saw her training and she is quite strong for her age. I think I'm not mistaken, she is the same age as my younger brother Sasuke, which means she is also about 8 years old. Why will it take me a long time to get used to the fact that there will be an 8-year-old girl on our team, although she is quite strong? Kakashi's pav. Naruto Uzumaki. As far as I know, she is the daughter of my sensei Minato Namikaze and his wife Kushina Uzumaki. I don't know her abilities. If she was assigned to the ANBU at such an early age, she is very strong. When I heard that she was on the same team with us, my jaw almost kissed the floor. Shisui's pav. My cousin and Itachi's best friend told me about this girl. He watched her for 3 years and reported everything to the Hokage. I seem to remember that she has control over the 5 elements, and is a master of seals. I seem to remember that he said that for her to sit in the academy would be a waste of time. Naruto is only 8 years old and already in ANBU. The youngest of us. Kurama's pav. I'm very happy for Naruto that she joined ANBU at such an early age. But when her team entered the office, I felt Uchiha. Uchiha. I hate them. Now their presence must be tolerated for several years or decades. Naruto pav. I was put on a team with guys who were probably twice my age. The guy with the ash blonde hair will probably be 18 soon. I wonder what's going on with Kurama. Is he banging his head on the cage? Uchiha. Uchiha. I hate him. His screaming gives me a headache. Naruto. Uzumaki raised the eyes of the guy in the raven mask. My name is Itachi Uchiha. His Shisui Uchiha showed Itachi to his cousin, and his Kakashi Hatake nodded towards the ash-haired man. Nice to meet you, Naruto replied. Likewise, the boys answered simultaneously. The rest of the time they walked in silence. When they reached the ANBU headquarters, Naruto was given a uniform and Itachi began to explain what to do in the ANBU and everything in that spirit, and then they went to the training ground. Commentary on Chapter 4. Dear readers, thank you for your activity heart suit. Chapter 5. Almost 4 years have passed since she joined the ANBU. During this time, Naruto became very famous, and legends were even made about her. Bloody Fox, Death Lightning, or Fox, all these titles belong to her. But at the same time, almost nothing is known about her. Naruto was on the team, but almost a year ago, Kakashi Hatake left the ANBU and became a Junin. Their team was very strong in the ANBU. During their cooperation, they trained a lot, learned from each other. Naruto even learned many different techniques in Kekkei Genkai. Naruto walked through the Hokage's residence. Her hair had grown very long and parted in a lightning bolt. Kurama had offered to cut it, but Naruto had always refused. Uzumaki was wearing a standard ANBU uniform with a mission report. Naruto knocked on the door. Come in. Naruto entered the office. Hello, Hokage-sama. Here is the mission report. Naruto handed the papers to the Hokage. Okay, Naruto, tomorrow you go to the Shinobi Academy. Naruto was stunned by what she heard. For what? Naruto suddenly screamed, who was smart and cold-blooded, ruthless, but for her friends she was kind and cheerful. Naruto, calm down. You probably know who Orochimaru is. Naruto nodded. The Chunin exam is supposed to take place in 6 months and there is a possibility that he will come to Konoha for the exam. You must be at the exam. So tomorrow at 9 o'clock you must be at the academy. You are free to go. Okay. Goodbye. Naruto bowed and left the residence. Well, Naruto, good luck. Kurama started laughing. Why did this happen to me? It turns out that I'll meet Sakura with my Sasuke-kun. Even better. Kurama started laughing even more. They chatted some more. Naruto went to her house. During this time, they bought a 2-story house, which she saved up with money from the mission. The house was beautiful, there was a garden with apple trees. Naruto entered the house, took off her shoes, it was about 8 o'clock. Naruto had a snack and went to the shower. It was about 10 and tired from the mission, Naruto went to bed. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. The sun's rays hit Naruto. First they were on the girl's hair, and then the ray hit Naruto's face. She winced from this. The alarm clock on the nightstand rang for about 30 minutes. There were 20 minutes left until the academy. Naruto, get up, you have 20 minutes left. Yeah, sure, Naruto said in a sleepy voice. This time I'm not kidding. Naruto turned her gaze to the alarm clock. Damn, the only thing she could say. Quickly getting dressed, she braided her hair and found herself in front of the class with the help of the thunder flight technique, which she had learned well. Naruto knocked and the classroom was opened by Iruka-sensei, who was supposed to teach her 4 years ago. Are you new? Naruto nodded. Come in. Naruto entered the classroom behind the shinobi. So class, this is your new girl Naruto Uzumaki, right? Naruto nodded. You can go to the empty seat, Iruka said and left the classroom. Naruto began to climb up to the top row. Just then, Sasuke Uchiha, Itachi's younger brother, was coming down and everything remained the same as 4 years ago. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke-kun. It is unknown how it happened, but someone pushed Sasuke and he flew at Naruto. Uzumaki herself could not react and Sasuke fell on her. Naruto realized that something was wrong here because Sasuke touched her lips. Uchiha almost immediately moved away from her. He was all covered in paint. The same thing happened to Naruto, well, and the fan club of Sasuke-kun was beside itself with anger. Sorry, Sasuke said, still blushing, and extended his hand. Naruto took his hand and the Uchiha helped her up. Thank you. Naruto smiled sweetly, walked to the last row next to the window and began to look out it. How this Naruto Uzumaki pisses me off. She kissed Sasuke-kun. I should have kissed him. Me, not her. Sakura thought to herself. Sasuke's pav. Today a new girl came to our class. Naruto Uzumaki is pretty, long hair, blue eyes are so beautiful. So don't think about it. Oh my god, these Sakura and Ino again, they're getting on my nerves, honestly. I got up from my desk and went downstairs. Naruto was rising up. I felt someone push me in the back and I flew towards Naruto. My lips covered hers. Pleasantly sweet pancake. I immediately pulled away and blushed all over. Sorry. I stood up and extended my hand. I was still standing there red, even a tomato could envy me. Thank you. Naruto took my hand and smiled sweetly. This smile made my soul feel so warm. What kind of feelings are these? Naruto pav. And what kind of feelings were these? And it was nice. Kurama laughed for a long time at this situation. But she met Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akamichi, Hinata Hyuga and many others. That's great. Now the teams will be distributed. Team 1, and so on up to Team 7. Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno. Hooray! I'm with Sasuke-kun. Haruno screamed throughout the class. Naruto looked at her like she was an idiot, and Sasuke's face turned brick. Sakura, can I continue? Iruka asked. Sakura sat down and was still beaming with happiness. Kakashi Hataki's mentor. Naruto's eyes started twitching. Kakashi was a good person, but he was always late and read 18+ books. Naruto pav. Great. I'm on a team with Sakura, who can only shout Sasuke-kun. With Sasuke himself, Itachi said he was normal, let's believe him. Well, and Kakashi's mentor is Senpai. It'll be fun. Pav Sakura. Hooray for teaming up with Sasuke-kun. Now I'll definitely get him. But there's one big but Naruto. She might steal my Sasuke-kun. I hate her. He's mine. Sasuke's pav. I'm on a team with Haruno, to be honest it pisses me off. But with Naruto I saw her somewhere. I saw those blue eyes, but where? 2 hours passed. All the teams were taken, except for the seventh. It's not surprising, because their mentor is Kakashi, who is always late. Sakura was hitting on Sasuke, which he ignored. Sasuke wondered where he saw her eyes. And Naruto talked to Kurama about how Sakura annoys her and how punctual Kakashi is. Half an hour passed and Kakashi finally arrived. He barely dodged the chair that Naruto threw at him. Okay. Send him to the roof and disappeared into the smoke. Naruto did the same. Sakura blinked her eyes in surprise. Sasuke quickly left the office and Sakura was left alone. Sasuke-kun, wait for me. On the roof, Kakashi was sitting on the railing and reading the book, Come Paradise, marked 18+. The team sat down opposite Kakashi. Okay. Name your names, what you like, what you don't like, and your goal. Set an example, sensei. Haruno said. Okay. Kakashi Hatake, I like a lot of things, I don't like a lot of things. You don't need to know the goal. Now you, looked at Sakura. Sakura Haruno, I like to look at Sasuke, the goal is to look at Sasuke. I hate Naruto. At this, Uchiha always makes a brick face, and Naruto smirks imperceptibly. Then Kakashi pointed at Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha, I love my family and my older brother. I don't like girls who don't let me live and turned his gaze to Haruno. There is no goal. After that, Kakashi nodded towards Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, I like ramen and foxes. I don't like arrogant people. The goal is to protect dear people. Okay, tomorrow at 5 o'clock be on the bridge and don't eat. And he disappeared in smoke. Sasuke-kun, let's go home together, Sakura asked hopefully. No, Sasuke answered briefly and clearly. Haruno drooped and looked down. Naruto, can I talk to you? Uzumaki nodded. Sasuke took her by the wrist and dragged her somewhere. That's it. I remembered where I saw her. All that's left is to confirm. Sasuke thought to himself. Sakura looked angrily at Naruto. Sasuke continued to drag Uzumaki. Sasuke, where are you dragging me? Naruto asked, but Sasuke ignored her. She was furious that Sasuke was dragging her to an unknown place and for what reason, and she stopped abruptly. Sasuke almost fell, but continued to hold her wrists. Sasuke, answer me what you want from me and where are you dragging me? Talk. And again he began to drag her somewhere by the wrists. Naruto could have simply broken free, but she was interested in what he wanted to talk about. In a couple of minutes they were at the farthest training ground. Where have you been for 4 years? Sasuke asked in a serious tone. What are you talking about? Naruto asked, confused and raised an eyebrow. You were at the academy 4 years ago, and a day later you were gone. Where were you? Sasuke continued to hold her wrists and squeezed. Naruto's heart began to beat faster. She thought that she was at the academy for 1 day and everyone would forget about her, but still Sasuke remembered her. Commentary on Chapter 5. I hope you like it throwing kisses. Chapter 6. Naruto's heart beats faster and faster with each passing second. Although joining ANBU is prestigious, you can also call it signing a death warrant. You can be killed on missions, you must also kill if circumstances require it and it is not easy. The identity must be hidden and an ANBU member should not tell everyone he meets that he is from ANBU, so even most of the inhabitants of Konoha do not know which shinobi are in ANBU. It's not important for you to know, so let go. Naruto started getting angry and tried to break free from the Uchiha's grip. I'll find out where you were anyway. Sasuke relaxed his grip. Naruto's anger disappeared in smoke. Sasuke felt that he had hurt him and would have to apologize if, of course, Uchiha pride allowed it and headed home. Naruto found himself in the house. She looked at her wrist where there was a bruise. She was sure that tomorrow there would be no more because she had very good regeneration. Naruto, are you hurt? Damn Uchihas. Kurama was clearly unhappy with what happened between her Jinchuriki and the Uchiha. No, everything is fine. Don't worry, Naruto said in a sad voice. And went to the kitchen to make herself some ramen. Naruto tried to distinguish herself from her thoughts with something, but all her thoughts were about the incident. Naruto, go for a walk. And don't you dare shed tears over this Uchiha, Kurama suggested. Uzumaki smiled and went for a walk in the park. The evening was slowly approaching, the sun was slowly setting behind the horizon, the clouds were slightly pinkish, the sky gave off an orange color. The weather was beautiful. Bloody Fox stood near a tree and looked at the sun until it completely went behind the horizon. Naruto decided that it was time to go home. Tomorrow she had to get up early. Be at the training ground at 5 in the morning, but knowing Kakashi, he would come around 10. Young Uchiha was walking home and thinking about what he had just done. Sasuke decided that Naruto was hiding something and he had to find out. She's clearly not going to tell the one who hurt her. Sasuke thought to himself. I still have to apologize. Sasuke turned around and went to look for his partner. After half an hour of walking, he realized that he didn't know where she lived. The sun was slowly going down and it was getting dark. Sasuke noticed this and he made a hand face. He should have returned from the academy 2 hours ago, but then he noticed a familiar figure. It was Naruto. He ran towards her as fast as he could. Naruto. Naruto, please wait. Uzumaki heard her name and turned around. Sasuke was running towards her. The Uchiha ran up to her. Did you want something? Naruto asked with a cold look and tone. Yes, sorry. Sasuke's voice became quieter and she almost heard the apology. Sorry, I shouldn't do this. The words were sincere. Naruto was shocked. Kurama told her that the Uchihas are very proud and if they apologize, it's the eighth wonder of the world. Okay, I forgive you. Naruto smiled. Sasuke was surprised that he was forgiven so quickly. Bye. I still have training tomorrow and have to get up at 5 o'clock and waved her hand to Sasuke and went home. Bye. Uchiha replied and ran home. It was 5 o'clock in the morning, the sun was slowly rising, but it was still dark. The alarm clock was trying to wake Naruto up, and after half an hour, the alarm clock had accomplished its goal. Naruto was already half an hour late for training. An hour and a half later, she left the house and was walking to the training ground. Her hair was tied in a long braid, she was wearing a black t-shirt with a water pipe, brown leggings that reached her knees, and standard shinobi shoes. Sakura Haruno and Uchiha Sasuke had been at the training ground for 2 hours already. Haruno was pestering Sasuke on a date, Uchiha never responded to this. Naruto appeared on the horizon, she greeted them, Haruno jumped up to her. Naruto, you're so stupid that you can't even tell time apart. Sakura was about to hit her on the head, but Naruto managed to grab her hand and twist it behind Haruno's back. Haruno, don't piss me off, Uzumaki said with a cold voice. Sakura immediately trembled with fear. Naruto lowered her hands and Haruno walked away. A few minutes later, Kakashi appeared. Sorry for being late, I got lost on the road of life. Naruto rolled her eyes, Sasuke made a poker face, and Haruno looked at the ground. Your task is to steal 2 bells, Kakashi showed 2 silver bells that hung on the Junin's belt. But there are only 2 bells, and there are 3 of us. Haruno asked. That's right, some of you will return to the academy. You have until noon. Let's begin. Everyone immediately hid in the bushes. Naruto hid her chakra and quickly found Sasuke. She knew that the task was about teamwork. Naruto got close to Sasuke and put her hand on his shoulder. He shuddered and looked at her. Sasuke, this is a test of teamwork, we need to work together. Sasuke nodded. Now all that was left was to find Sakura, but there was no need to look for her, she came to them by accident. Sakura was about to scream, but Naruto stopped her, covering her mouth with her hand. Quiet, Sasuke said. Naruto told everything about this task. Sakura crossed her arms over her chest, decided that she could do it herself, and came out of the bushes. Naruto and Sasuke made a hand face at the same time. Haruno was waiting for failure, she almost immediately fell into a light genjutsu and fainted from shock. While Sakura was trying to prove that she could do it herself, Uchiha and Uzumaki were coming up with a plan. Sasuke began to act according to the plan. At first, he began to distract him, trying to switch all the attention to himself. Naruto hid her chakra and was able to get close to Kakashi. After a few attempts Naruto managed to take the bells. The copy ninja noticed Naruto was able to steal the bells. Naruto threw 1 bell to Sasuke. With the help of cloning she was able to create a copy of the bell and threw it on Sakura's stomach, who was still unconscious. Kakashi is senpai, we have completed the task, said Naruto. Sasuke could not understand why his teammate called him senpai. You passed the test. A couple of minutes later, Sakura woke up too. Kakashi told her everything. Be at the Hokage's residence tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Kakashi said and he disappeared. Sakura was ashamed that she had disgraced herself in front of Sasuke-kun. Bye. See you tomorrow. Naruto was about to leave. Let's go to a cafe to celebrate, Uchiha suggested. Sasuke-kun, we're going on a date. Hooray. Sakura wanted to hang on Sasuke's neck, but he managed to dodge. No, we are not going on a date with you. We are going as a team. Me, Naruto and you, said Uchiha. Haruno crossed her arms over her chest and pouted. If she goes and points her finger at Naruto, then I'm not going. Sakura gave an ultimatum. Uzumaki decided that she would not interfere in the conversation. Well, if so, Haruno already thought that Sasuke would go on a date with her, then don't go. Sakura got mad and yelled at Naruto that it was all her fault and if it weren't for her, she would already be with Sasuke-kun and all in this state. Uchiha looked at Haruno with irritation. Uzumaki looked with indifference at Sakura's hysteria. Kurama laughed at the hysteria and thought how obsessed one must be with some guy to throw such a tantrum. Uchiha was already tired of listening to Sakura's hysteria. He came up to Naruto, took his hand and led him away from the training ground. Haruno shouted something after them. Uchiha let go of Naruto's hand. Sasuke, do you think we did the right thing by leaving without her? Naruto was the same height as Sasuke. She herself didn't want to go with us. You are right. Why do you call Kakashi, sensei, senpai? Naruto scratched the back of her head and answered. I've known him for a long time and the habit of calling him that remained. Uchiha and Uzumaki talked about something. Sasuke admitted that you can talk to Naruto about different topics and will always give advice. They went into a cafe and sat down at a table. Naruto ordered black tea and fruit salad, and Sasuke green tea and dango. After eating, they paid and went home. Team number 7 was standing at the Hokage's residence and waiting for their mentor. Naruto and Sasuke were discussing something. Sakura was very angry and her complexion was like a tomato. She wanted to be in Uzumaki's place. 10 minutes later, Kakashi came to them. And they went to the Hokage's office. They were given some boring mission. Weed the beds. Commentary on Chapter 6. Inspiration is just pouring out. Chapter 7. So 2 weeks passed. The team was given boring and tedious missions, for example, how to clean up the trash in the pond, find some cat and the worst thing, clean the beds. Naruto always came back from this mission all dirty. She communicated more with Sasuke. Sakura was constantly hysterical that Sasuke-kun was only hers. Usually Kakashi sent his clone on missions, and he himself was somewhere. Naruto came home from a mission. She was terrible, she had to clean up the weeds again and as usual she was all dirty. Naruto decided to take a shower. As soon as Uzumaki decided to go in, suddenly there was a knock on her door. Uzumaki threw on a white robe and tied it around her waist. The fox was approaching the door and saying something under her breath. When the door opened, Itachi was standing on the threshold. Hello Naruto-chan. Hello Itachi-kun. Naruto smiled. Did you want something? Yes. Hokage-sama said that tomorrow at 5 o'clock in the morning you need to be at the gates of Konoha for a mission. Shisui and I will tell you the essence of the task. Until tomorrow, said Itachi. Okay, bye. Naruto closed the door and went to shower. Finally a normal mission, Naruto said. Agreed, I thought you would sit and catch cats for a long time. Naruto grinned. Naruto stood at the gates of Konoha and waited for her partners Shisui and Itachi. Uzumaki was wearing a standard ANBU uniform, a white fox mask on her face, and her hair was braided into a high ponytail. A few minutes later, their partners approached. Itachi and Shisui had grown quite tall in 4 years, and it was not very convenient to communicate with them. Naruto kept raising her head. The guys explained what the mission was. Orochimaru's lair was recently discovered on the border of the country. We need to find his lair and find out information, Itachi said. The team went to the border. A couple of days had passed since the mission began. The team was already on the border of fire. They found the lair almost immediately. It was empty, but judging by the signs, it had been abandoned a couple of days ago. They did not find any particularly important information, so they went back. A couple of days passed since Naruto left for a mission. Sasuke began to worry about her. He did not understand why this feeling arose. He did not see her in the village. Sasuke did not understand what was happening to him when she was nearby. Sasuke approached the Hokage's residence. Haruno was already there. She immediately rushed at the Uchiha. It's so good that this idiot isn't here, said Sakura and started making eyes at him. A couple of minutes later, Hitaki came up. Let's go, said Sensei and headed towards the entrance. Sasuke caught up with him. Kakashi-sensei, where is Naruto? Sasuke asked. Kakashi turned his gaze to his student. Hokage-sama said that she will not be able to take part in the mission. And for how long? I don't know. Maybe for a week. Sasuke was dejected. He was upset that he wouldn't be able to see Naruto for maybe a whole week. Where could she be? Sasuke thought to himself. He was very worried about her and felt that something would happen. Why is Sasuke-kun so worried about this idiot? I'm better than her, Haruno thought to herself. The team consisting of ANBU was returning back to Konoha. It was very suspicious because no one had attacked them the whole way. only the kunoichi thought about it when some renegades attacked them. There were 3 of them. Naruto took on one guy about 20 years old with blonde hair, a crossed-out protector was on his neck. He was wearing pants, shinobi sandals and a large shirt. A fight began between them. At first they fought in taijutsu. Naruto used a rasengan instead of blue, it was orange and a lot of chakra was spent. Naruto wanted to pierce the chest, but it did not work, only the arm succeeded. Damn, Naruto said. The fight lasted for quite a long time. The missing nin were strong and left many wounds on the team. Naruto most of all. The enemies were also well battered. Naruto had almost no chakra left. The partners looked at each other. Together they made seals. Kaden. Great fireball. The trio shouted. A huge fireball flew into the bodies of the enemies and they were burned to ashes. Naruto was barely standing. She had spent the most chakra and was breathing heavily. Itachi and Shisui had spent less chakra because they were almost fighting hand to hand and were also breathing heavily. Naruto, how are you? Can you walk? Shisui asked worriedly. Yes, how are you? The guys showed that they were okay. And then they moved on. Naruto, you should have told me you were low on chakra. No, Kuramochika, I can do it. Kurama snorted in displeasure, but in his heart he was worried about Naruto. The team was already at the gates of Konoha. Itachi was supposed to give the mission report. Naruto realized that her eyes were going dark and soon she fainted. Itachi's cousin caught her in time. As usual, she overdid it and didn't tell us. Itachi nodded at his best friend's words. I'll go take her to the hospital. Uchiha took Uzumaki's body more comfortably and jumped to the hospital. Shisui came to the hospital. Uchiha told the doctors what happened. The doctors told him which room to take him to and a doctor would come to it. After the garbage collection mission, Sasuke went to his mother, who works at the hospital. He noticed the familiar figure of his cousin, he noticed a girl in his arms. Uchiha looked at the hair, it was exactly like Naruto's. The same color, the same parting. Something squeezed in the heart of the young Uchiha. Shisui carried his burden somewhere. Sasuke ran after him. As it turned out, these were the wards for the ANBU. Sasuke looked from the corner and thought that the bloody fox and Naruto were similar. The same height, the same hair color, parting. And the figure is similar. Sasuke began to think that this is the same person, and she is not telling him something. When the foxes left the ward, Sasuke went to the door, it was open. He saw a fair-skinned woman with long black hair and bangs hanging on both sides of her forehead, unevenly framing her cheeks and black eyes. It was his mother. Oh my god, what should I do with the fox? Makoto, that was the name of Sasuke and Itachi's mother. She noticed her youngest son entering the room and immediately fell silent and left the room. Sasuke began to think about something. Itachi and Shisui mentioned her in conversations and quite often. She doesn't show up on some missions and sometimes she's not in the village. She communicates with Kakashi-sensei like best friends. Yes, she told me that she had known him for a long time. Under what circumstances should they have met? How strange, very strange, Sasuke thought to himself. Commentary on Chapter 7. That's all. Good night dear readers. Smiling face with hearts. Chapter 8. The young Uchiha tried to follow the blonde. The attempts were almost always unsuccessful. Either he was always caught, or he lost sight of Naruto and never found him again. Team 7 continued to carry out boring and easy missions. The team stood in the Hokage's office. Your mission for today is to clean up the trash in the park, Sarutobi said. Sasuke looked at Hokage with some indifference. Kakashi read his book as usual. Sakura kept looking at Uchiha. Hokage-sama, give us a normal mission already. It's been 3 months since we became genin, and you still won't give us a normal mission. Naruto looked at the Hokage with a stern look. Okay, Hiruzen looked at some papers. Your mission is rank, see the task is to escort the bridge builder to the land of waves. Uzumaki smiled, a man with gray hair and glasses, a big beard, dark eyes entered the office. He wore a V-neck shirt with sleeves, an obi belt, pants and a pair of sandals. He also wore a towel around his neck and a pointed cap on his head. He smelled terribly of alcohol. And this little thing will protect me? The man asked, clearly displeased. Naruto looked at him coldly, goosebumps ran across the man's body. This man must be escorted to the land of waves. His name is Tazuna, said the Hokage. Okay, be at the gates of Konoha in 2 hours, said Hatake and disappeared into smoke. The guys bowed and left the office. See you later, said Naruto and also disappeared into the smoke. Sasuke-kun, let's go home together. Haruno asked with the same hope. No, Sasuke said coldly and walked home quickly. 2 hours later, Team 7 was waiting for their sensei and customer near the gates of Konoha. Naruto took the bare necessities and the katana, which she sometimes takes with her on missions to ANBU. Surprisingly, Kakashi was not late and came with Tazuna. Well then, let's go, said Kakashi, and they set off. The weather was great, the sun was high and it warmed the earth. Blue sky and barely noticeable white clouds. Almost the entire way Kakashi and Naruto discussed something and chatted like best friends. Sasuke tried to hear something, but all attempts were in vain. Naruto was twirling a kunai in her hand. On the way, she saw a puddle and immediately threw the cold weapon into it. Kakashi tensed up and was ready to fight. Fool, why do you have a kunai? Am I right, Sasuke-kun? Sakura smiled. Sasuke didn't understand anything. The demon brothers, hired killers, jumped out of the puddle. Both brothers use large, metal gloves with poison claws as weapons. Gazu on his right hand, Maizu on his left, the gloves are connected to each other by a toothed chain, which they control in unison. By wrapping the chain around their opponent, they are able to squeeze it and tear the enemy's body into pieces. Sakura began to tremble with fear. Sasuke immediately took a fighting stance next to Tazuna. Kakashi began to fight Gozu, and Naruto with the second brother Maizu. Uzumaki quickly dealt with her enemy and went to help Kakashi. With his help they quickly dealt with them and tied them up. Kakashi-senpai, what should we do with them? Naruto asked. Tazuna, is there anything you want to tell us? He turned towards the bridge builder. He started to get nervous, very nervous, but he still told about the situation in the country and that the billionaire Gato was chasing him. Kakashi-sensei, we need to go back. This is not for our level, right, Sasuke-kun? Sakura looked at him, thinking that he would agree with her. If we can't handle this mission, then we won't be able to handle other similar missions either. Naruto said. Even though this may be an A-rank mission, Naruto is right. Kakashi said. I also think Naruto is right. Sasuke supported her, so they decided that they had to complete the mission. Sakura began to hate Naruto even more, and Sasuke began to keep an eye on her more. There was only a little bit left to the land of waves. The weather changed dramatically. Instead of a sunny day there was fog in which little can be seen. The sun went behind dark clouds. Naruto, I sense the enemy's chakra. Thank you, Kurama, Naruto replied in his thoughts. Get down, Kakashi shouted and he pushed Tazuna to the ground, while Naruto pushed Sasuke and Sakura down. At the same moment, a huge sword flew over their heads. In front of them appeared a tall and relatively muscular man with pale skin, short spiky black hair, brown eyes and small eyebrows. He was usually seen with bandages that he wore like a mask covering the lower half of his face. He was shirtless, and his chest was covered only by the belt with which he carried the kubikiribocho on his back, as well as baggy pants with the typical Kurigakure striped pattern, dark arm guards that reached his elbows, along with matching leg warmers. Zabuza Momochi or the demon of the hidden mist, Kakashi said. Copy ninja Kakashi or Sharingan Kakashi, give it to him, he pointed at Tazuna, and we will part in peace. No, said Kakashi. As you wish. Suddenly the fog became very thick and nothing could be seen. Zabuza's victims say that he kills silently. Kakashi thought to himself. Naruto didn't hesitate and used her wind element to clear away all the fog. Zabuza used his sword to cut Kakashi in half. Ah, Sakura shouted, but it was only a substitution. Naruto took out a katana and began to fight him. They were not inferior to each other in cold weapons. It's surprising that a little guy like you can use a katana so well. Mommy grinned. Shut up, Naruto said. Kakashi hurried to her. Naruto, go help the team, I'll deal with him myself. But, Kakashi is senpai. Naruto wanted to say, but decided to listen to her former partner. Zabuza and Kakashi fought on the water and used the water element and Hatake used his Sharingan. Sasuke was surprised at this because only the Uchiha clan has such eyes. Sweden. Water dragon technique. Kakashi and Zabuza said at the same time. 2 water dragons of 20 meters each appeared up. Zabuza managed to imprison the copy ninja in a water prison. Every second is precious. Naruto bit her lips and tried to come up with a plan. Naruto, I have a plan, said Sasuke. She listened to him and they decided to act. Sasuke threw shurikens at the demon of the hidden mist. With one hand he installed, but the other turned into Naruto. Zabuza did not expect this and let go of the hand that held the prison and it disappeared. Kakashi fell into the water. Naruto managed to grab Kakashi and put him on the shore, and she rushed into battle. They fought with the help of Sweden. Zabuza wanted to imprison her in a water prison, but he could not. That's it, we have to end this. said Naruto, and created a powerful rasengan, but Zabuza managed to dodge it, so the rasengan crashed into a tree, only splinters remained of it and accidentally hit a dozen trees. Damn. Zabuza was a very strong opponent. Naruto was pretty strong, but she couldn't win alone. Kakashi, as luck would have it, passed out, which often happens to him when he uses the Sharingan. Naruto stood in front of Zabuza and breathed heavily. Sasuke looked at him with a worried look and understood that he could not do anything. Naruto's vision began to darken again. Damn, Naruto thought to himself, but something flew at Zabuza and he fell. An ANBU from the mist had come to them. Black hair, pale skin, and not very tall. His shinobi attire consisted of a standard Kurigakure kimono with pinstripes that reached his knees. On top of that, he wore a green naori with white trim and a fringed cloth sash that was wrapped around his waist twice. He also wore light brown sandals with the same stripes as the kimono and painted his nails on both his hands and feet a matching blue-green color. He wore his hair in a bun that was held up by a white cloth, while two of his locks were loose and framed his face, tied with metal cuffs at the ends, his face not visible due to the mask that was on his face. I'll take Zabuza with me. Thank you for detaining him. The ANBU member thanked. Why do you need it? Sakura asked. There are many secrets stored in his body. The ANBU said and carried away Zabuza's body. Tazan took Kakashi's body. Naruto leaned against a tree. Naruto, I've asked you many times to be careful. Kurama was very worried about the state of his Jinchuriki. Everything is fine, don't worry. Naruto answered him in his thoughts. But you don't have to lie to me about your condition. Kurama spoke worriedly. Uchiha ran up to Uzumaki. Naruto, how are you? Sasuke asked anxiously. Everything seems to be fine. She didn't have time to tell Naruto before she flew towards Sasuke, but he managed to catch her. Yeah, I see how good it is for you. And he took Naruto more comfortably. Tazuna, herself, and how long do we still have to go? Sasuke asked and pulled Naruto closer to himself. No, about 10 minutes. Tazuna answered and they set off. Sasuke's pav. Naruto is a good boy. She was able to protect us, and I couldn't do anything. I need to become stronger to protect the people dear to me. Even though Naruto and I are the same height, she weighs like a feather. Pav Sakura. Why is Sasuke-kun carrying this Uzumaki? I should be carrying her instead. I feel bad too. Do you know how hard it was to protect Tazuna-san? I'm more tired than this idiot, so Sasuke-kun should carry me, not her. Let her go herself. Stupid Uzumaki. Tazuna's pav. I am so ashamed of myself. I have endangered children and their teacher. Naruto, I think that is the name of the girl, although she is young, she is very strong. Commentary on Chapter 8. I apologize to those who like Sakura. Chapter 9. 2 days have passed since the incident in the forest. Naruto was able to fully recover from all of her wounds, which cannot be said about Kakashi, who still hasn't come to his senses. Uzumaki slowly began to open her eyes. She realized that she was in some unknown house. The girl felt something heavy in her stomach. Naruto barely took a sitting position. As it turned out, Uchiha was sleeping on her. Uzumaki blushed unnoticed for some reason. Kurama snorted discontentedly. Naruto, try to wake him up. Wake up, but he didn't wake up. Naruto tried to think of a way to wake him up. Kurama offered to hit him on the head, but Naruto immediately refused, but he didn't think for long because Haruno flew into the room. What did you do to Sasuke-kun? Sakura shouted at Naruto. From this shout the Uchiha woke up and did not immediately understand what was happening at all, but still understood when Naruto looked at him displeased and immediately moved away. Uzumaki, what did you do to Sasuke-kun? Why did you hit him? Sakura asked worriedly. Naruto looked at Haruno with confusion, and then at Uchiha. Sakura, I just fell asleep. Uchiha said in a cold tone. Haruno looked at Naruto angrily and decided to leave the room. Naruto crossed her arms over her chest and waited for an explanation of how this happened. Uchiha scratched the back of his head. It happened by accident, Sasuke answered, slightly embarrassed. Okay. She rolled her eyes. How long was I out? About 2 days. Okay. Naruto tried to get up. It's better for you not to get up now, Sasuke said with a hint of fear. Don't worry, I'm fine, Naruto smiled, please come out. Why? Uchiha asked in surprise. Naruto took a deep breath. Sasuke Uchiha, please don't be stupid, Uzumaki asked. Uchiha nodded and left the room. Naruto began to change her clothes, as her clothes were torn in places during the fight. Using spatial karma, she took out spare clothes from it. She put on a black t-shirt with a swirl on the back, a gray skirt shorts, and tied an orange sweater at the waist, putting her hair in a high ponytail. Uzumaki left the room where Sasuke was waiting for her and they went to the first floor. The young Uchiha said that they were in Tazuna's house and that his daughter Tsunami and her son Inari lived there. They went down to the first floor. A woman with long blue hair and black eyes approached them. She was wearing a pink shirt with short sleeves and a collar painted red. She also wore a long blue skirt. Oh, you're already awake. You're Naruto, right? Uzumaki nodded weakly. My name is Tsunami, and this is my son Inari. A boy with dark hair and black eyes came out from behind Tsunami. He was wearing a white hat with blue stripes, green overalls, over a yellow t-shirt and a simple pair of sandals. Nice to meet you Tsunami-san and Inari-kun. Naruto smiled. Sit down at the table, said Tsunami. Uchiha and Uzumaki sat at the table opposite each other, and Sakura sat next to Sasuke. A small portion of rice with meat was placed in front of them, and they began to eat. Haruno noticed a photo frame on the light-colored wall. Tsunami-san, what is this photo? She pointed at the photo. Tsunami looked sadly at the photo. This is Inari's father and my husband, he died. Tsunami said in a sad tone. Inari started talking about how real heroes don't exist and ran to his room. Forgive him for such behavior, Inari was very attached to my husband. After eating and saying thank you, Naruto went to Inari's room. He was sitting next to the window, holding a photo in his hands and crying. Naruto carefully approached him. Tears won't help here. You should be proud of your father, he was a hero for the country. Uzumaki said calmly. You don't understand anything. He was a hero, and in the end he died. Inari almost shouted. Heroes exist. Your father was a hero too, he gave his life for the country. You should be proud of him and remember him. With these words Naruto left the room and left the boy alone with his thoughts. The Uzumakis went down to the first floor of the house. Kakashi had already woken up, but was moving around on crutches and was reading his favorite book again. Kakashi-senpai, are you feeling better? Naruto asked. Yes, Kakashi slammed the book shut, now you will have your first training. 10 minutes later, the team stood in a green clearing, deep in the forest. Now you will train in chakra control. Your task is to climb a tree without using your hands, Kakashi said. How? This is impossible, Sakura asked in surprise. Didn't they teach them that at the academy? Naruto asked his flea-ridden friend. Looks like yes, what did they teach them in school then? Kurama answered her. You just need to concentrate chakra in your feet and climb the tree. Show Naruto, he turned his gaze to Uzumaki. Naruto nodded and walked up to the tree. A few seconds later, Naruto was already at the top of the tree. Haruno blinked her eyes in surprise. Naruto jumped to the ground. Once you learn to walk on wood, you will be able to walk on other surfaces, for example on water. Proceed, Hitaki commanded. Naruto, watch them, Kakashi said and went towards the house. Okay, Kakashi is senpai. Naruto sat down under one of the trees and began to watch her teammates training. I have to get to the top of the tree as quickly as possible, Uchiha thought to himself and ran up the tree, directing chakra into his feet. Surprisingly, Sakura succeeded on her second try. Sasuke-kun, did you see? I did it, Haruno rejoiced. Sasuke looked coldly at Sakura and continued trying to climb the tree again. Well done, Sakura. You can go, Naruto smiled. She wanted to be friends with Sakura, but she clearly doesn't want it and doesn't wish it. No, for you to be alone with Sasuke-kun and seduce him. I'll sit here, Sakura said insistently and sat down under another tree. Naruto sighed heavily and made a face. Accept it, she only cares about Sasuke-kun, it even sounds disgusting, said Kurama. Naruto just smirked. Sasuke-kun, you can do it. She started screaming and stuff like that, and Naruto started getting a headache from that. Sakura, please don't scream, Naruto asked her, but Haruno clearly didn't hear her and continued screaming anyway. Haruno. Sasuke screamed sharply. His nerves were clearly giving in from this screaming. Stop screaming, you're distracting me. Uchiha screamed again. He turned his head to her. He was all red from anger. But, I wanted to say something to Haruno. You're just sitting there, but you can still piss me off. Sasuke shouted even louder at Haruno, and she started to cry and ran off somewhere towards the forest. Sasuke's pav. Naruto can already walk on a tree. Sakura did it on her second try. What am I doing wrong? Sasuke-kun, you can do it. That squeaky voice clearly belongs to Haruno. Oh my god, she doesn't even shut up when she's asked nicely. Haruno. I yelled at her sharply. Stop yelling, you're distracting me. I yelled at her again and turned to Naruto. She just sat there and looked at me and Sakura. But, Haruno clearly wanted to say something, but I didn't let her and shouted at her again. You're just sitting there, but you can still piss me off. I saw tears start to flow from her eyes and she ran away, but oh well. I have to start training again. End of Sasuke's POV. Haruno ran towards the forest. Naruto sighed and walked up to Sasuke. He was clearly lost in his thoughts and didn't notice the footsteps approaching him. Sasuke, Naruto said calmly. What else? Uchiha answered in a rude tone. First, calm down. Sasuke took a breath and exhaled and calmed down. Listen, no matter how much Haruno annoys me, you apologize to her, she is your comrade, okay? Sasuke nodded weakly and slowly walked towards Sakura. Sasuke clearly did not want to apologize to Sakura, but Naruto asked him, so he had to apologize. He himself did not understand why he went to apologize at her request. He went to the place where Sakura was sitting and apparently she was no longer crying. Sasuke crossed his arms over his chest and approached Sakura. He looked at her with his dark eyes, which did not reflect a drop of regret for his actions. Sakura, forgive me, Sasuke said almost in a whisper, and Sakura began to glow after these words. Of course Sasuke-kun. Haruno screamed again and wanted to hang on Sasuke's neck, but he dodged and went back, and Sakura in turn fell to the ground, but still glowed with happiness. Sasuke-kun himself asked me for forgiveness. But he never asked that stupid Uzumaki. Sakura stood up and started jumping for joy. Uchiha returned to the clearing where Naruto was. You are a good boy for asking for forgiveness. And she smiled, he smiled back. Sasuke could rise 3 meters but always fell. Either there was not enough chakra or there was too much of it and the tree broke. Time passed until the evening. Uchiha climbed 6 meters, it was good for the first day, but Uchiha decided that he had to reach the top today. Sasuke is enough for today, let's go inside, said Naruto. No, I have to get to the top today. Naruto rolled her eyes, your chakra is not infinite, you'll continue when your chakra is restored. Uzumaki stood up and headed towards the house. Sasuke said something under his breath, displeased, and still headed towards the house. The next day, Sasuke immediately went to training. The weather was pretty good. The sun occasionally hid behind thick white-gray clouds, the sky was dark blue. Naruto watched the Uchiha's training, but his limit remained 6 meters. Uchiha was breathing heavily and looking at that damn tree. Naruto decided to help him. She came up to him and put her hand on his shoulder. Try to relax your muscles, you will do it faster. Naruto told him. Uchiha nodded weakly and tried to do what Naruto told him. An hour later, he managed to climb to the top of the tree, but he couldn't get down. Sasuke lost his balance and fell down. Surprisingly, it didn't hurt him much, although he fell from the top of the tree. Sasuke, get off me please. It's hard for me. Naruto screamed and Sasuke immediately stood up and helped Naruto get up. Are you okay? Sasuke asked. Naruto stood up and brushed herself off. Well, I'm fine, except for the fact that they fell on me. Naruto snorted and crossed her arms over her chest. And what about you? Okay. Sorry again. Okay. Let's move on, let's go home. And they headed towards home. Naruto and Sasuke came home, Sakura was helping Tsunami, and Kakashi was reading a book. Basically, as usual, when Uzumaki and Uchiha entered the house, Kakashi turned his gaze to them. Naruto, did he succeed? Naruto nodded. I wanted to ask, what happened to Zabuza? Kakashi asked. I fought him, and then his body was taken by the ANBU of the mist. Just took it? Yes, what's the problem? Naruto asked. So he's still alive. Sasuke looked at Kakashi in confusion, and Naruto turned pale. Kakashi-sensei, how can this be? Sakura asked, who had finished helping Tezuna's daughter. The mist ANBU are cutting up the victim's body on the spot, which means Zabuza is still alive and that ANBU is in league with him. Kakashi answered Sakura's question. Naruto turned even paler. I don't want to meet him again. Uzumaki thought to herself. Sakura was scared and started shaking with fear, even Sasuke's eyes widened. That's why we need to stay here until the bridge is finished. We'll split into pairs and guard Tezuna-san, me with Sakura and Naruto with Sasuke, got it? Kakashi said and the trio nodded. Sakura decided to ask why Naruto with Sasuke, but decided to keep quiet. Commentary on Chapter 9. Dear readers, thank you for everything. Without your support, I would have frozen this FIC long ago heart suit. Chapter 10. Almost 2 weeks have passed. Zabuza still hasn't attacked Tezuna, he was always protected. Kakashi can now walk without crutches. Naruto has placed seals around the house so that they can't attack. Today was a normal day. Sakura and Kakashi went to the bridge during the day, and Naruto and Sasuke stayed home because they would go to the bridge later in the evening. Kakashi and Sakura arrived at the bridge. The sun was high in the sky and the dark blue sky was cloudless. Kakashi stood at the edge of the bridge reading a book and Sakura was thinking about Sasuke-kun. A few minutes passed like this until a thick fog surrounded them. Kakashi ordered Haruno to protect Tazuna and Zabuza appeared in front of them and a man from the mist ANBU next to them. Kakashi Hatake, now I can defeat you. It's a good thing that this brat isn't here. Well, we'll see if you can beat me. Hatake said and lifted the mask from his eye. Haku, deal with the carpenter. Momochi ANBU said. Naruto was washing dishes at Tazuna's house. Naruto, you need to go to the bridge with Sasuke immediately. Zabuza and his partner appeared there. Kurama said. Naruto stopped washing the dishes. Sasuke, we need to get to the bridge urgently, said Naruto taking the katana. Why? Uchiha asked. Zabuza and his partner are there, hurry up. Naruto said. Sasuke jumped up from his chair and headed towards the entrance. But from where? Sasuke asked. I'll tell you later. Naruto took Sasuke's hand and used her father's technique. A second later they were on the bridge. Sasuke felt unwell. Naruto saw how the ANBU was running at Tazuna and Haruno. Uzumaki quickly appeared in front of them and blocked the blow with her katana and kicked them in the stomach. The daughter of the fourth Hokage created 3 clones and put them on defense. She herself went into battle with Haku. At first they fought in taijutsu. Haku hit Naruto in the stomach and she flew back a couple of meters, and spat out a clot of scarlet blood next to her. Sasuke attacked Haku from behind. Uchiha used the elemental technique, Kaden, Great Fireball. A medium-sized ball burst out of Sasuke's mouth and flew at Haku, but he was able to dodge it. In response, a bunch of Senbon flew at him, some Senbon hit him, and Naruto managed to deflect the others. Haku began to fold some seals and at the same second Uchiha and Uzumaki were surrounded by mirrors everywhere where Haku was. As it turned out, Haku used the technique, demonic ice mirrors. Naruto created a Chidori in her hand, which Kakashi once taught her. Naruto directed the Chidori at the mirror, but it simply evaporated when it touched the glass. What the? Naruto asked, but many Senbons flew out of the mirrors. They all flew into the chakra points, thereby blocking it. Naruto fell to her knees and groaned in pain. Uchiha was very worried about her and even tears passed, he ran to her. Are you okay? Yes, the chakra channels are just blocked. Sasuke felt some pain in his eyes, now he saw everything slowly and every step of the enemy. Sasuke realized that these were the abilities of the Sharingan with one. Tomo. Sasuke tried to break the glass, but he couldn't and Senbons were always flying at him, but he dodged with his eyes. Naruto removed the Senbons from her body that blocked the chakra channels, she felt how the chakra was flowing back through her channels. The ANBU was clearly tired of this fight and launched many Senbons at several mirrors. Naruto didn't have time to react and Sasuke covered her, which made him fall. Sasuke. Naruto screamed and put his head on her lap. Why did you do this? 1,000 tears flowed from Naruto's eyes, they all fell on Sasuke's face, she checked his pulse, which was slowly fading. Please don't die. Sasuke smiled slightly and put his hand on Uzumaki's cheek, removing the tears. Well, at least I protected you. Sasuke slowly closed his eyes. Naruto began to cry even harder. Anger and sadness overwhelmed her. Hatake lifted the eye patch and there was a Sharingan with 3 Tomo. Zabuza began to form a series of seals. Sweden. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Zabuza shouted and a huge water dragon appeared in front of him, heading at full speed towards Kakashi. During this time, Hatake created a Chidori in his hand, jumped up and pierced the dragon's chest. From this, it disappeared and Kakashi threw shuriken at Zabuza, he took out his sword and blocked them. They fought in taijutsu. Punch, block, Zabuza hit Kakashi under the rib, and Kakashi hit Momochi in the jaw. Hatake was able to make Chidori again and pierced Zabuza's right shoulder. From this, he grabbed his shoulder and fell to his knees. He barely got up from the bridge, his shoulder ached terribly, the pain was just hellish, a lot of blood was spent, but at the same second his chest was pierced with the help of the lightning blade technique. It's over, Zabuza, Kakashi said in a cold tone. Momochi closed his eyes, blood came out of his mouth and he fell on his back. But suddenly Hatake felt a familiar chakra, he opened his eyes in surprise. Naruto began to cry even harder, anger and sadness overwhelmed her. She began to cover herself with a cloak of orange chakra. Her nails were like a real fox, her eyes turned red with a pupil like a fox, her whiskers in the form of scars became more distinct, one tail began to form from her back from chakra. This cloak healed all wounds and was slightly transferred to Sasuke. Naruto stood up and hit one of the mirrors with all her speed, the glass was broken. Haku's technique dissipated. Sakura saw Sasuke's body and immediately rushed to him, forgetting about Tazuna's protection. Haku began a fight with Naruto with a cloak, but Haku was clearly losing to her. Naruto again drew her katana and at the same second plunged it into the heart. Haku's whole life flew before him. He remembered how he met Zabuza, how the clan hated him as a child, how Momochi said that he was a weapon for him. Thank you, Haku barely said before closing his eyes forever. The veil disappeared, the claws disappeared, the eyes took on a normal color. Naruto was breathing heavily. She had killed many people and usually, she was told something like, I hate you. Or, die. But the first time they said thank you, it shocked her. Kakashi ran up to Naruto. When he still served in ANBU, Naruto had such a veil several times and he knew what to expect from her. Naruto, are you okay? Kakashi asked worriedly. Yes, maybe, said Naruto in a hoarse voice. Kakashi sighed and picked Naruto up. She passed out in his arms. Kakashi-sensei, what happened to Naruto? Sakura asked. You don't need to know that. What about Sasuke? He has a pulse, most likely he just lost consciousness. But there is not a single wound on him. So that's how it is, said Kakashi. So Zabuza and Haku were defeated by some Konoha shinobi, said a man with brown spiky hair, and wearing a small pair of black glasses. He also wore a black suit with a purple tie. It was Gato, and there was a crowd of people behind him. Kakashi-sensei, what should we do? Sakura asked. I think they can handle it themselves. And he nodded towards where Inari and the inhabitants of the land of waves stood with pitchforks, shovels, axes and many other things. They killed Gato and dispersed all his people, and now the country is free. That bridge was named after the village of the Hidden Leaf. Naruto found herself in her subconscious where she spent about 3 days. Kurama said that they were now in Konoha. Kakashi teleported everyone to Konoha, because Naruto and Sasuke need to go to the hospital. Sakura was the least hurt or not hurt at all. The daughter of the bloody habanero woke up in the Konoha hospital. A doctor entered her room. If you're feeling better, then go and don't take up space in the hospital. The doctor said discontentedly and left the room. Naruto, without saying anything, got dressed and left the hospital. Naruto was approaching her house. In the distance, she noticed a familiar figure. Her heart sank. Could it really be him? Naruto thought to herself. She stood there for a few seconds and walked towards the house. Naruto. Someone shouted at her, and Sasuke ran up to her, who was completely fine and most importantly alive. Naruto wanted to cry from happiness. Naruto went up to him and hugged him. Please don't scare me like that again. Naruto said in a quiet voice. The Uchiha hugged her back. He remembered Kakashi telling him that Naruto saved him. Commentary on Chapter 10. Dear readers, good night to all. In my opinion, this is a terrible head, because I don't know how to describe a fight. Chapter 11. Evening Konoha is simply beautiful. Dark sky and bright and beautiful stars are slowly beginning to appear on it. To a large mansion, scarlet in color, on the roof of which was an inscription in the form of Japanese kanji, fire. This was the residence of the Hokage, the protector of Konoha. Naruto Uzumaki, or her nickname, Bloody Fox, was approaching. She had just returned from a solo mission and was heading to the Hokage to submit a report on the mission. Uzumaki entered the third Hokage's office. He was sorting through a pile of papers as usual. Hello, Hokage-sama, said Naruto and bowed. Here is the mission report. Hiruzen turned his gaze to Uzumaki. Fine. Can I go? Not yet. Orochimaru may be at the exam and there may be his spy there. You must figure him out and eliminate him. Now you can go, Hiruzen said while taking a drag on his pipe. Yes, goodbye. She bowed to Naruto and disappeared. Uzumaki came into the house and sighed heavily. In 2 days, the Chunin exam would take place and Uzumaki's mission would be over. Just a little bit more and I won't go on any more D-rank missions. Naruto said and went to make ramen. Uzumaki was walking down the street of Konoha. A boy of about 8 or 9 years old was running behind her, with brown hair, dark eyes, a blue cloak tied around his neck that reached all the way to his feet, green glasses on his head, long gray shorts and a yellow t-shirt with the Konoha initials. Sister Naruto. The boy called out to her. Uzumaki turned around. It was Konohamaru, the grandson of the third Hokage. She met him about 3 years ago. Hello Konohamaru, who's with you? A boy and a girl about the same age ran up to Naruto and Konohamaru. The boy had short brown hair and dark eyes. He had round glasses and snot hanging out of his nose. Ah, this is Udon, Konohamaru pointed at the boy. And this is Moegi. He pointed at the girl. She has orange hair, gathered into two fancy ponytails, which are secured with two red elastics. Her face is constantly blushing. She wears a red sleeveless jacket over a pink t-shirt, gray pants and regular ninja sandals. Nice to meet you. Naruto smiled. Naruto's sister, let's go play ninja, you promised. Konohamaru said and crossed her arms over her chest. Naruto hesitated. She promised him, but she didn't feel like playing at all at the moment. What do you mean, play ninja? Sakura came out of the corner and looked at Uzumaki with displeasure. Naruto's sister, is this your friend? The grandson of the third Hokage asked. You could say that. Naruto answered him. Sakura got mad because of this. She didn't consider Naruto a friend and wanted to hit him on the head, but Naruto simply dodged the blow. Don't raise your hand to your sister. Moegi screamed. Sakura made a terrible face and the children ran away. Uzumaki exhaled and went in the direction where the children ran. Sakura went with her for some reason. Konohamaru ran away from Sakura faster than anyone else and didn't notice a boy of about 12 or 13 years old in a black jumpsuit with a circle with yellow and purple halves painted on it, a hat with cat ears, with a metal plate with the Suna symbol sewn on it. He had black eyes, his face was painted in purple patterns. Do you see where you're going? The guy asked angrily and picked Konohamaru up by the collar of his shirt. You need to be taught a lesson in addressing your elders. He was about to strike, but was stopped. Kankuro, leave him alone. Don't disgrace the village. A boy of the same age as Kankuro said in a cold tone. The boy has dark red short hair, pale skin, and large turquoise eyes. He combs his hair to the right side to form the kanji for I, which means love. He has no eyebrows, and bags under his eyes. He wears a black tank top with 3/4 length mesh sleeves, loose pants of the same color with bandaged ankles, and standard shinobi sandals. Over his right shoulder is a wide leather gourd belt with the Sand Village forehead protector attached to it, and on his back is a large vessel. But, Gaara, Kankuro wanted to say something, but he was pierced by a cold look again and he threw the boy. But Naruto managed to catch him, who was at the right time and place. She put him on the ground. Are you from Suna? Naruto asked. Yes. Gaara answered and Kurama started to rage, saying terrible words about the one-tailed one and how he hated him. What are you doing here? Sasuke jumped down from the tree and stood next to Naruto, and Sakura was afraid of the guests from Suna and stood behind her teammates. Don't the Konoha people know that tomorrow is the Chunin exam? A girl of the same age approached Gaara and Kankuro. She has clear eyes and sandy blonde hair that is tied into 4 consecutive pigtails. She is dressed in a white dress, a fan is attached to her back with a red belt. She wears her shinobi headband around her neck. She wears a net on her left thigh and on her right knee. Her blonde hair is tied into 4 buns. Her name was Tamari. Sasuke glared at the 3 of them. What are your names? Gaara said and looked at Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. Uchiha answered for Naruto. Gaara Sabaku no, I will wait for you at the 3rd stage. Gaara said in the same cold voice and left with Tamari and Kankuro. When they left, Sakura came out from behind her teammates. What kind of exam is it? Sakura asked. Naruto's eye twitched nervously, as she knew, she was the top graduate of the academy. Kakashi-senpai, didn't I tell you? Naruto asked. Should I? Sasuke asked and turned his gaze to Uzumaki. Yes, sensei should tell his students about the exam. With it a shinobi raises his rank from genin to chunin. Naruto explained. Sakura blinked her eyes in surprise. Ni-san told me about it, but I don't know when it's supposed to happen. Sasuke answered. So he will say today. Let's go, Kakashi-senpai told us to come to the bridge. Naruto said and went towards the bridge and Uchiha after her. Haruno stood for a couple of seconds and also ran after them. They reached the bridge quite quickly. Sasuke leaned his back against it. Naruto looked at the river that flowed through the bridge, and Sakura admired Sasuke-kun. Kurama, why did you start talking about the one-tailed one when you saw Gaara? Uzumaki asked in her thoughts. Because it contains the one-tailed raccoon Shukaku, whom I hate very much. Kurama replied. And why do you hate it? Because of my faith, the number of tails a tailed beast has is the same as its strength. Well, maybe you're wrong about your faith. Another one, I'm going to bed. The fox snorted discontentedly and apparently went to bed. Naruto Uzumaki, can you hear me? Naruto looked at the Uchiha. Sorry, I was thinking, what did you say? Naruto asked. Sorry, the Uchiha exhaled. Why weren't you on the missions? Sasuke asked. Naruto was trying to come up with an excuse as to why she wasn't on the mission. Well, she couldn't say, I wasn't on the mission because I was in ANBU. She was just too lazy to go because she's lazy, right Sasuke-kun? Haruno said. Uzumaki and Uchiha gave her a cold look and then looked at each other again. Well, I was sick. 2 weeks. Yes. How did you manage to get sick? I forgot to close the window and caught a cold. Naruto answered. Sasuke looked at her and realized that she was hiding something again. 10 minutes later, Kakashi himself arrived. Sorry for being late. A black cat crossed my path, I had to go around. Sakura was about to express her dissatisfaction to the teacher that he was always late. I won't delay, tomorrow is the Chunin exam. You must sign the forms. And he handed them the papers, explained where and when the first stage would take place, and disappeared into the smoke. Naruto examined the form. Bye. See you tomorrow. And she also wanted to disappear in smoke. Naruto, can you teach me this technique later? Sasuke asked. Naruto nodded and disappeared into the smoke. Sasuke-kun, will you walk me home? Sakura asked. No, Uchiha answered and went to prepare for the exam. Commentary on Chapter 11. Thanks for the 50 likes. Heart suit loudly crying. Chapter 12. The night sky in Konoha. Almost 3 o'clock in the morning, the villagers were sleeping peacefully in their warm beds. In about 12 hours, the first stage of the Chunin exam would begin. Sasuke lay on his bed and simply stared at the ceiling for several hours in the pitch darkness. Important thoughts usually come at 3 o'clock in the morning, so the young Uchiha was thinking at 3 o'clock in the morning. Thinking about what Naruto Uzumaki, his teammate, was hiding. She often did not come to missions and there was always a strange reason like she was sick or had some business, but Kakashi-sensei did not scold her, did not even attach importance to this. As if her absence from the village for 1 or 2 weeks was a normal situation. Friendly communication with Kakashi and with some of the village's Junin, and she also knew about the date of the exam. Nisan said that the team mentors, elders, ANBU, exam organizers and of course the Hokage himself knew about the date of the exam. With such thoughts looking at the ceiling, Uchiha soon fell asleep. Team number 7 was already approaching the auditorium where the first stage would take place. They had reached the venue. In front of them stood the Konoha gate guards under a light genjutsu. Katatsu and Izumo can stop bullying the genin, Naruto said. Naruto, you always ruin the fun, Katetsu said and dispelled the genjutsu. 2 hidden leaf shinobi appeared in front of the team. Katetsu has long, spiky, black hair and dark eyes. He has a strip of bandage running across the bridge of his nose and a light-colored marking on his chin. He wears the standard Konoha shinobi outfit complete with a head protector and flak jacket. Izumo appears as a young shinobi with brown hair and black eyes. His hair is combed down, causing his right eye to be completely covered by his bangs. He wears his eye patch as a bandana, along with the standard Konoha shinobi gear, which covers everything up to his chin. They walked away in the opposite direction the heroes were heading. Do you know them? Uchiha asked Uzumaki. Yes, they are standing at the gates of Konoha, Naruto answered. When they almost reached the auditorium, a boy of about 13 or 14 years old with thick black eyebrows, large, round black eyes with prominent lower eyelashes, and black hair ran out at them. He wears a green sports suit, on the belt of which was tied a Konoha protector, as well as sandals and weights on his feet. I see you are strong opponents. My name is Rock Lee, what is your name? Lee shouted. Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki. Sakura Haruno. Sakura-chan, let's meet. I'll protect you. Lee shouted again. No, I love Sasuke-kun. Sakura also screamed, and Naruto covered his ears with his hands from these screams. Let's fight, Rock Lee suggested. Lee, you will have time to fight them during the exam. He was told by a boy his age with long brown hair. His hair reaches the middle of his back and was braided just above the end, and 2 straps are attached to a smaller headband, which is covered by a forehead protector, light skin, and he apparently has the Byakugan. He wears a black headband that fits tightly over his forehead. He was wearing a khaki shirt, dark brown shorts, blue shinobi sandals. He also had bandages wrapped around his right arm, chest and right leg, and next to him was a girl his age, dark blonde hair, gathered in 2 buns and large brown eyes. She is wearing a light pink vest and blue pants. On her head the girl has a Konoha forehead protector. Neji Hyuga, and this is 10-10. I hope we meet at the exam. Let's go Lee, Neji said in a cold tone, and their team left. Team Kakashi came to the auditorium. There were many genin aged 12 to 15 from different villages. They also met guys from the academy. Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, Shoji Akamichi, Kiba Inazuka, Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka. When the blonde saw Sasuke, she immediately threw herself on his neck. Sasuke-kun, Ino shouted. Sasuke just made a displeased face. So you are also taking part in the exam, Ino said. Uzumaki nodded. Ino got off Sasuke's neck and went somewhere with her former best friend and started talking about Sasuke-kun. A couple of minutes later, a guy of about 16 or 17 years old came up to them, black eyes, ash-colored hair, gathered in a ponytail, and round glasses. He was wearing a purple shirt and pants of the same color, under the shirt, a white t-shirt. Regular ninja sandals and a Konoha protector. Naruto was nervous about this, she had never seen him in the village before. Kabuto, that's how the guy introduced himself and told about the participants of the exam. Uzumaki kept looking at him. She felt that he was Orochimaru's spy, but there was no clear evidence and it was too early to say. It was time for the first stage of the exam. They were seated in the auditorium where the examiners of the exam itself were sitting by the walls. A male representative entered the office. He was a large, impressive man with black eyes and pronounced cheekbones, a blue bandana on his head. He was dressed in a gray uniform with pockets, sandals, gloves with metal plates and a long blue cloak. Hello Genin, I am Ibiki Morino, the examiner of the first stage. First there will be the written stage. You will have 10 questions, you will have 1 hour to answer them. 10 minutes before the end, I will announce the 10th question. If you are caught cheating, you and your team will be expelled. Begin, Ibiki said. Naruto turned over the sheet of paper in front of her. The tasks were at the level of a Junin and they clearly could not solve this as Genin, but she knew the real intention of this stage. To test how much information the shinobi could get, Naruto looked at Sakura, who was taking the test herself, then at Sasuke, who was cheating with the Sharingan, then at the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed Gaara, who was cheating with sand. Half of the exam had passed, the Genin teams were leaving one after another. There were 10 minutes left until the end. 10 minutes left, if anyone can't answer, raise your hand and you can take it another time. Plus, your whole team is leaving, Ibiki said so that everyone could hear. Many thought about it, some stayed, and some left with the team. Naruto and Sasuke looked closely at Sakura. She didn't show any special abilities, and didn't participate in the fights. If Haruno had raised her hand, then Naruto's mission would have been ruined, and Sasuke wouldn't have been able to become a Chunin, but everything worked out. Less than half of the teams left the audience. You all passed, Ibiki said. A joyful and relieved murmur went around the classroom. Suddenly, a woman flew into the classroom through the window. She has light brown pupils, her hair is black with a blue tint. She usually wears a fitted mesh suit that extends from her neck to her hips. She also usually wears a brown coat with purple in the seams and pockets on each side, a dark orange miniskirt, a dark blue belt, and pale gray brushes. In addition to the typical headdress, she also wears a small pendant that looks like a snake fang, and a wristwatch. I'm Enko Mitarashi, the second examiner of the next stage. Tomorrow at 11 o'clock in the morning be at the 44th training ground or Forest of Death. The examiner shouted and disappeared. You can be free for today, said the examiner of the first stage. Uchiha, Uzumaki and Haruno walked out of the exam area and were met by Kakashi Hatake. Congratulations on passing the first stage. If any of you hadn't agreed you wouldn't have been able to pass. Good luck on the second stage, Kakashi said and disappeared in a puff of smoke. The Uchiha was a little shocked by this information, and Sakura simply admired him. Bye, see you tomorrow, Naruto said and disappeared into a puff of smoke. Uzumaki was at home and went straight to the kitchen to cook. You can't live on ramen for long. Kurama, do you think Kabuto is a spy? Naruto said out loud while slicing tomatoes. Most likely yes. I saw him for the first time in the village and the chakra is unfamiliar. I haven't felt his chakra in the leaf before. Kurama answered. Naruto was deep in her thoughts and preparing dinner. Commentary on Chapter 12. Dear readers, thank you for the activity heart suit. Bekino thumbs up light skin tone. Chapter 13. The sun was slowly rising. It was only 5 o'clock in the morning. I wanted to sleep for a few more hours, but I had to stand next to training ground 44, or as it is also called, the Forest of Death, a terrible place where a bunch of animals live that want to eat you, poisonous snakes and insects. Enormous trees that grow all their lives. If you take a wrong turn somewhere in this forest, the chance that you will come back is extremely small. Impenetrable thickets in some places, there is simply no sun and it seems like it is night. You wouldn't wish such a place on your enemy. It is in this forest that the second stage of the exam will be held. Many genin stood and looked at the training ground in horror. So, the teams will have one scroll, either heaven or earth. Your task is to take the scroll from the enemy team, which you need to get to the tower, which is in the middle of the forest. You will be given 5 days. Scrolls can only be opened in the tower. Now you will receive one scroll per team and you will need to sign that Konoha is not responsible if we die or anything else, Enko announced. After these words, many genin got goosebumps. Who will have the scroll? Naruto asked. Let's go to mine, Sasuke suggested. Okay, Uzumaki replied. Team number 7 signed and approached the gate of the training ground. Naruto carefully watched the genin of the Sound Village. According to the Hokage, the leader of the Sound Village was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of the Hidden Leaf Village, but this is not accurate information. The huge gates of the training ground opened and the teams of genin ran in all directions. Team number 7 ran through the trees and after a while they decided to stop. What should we do? Sakura asked. We need to make a stop for the night and try to find the scroll, Naruto replied. Sasuke, what scroll do we have? Sasuke took out a scroll from his backpack. The sky, Uchiha answered. You can put it in a spatial pocket, Uzumaki suggested. Sakura blinked her eyes in surprise. Naruto still couldn't understand what they taught at the academy, because Haruno, who was considered the best graduate, always blinked her eyes in surprise. It will be more convenient and it will be harder for the enemy to get the scroll from there, Naruto said. Uchiha nodded in support of the idea. Haruno nodded weakly although she still didn't understand anything about the spatial pocket. The team found a dark and gloomy cave next to a deep lake. Sasuke went to look for dry branches for a fire. Haruno didn't know what to do and just stood there, and Naruto put seals near the place where they stopped, which allow them and their chakra not to be seen. Uzumaki felt the familiar chakra of the one-tailed demon. She stood up from the green grass and walked towards the source of the chakra. Sakura, I'll be there soon, Naruto said in a friendly manner and walked towards where the chakra was. Coming out into a small clearing, the trees and small bushes were arranged in the form of an uneven circle, which from the air somewhat resembles an oval. So you have a demon sealed inside you too? Naruto asked Gaara, who was standing behind her, but then turned around to face her. Yes, which one is sealed in you? Asked the sand Gaara. 9-tailed, and you have 1-tailed. Uzumaki answered the question. Gaara nodded and threw a scroll of earth. Naruto caught it with ease. Why did you give it to me? Naruto asked. You should be in the finals, Gaara replied in a cold tone and disappeared. Meanwhile, Uchiha returned with a full armful of dry branches. When he reached the shelter, he threw them on the ground. Sakura, where is Naruto? Uchiha asked. She left, but said that she would come soon, answered Sakura. Sasuke began to examine the place and went beyond the seals that Uzumaki had put. Naruto ran out of the bushes all covered in scratches, clothes torn in places, hair all disheveled in different directions. Fear was red in her eyes. This made Sasuke tense. Even when Uzumaki fought with Zabuza there was no fear or pride in them, just eyes that did not reflect any emotions. Naruto, what happened? Uchiha asked worriedly. Sasuke-kun, Uzumaki wanted to say, but a kunai flew at her. Where is the real Naruto? Sasuke asked. What a smart boy, the fake Naruto hissed like a snake. These words sent shivers down my spine. Instead of Naruto, a girl of about 16 or 17 appeared, long black hair on her forehead, the protector of the Sound Village. The girl used a snake that headed for the Uchiha, but he managed to fold the seals, Kaden, Fireball, and the snakes burned. You are still a good option, the girl hissed again. Uchiha did not understand what this was for. The girl stretched her head very strongly, like a snake and quickly approached Uchiha, but did not have time because she was hit in the stomach with a rasengan, so that the technique would not completely penetrate the body. She jumped back. As the third Hokage said, you have come, Orochimaru, Naruto said and stood in battle readiness. The Jonin of the Leaf Village couldn't recognize me, but some brat could. I wonder how. Orochimaru laughed in the girl's body. Only you have the snake summoning, Naruto replied. Orochimaru just smirked. The 9 tails Jinchuriki and the Sharingan are the best options, Orochimaru said and licked his lips. Sasuke, don't let him get close to you. Naruto shouted to Sasuke. He nodded weakly and activated the Sharingan with one tomo. The snake Sannin was very fast, but he still managed to parry some of the blows. Orochimaru summoned a large snake, which immediately flew at Sasuke. He stood and did not know what to do with this huge snake. Naruto saw the position of her friend and created a huge wall of earth that reached about 30 meters in height, and the summoned animal crashed into the mud wall. From their impact, everything was covered in brown fog. Uzumaki was ready to dispel it with the help of the wind element, but she was pierced by terrible pain. There is one, Orochimaru whispered. Naruto felt her chakra leaving her. A terrible pain pierced her entire body. She barely held back a scream of pain. Now I will direct all chakra into the seal, Kurama said. Orochimaru approached Sasuke with a smirk on his face. Everything was in the fog, nothing could be seen. The speed of the Sharingan could not see the Sannin's actions. A sharp and terrible pain pierced Sasuke's shoulder. He looked at the Sannin, who grinned contentedly and disappeared, his strength leaving him. Naruto was also nowhere to be heard, her footsteps or sounds. Sasuke-kun, Sakura screamed, who was standing somewhere unknown and what she was doing. Useless, Sasuke squeezed out of himself, but Haruno did not hear him. Sasuke felt that the chakra was not coming, it was not there, he did not feel it, the next actions were as if in a fog. Sakura cried for about 10 minutes and then decided to act. She dragged the body of Sasuke and Naruto to the cave, lit a fire and sat next to them. She also changed the bandages on the foreheads of her teammates. She blamed herself for being useless and for not being able to do anything when they were in danger. She realized that with her knowledge and excellent chakra control, she did not stand out in any way. Commentary on Chapter 13. Heart Suit Smile. Chapter 14. Sakura sat and did not sleep for 2 sleepless and long nights. The condition of her teammates was terrible, fever and trembling all over the body. Haruno wanted to sleep, but did not allow herself. She constantly changed the rags that were on the foreheads of her teammates. As soon as Haruno wanted to sleep, she immediately lightly slapped herself on the cheeks and the sleep passed. Sakura was ashamed that she could not do anything when her friends fought against that girl, and she just stood and watched from afar. Useless, weakling, these words were spinning in Haruno's head. She must definitely become stronger with all her might. Haruno heard the breaking of tree branches. This meant only one thing, someone was approaching their hideout. Haruno ran out of the cave and beyond the seals that Uzumaki had set. In front of her were 2 boys and 1 girl. One of the boys was named Zaku. He was introduced as a young shinobi of short stature. He had long spiky black hair and small dark eyes. Zaku wore a yellow jacket with 3 kanji for shi, or death, pants of the same color and high black sandals. On his head, his Otogakur forehead protector was attached to a hapuri. Hapuri is a type of samurai battle mask that has a U shape and protects the forehead and cheeks. On his neck, he had a scarf with a snake pattern. The second was named Dosu. He had bandages covering most of his face, leaving only his left eye open. He also wore a large, long-sleeved poncho, a scarf with a snake pattern around his neck, a straw raincoat protruding from the back of his scarf, and a large amplifier on his right arm which he uses for most of his attacks. His back is constantly hunched over, making him look smaller than he actually was. The last member of the team was named Kin. She has long, almost ground-length black hair tied with a purple ribbon at the end. She has large black eyes and wears the Sound Village forehead protector embroidered on purple cloth on her forehead. Kin wears a pale green vest, a spotted long gray-purple scarf, and pants of the same color. A pouch for kunai is attached to her right leg. On her feet, she wears tall black sandals. Wake up Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Dosu ordered Sakura. Why? Sakura asked with a trembling voice, but without showing it and taking out a kunai. To kill, Dosu answered her with a grin. No, Haruno answered. Dosu sighed heavily. I'll have to deal with you, Dosu said and ran at Sakura. Dosu struck, but Haruno either blocked them with a kunai or dodged them. Uzumaki opened her eyes, the burning pain pierced her body again and immediately disappeared. Naruto, I suppressed the cursed seal, but it's not temporary, ask Kakashi to seal it. Okay, thank you very much Kurama, Naruto answered. Outside, she heard the sounds of iron and battle. Uzumaki came out of the cave and leaned against the wall passage. She saw Sakura fighting with one of the members of the Sound team. Kin noticed Naruto and rushed at her. Naruto immediately took out a katana and threw it into battle. At first, they fought in taijutsu. Kin struck with a kunai, and Naruto blocked them and inflicted minor injuries. Because of the seal left by Orochimaru, the chakra was still blocked and Naruto did not want to use Kurama's chakra yet. Suddenly, Kin managed to grab Uzumaki's hair from behind. That's it, Kin said menacingly. Uzumaki took a deep breath. Goodbye my beloved hair, Naruto said and cut off her hair with her katana. Scarlet red and blonde hair fell to the ground, leaving Naruto with shoulder-length hair. Well, let's continue, Naruto said and ran at Kin. She was shocked by Uzumaki's actions. In turn, Naruto struck in the stomach and solar plexus, then hit under the rib and Kin spat out a clot of blood. Naruto disappeared from sight and appeared immediately behind Kin and hit her. She fell to the ground. Uzumaki saw Haruno falling to the ground. Oh, shit, Naruto said barely audibly and ran at Dosu, but he managed to dodge. You will be much stronger than this girl, said Dosu and showed the glove on his right hand. The glove was iron and there were holes in it. What is this? Naruto asked. This is the speaker of the resonating echo, Dosu answered her. He concentrated chakra in this glove, and released sound waves from it and they reached Naruto. The sound was so disgusting and loud, she covered her ears with her hands. When the sound disappeared, the vision of the daughter of the fourth Hokage suddenly deteriorated, became more blurry and everything was spinning. Uzumaki fell to her knees. Dosu smirked. Zaku, who was standing behind, approached Naruto and wanted to hit him in the base of the skull, but he was hit in the face. He flew away and crashed into a tree. Naruto's vision was able to return to normal. Uzumaki looked at Sasuke, who hit Zaku and there was a cursed seal all over him. Naruto nodded and ran to Dosu, and Sasuke to Zaku. 10 minutes after Naruto woke up, Sasuke woke up. He was also pierced by a sharp pain. Then Uchiha felt how his strength was overflowing, but the chakra channels were also blocked. Young Uchiha came out of the cave and saw Naruto fall to her knees and Zaku was approaching her. His body was covered with a cursed seal and he immediately hit him in the face. Uzumaki decided that Dosu should not be allowed to accumulate chakra in his glove and immediately strike. Running up to Dosu, he was about to release a new batch of sound waves, but Naruto managed to twist his hand with the glove behind his back. Oh you! Dosu shouted. Naruto hit him in the base of the skull and he fell to the ground. The daughter of the bloody habanera saw how Sasuke almost broke Zaku's arms. Sasuke's face had a bloodthirsty grin almost the same as the killer's. Sasuke, stop it! Naruto shouted at Uchiha. No! Uchiha shouted back. Naruto knew that this was the work of the cursed seal. Naruto ran to Sasuke and hugged him from behind. Please stop, it's not you, Uzumaki said almost crying. The seal turned back into 3 Tomio on the shoulder. Sasuke listened to Naruto and let go of Zaku, but his arms were still broken and he fell too. Uzumaki let go of Sasuke from her embrace, and he turned to her. What's wrong with your hair? Sasuke asked, running his hands through the soft, blonde part of his hair. It's okay, they'll grow back quickly, Naruto replied. What is this? Sasuke asked, pointing to the seal on Uzumaki's shoulder. This is a cursed seal left by Orochimaru. You have it too, and she showed it on Sasuke's shoulder. Do you want me to block it? Uzumaki asked, and Uchiha nodded. Naruto prepared everything for sealing the seal. Take off your shirt, Naruto ordered Uchiha. Why? Uchiha asked, embarrassed. To block the seal, Naruto answered. Sasuke took off his shirt and blushed, but Uzumaki didn't see it. This is going to hurt a little, are you ready? Sasuke nodded. Naruto put her hands on the seal and Sasuke was pierced by a terrible, but bearable pain. I'm done, now it's all up to you, Naruto said and sighed with relief. What about your seal? Uchiha asked. I'll ask Kakashi-senpai after the second stage, Naruto replied. Okay, Sasuke said and put on a t-shirt. Uzumaki approached Sakura who was lying unconscious. Naruto concentrated chakra in her hand, but it was green and warmth emanated from it. With the help of this chakra she ran it over her head and Sakura woke up. How are you? Uzumaki asked. Everything seems to be fine, Haruno answered. You did well to fight them, she thanked Naruto and glanced at the team members. How long were we unconscious? Naruto argued. 2 days, Sakura answered. Damn it, we have 2 days left and we don't have the Earth Scroll and we still haven't reached the tower. Uchiha said. We have 2 scrolls, all that's left is to get to the tower, Naruto replied. But from where? Sakura asked. I found it, so to speak, Naruto answered Sakura's question. Then let's move out, Sasuke said. Sakura, can you walk? Naruto asked. Sakura nodded. They gathered their things and set off. Commentary on Chapter 14. Sorry for the delay in the chapter, I just got carried away playing Minecraft. Cold sweat smile. Chapter 15. Team 7 reached the center of Training Ground 44 on the eve of the 4th day. Entering the room, Naruto took out 2 scrolls from his spatial pocket, one scroll with the Kaji of Heaven and the other scroll with the Kaji of Earth. Uzumaki threw the scroll of heaven to Sasuke, who caught it. On the count of 3, open at the same time, Naruto said. Sasuke nodded. 1, 2, 3. Uzumaki said, and together with Uchiha opened the scrolls. A large ball of smoke appeared from them. Uchiha and Uzumaki threw the scrolls on the ground and Iruka-sensei appeared from the smoke. Congratulations. You've passed the second stage. Iruka congratulated them and cast a cold glance at Uzumaki and immediately looked at Sasuke and Sakura. A couple of minutes later, all the genin were standing in a large, huge arena for fights. Closer to the walls are the stands. At the other end of the arena was a stone pedestal where the third Hokage was. Quite a few genin went to the second stage. They all stood in rows. Congratulations on passing the second stage. Before the third stage begins, there will be additional fights. The genin began to discuss something about these fights. Many genin passed through this stage, so we need these fights. Those who win these fights will participate in the third stage, Hiruzen said. A puff of smoke appeared next to him and from there appeared a young shinobi of average height with dark eyes and brown hair. He has a sick-looking face with shadows under his eyes. He wore standard blue pants and a turtleneck, a bandana with a protector, a green vest and sandals. Hokage-sama, sorry for being late, the shinobi said and coughed. Sarutobi nodded. I am Hayate Gecko, your examiner of additional fights. They will be held one-on-one. Your names will be shown on this board, Hayate said and pointed to the board on the left side. The names will be chosen completely randomly. In order to win, your opponent must either surrender or you must defeat him. If you cannot fight, then raise your hand and you are free. The team will remain if any of the members leave the team, said Gecko and began to cough. Kabuto raised his hand. I can't fight. I have a wound and little chakra left. He adjusted his glasses and left the arena. Naruto looked at him suspiciously. There were several scratches on his body and the chakra was almost all. That's it. Then let's start, Gecko said and started coughing again. The names of the participants in the fight appeared on the board. Sasuke Uchiha vs Yoroi Akato. All the genin went up to the stands where their mentors were. Naruto wished Sasuke luck and that he should definitely win. Uchiha smiled and said that he would definitely win. Sakura also wished him luck. Sasuke stood in front of his enemy, Yoroi Akato. He wore a mask that completely covered him from his nose to his neck, sunglasses that covered his eyes, a Konoha shinobi forehead protector that he wore like a bandana, a dark purple, high-collared, sleeveless shirt with a white sleeveless undershirt underneath, a simple sash around his waist, pants, sandals, and fingerless gloves. Now it's time to tell the true purpose of the exam, said the Hokage. Whispers began again. The goal is not only to raise your rank to the rank of Chunin, but also to unite the countries. You genin fight each other to show the strength of your village. Now begin, Hiruzen said and the battle began. Sasuke immediately activated the Sharingan with two tomo, threw a kunai at him and ran at his enemy. Yoroi deflected Sasuke's kunai and also ran at him. One of Akato's abilities was the suction of chakra and spiritual power. He was an excellent master of this technique, that he could even suck from the tips of hair. He also had great speed. He found himself behind Sasuke, but Sasuke himself turned to him and was about to hit him in the stomach, but Akato grabbed him by the hair and began to suck out chakra. Uchiha felt that the chakra was leaving him. He had to act quickly. He hit him in the stomach with his hand from below. Akato flew up a couple of meters. Uchiha jumped up to him and kicked him with all his might in the stomach. Akato was imprinted on the ground, unable to move. Sasuke Uchiha wins, the examiner said. Yoroi was carried out on a stretcher. Sasuke went up to the podium. Kakashi smiled at him with his eyes. Congratulations, Sasuke. Naruto smiled at Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, you are so good. Sakura started talking about the wonderful Sasuke, about how she always knew that he would win and all that, but Sasuke ignored her and started discussing something with Naruto between themselves. Sakura looked at Sasuke with sadness, and at Naruto with contempt and envy. New names appeared on the board. Zaku Abumi vs Aburame Shino. The opponents jumped off the stands and stood opposite each other. As it turned out, Zaku's hands were fine, despite the fact that Sasuke had definitely broken his hands. Zaku's palms had holes to use sound waves. Shino's emotions were not visible because half of his face was in a high collar. One of the Aburame clan's abilities is to control beetles, and there are rumors that the beetles themselves live in their bodies. Shino noticed the holes in Zaku's hands and assumed what he wanted to do with them, so he directed the beetles at his holes. The insects themselves were very small and difficult to notice. Zaku began to concentrate chakra in his hands and was about to release it, but because of the beetles that blocked the holes, the chakra exploded inside his hands. The pain was terrible. Without hands he could not fight and gave up. Aburame Shino wins, the examiner announced and coughed again. The names appeared on the board again. Masumi Tsurugi vs Kankuro. The two descended into the arena. Masumi wore a mask that completely hid his face. glasses with round frames, and a hidden leaf forehead protector that he wore like a bandana. He wore his team's standard uniform, consisting of a dark purple turtleneck shirt with short sleeves, a white undershirt underneath, a simple belt around his waist, pants, sandals, and fingerless gloves. Tsurugi began the fight with Kankuro. Tsurugi decided to quickly deal with his enemy. His body was very flexible, which greatly resembled a snake. He grabbed Kankuro, not giving him the ability to move in any way. Either you surrender now or I will break your neck, suggested Tsurugi. Kankuro only remained silent and his neck was broken. The genin were completely horrified by what they saw. Many kept their faces brick-like, but the fight continued. As it turned out later, Tsurugi broke the neck of the puppet, and the real Kankuro was in an unknown thing that was behind him. Safe and sound, Kankuro conducts chakra threads to the puppet and begins to manipulate it. The puppet immediately appeared behind the enemy's back and begins to break the spine. Although Tsurugi's body was flexible and could give any state, but the bones cannot do this. Masumi surrendered, and Kankuro was the winner. The following names appeared on the board. Sakura Haruno vs Ino Yamanaka. Sakura had to fight her former best friend, but she couldn't embarrass herself in front of Sasuke. Naruto wished her luck. Sasuke also seemed to wish her luck and Sakura went down to the arena. Haruno and Yamanaka stood opposite each other and menacingly watched. At first they started shouting at each other, calling each other names, saying who would get the dream of almost all the girls. Naruto could barely hold back her laughter, and Kurama couldn't hold back and laughed loudly in the girl's head. Soon after the conversations, fists began to fight, and eventually two fell to the arena floor. They were declared a draw and none of them went to the third stage, and they were brought to their senses. Time for the next battle. The opponents were there. Temari vs Tenten. Two girls entered the arena. Tenten started throwing cold weapons at Temari. The Konoha Kunoichi had excellent accuracy. Temari pulled a fan out of her back and opened it. Using the fan, Temari repelled them all. Tenten threw a new batch of weapons at her again, but Temari repelled them again with the wind created by the fan. Tenten was starting to get annoyed and she decided to use her secret weapon, which she wanted to leave for the third stage, but had to use it now. Unfortunately it didn't work on Temari. Temari created the FUNN cutting wind technique. Tenten surrounded herself with a semi-oval of wind that cut the Kunoichi's clothes and skin. After this technique, Tenten fell on her opponent's fan and Temari was recognized as the winner of the fight. The following names appeared on the board. Shikamaru Nara vs Kintsuchi. A girl from the village of Sound who cut Naruto's hair in the heir of the Nara clan entered the arena. Shikamaru began to think through the enemy's steps. Kin began to act using the sound technique. A terrible sound reached Nara's ears and he covered his ears with his hands. The genius of the Nara clan began to hallucinate. Kin was in front of him, but there were many of them and they were not clones. Kin stood in front of Shikamaru. He used the clan's technique and now Kin could not move. It might seem that this was done in vain and stupidly, but Shikamaru stepped back. Kin repeated his actions and hit her head on the wall and she lost. The next battle after Shikamaru Nara's victory. Naruto Uzumaki vs Kiba Inuzuka. The Uzumaki wished her luck and she jumped into the arena. Naruto and Kiba landed on the stone arena. I won't fight with a girl, Kiba said and crossed his arms over his chest. Then give up, Naruto answered him with a smirk. Kiba got angry at this and ran at Naruto with the dog. Akamaru, that was the name of the dog, ran at Naruto. The dog wanted to bite Uzumaki, but she managed to react and the dog flew into the wall and whined. You're cruel to the dog, Kurama said in his subconscious. They are fighting dogs, they will live, Naruto answered and returned to the fight with Kiba who was about to hit her in the stomach, but Uzumaki had excellent reaction. She managed to intercept his hand and threw him over. He fell and whined like a dog. Naruto honestly did not understand how many were able to pass the shinobi exam. Akamaru brought her out of her thoughts. Together with Kiba they used the technique, Beast Human Clone. Akamaru turned into Kiba, and Inuzuka's actions were similar to a dog. His sense of smell and reaction to what was happening increased. Naruto created one clone and he attacked Akamaru, and the real Naruto attacked Kiba. Naruto and Kiba fought in taijutsu. Although Kiba's actions were excellent in taijutsu, but fighting ANBU is very difficult and the chances of defeating a genin are 0. Naruto put only 5% of her strength into this fight. Kiba hit him very hard in the stomach and he flew back a couple of meters and immediately got hit in the jaw. From the blow he flew up and fell on the floor on his stomach. He groaned, but he could not fight anymore. Akamaru again became an ordinary little dog and rushed to his master. Uzumaki was declared the winner. Naruto went to the stands. Sasuke looked at Naruto as if he was the 8th wonder of the world. After the fight there was no shortness of breath, no scratches, no sweat. Sasuke still congratulated Naruto and Sakura too. After the fight, Kakashi and Naruto went somewhere. Sasuke-kun, do you know where they went? Sakura asked. Sasuke nodded. Where to? Sakura asked. It doesn't matter, Sasuke replied and became lost in his thoughts. Sasuke's POV. How much power does Naruto have? After such a fight with Kiba, she just came. As if Uzumaki always did this, she is stronger than the genin. Where did she get so much power from? Where from? She is clearly hiding something. How does she know about Orochimaru, that he should come to the second stage? How does she know how to seal this seal? End of Sasuke's POV. Sasuke was tearing and throwing, screaming in his thoughts. But on his face there was a normal state that does not show a single emotion. Kakashi and Naruto reached the bottom floor of the tower. So Orochimaru put this seal on you? Kakashi asked looking at his friend. Yes, and on Sasuke, but I suppressed the seal. Uzumaki answered Kakashi's question. He prepared everything to suppress the cursed seal. Naruto sat in the center, took off her jacket. Kakashi came up from behind, sat on his knees and put his hands on the seal. Naruto felt pain, but compared to the wounds that she received on ANBU missions, this pain was just flowers. Thank you, Kakashi-senpai, put on Naruto's sweater, hugged her friend and went to the stands to watch the fights. Naruto came to the stands to see her friends. Uzumaki, where have you been? Sakura asked. It doesn't matter, Naruto answered coldly. What kind of fights were there? Naruto asked Sasuke. There was a break. How are you? Sasuke asked with a worried tone. Naruto didn't understand why he was worried about her. Everything is fine, and you? Naruto asked and smiled. The corners of Sasuke's lips lifted slightly. Everything is fine, Sasuke answered and looked at the scoreboard. Sakura, noticing the actions of Sasuke, who did not take his eyes off Naruto, began to get angry and wanted to give him a slap on the back of the head, but she held back, remembering the last time. The break ended and the names appeared on the scoreboard. Hinata Hyuga versus Neji Hyuga. The battle should be interesting. The heiress of the Hyuga clan and the genius of the Hyuga clan. Hinata became afraid to fight with her cousin. She understood perfectly well that she was several times weaker than him, but gathering all her will into a fist, she was ready to fight him. Both of them activated the Byakugan and began the fight, first with taijutsu. Neji quickly decided to deal with the heiress of the Hyuga clan, blocking all the chakra channels and almost hitting her in the heart. This could lead to death. The Jonin who were next to their team stopped him. Neji was declared the winner, and Hinata went to the hospital. The opponents' names appeared on the scoreboard again. Rock Lee versus Gaara. Rock started shouting about the power of youth. Gaara held his face like a brick. Naruto tensed up. Kurama said that Shukaku had a strong effect on his Jinchuriki and that he needed to be careful and watch him closely if possible. The opponents entered the arena. Sand came out of Gaara's vessel, which protected him from everyone. Lee began to use taijutsu. Kakashi said that he was an excellent taijutsu user and in his years he became a master of taijutsu because he could not use the simplest techniques such as replacement or cloning. Lee began to use taijutsu, but the sand was difficult to break through and after a couple of attempts, Rock removed the weights and his speed was approximately equal to the speed of sound or even more. Rock was able to break through Gaara's defense with his foot and was ready to strike again, but the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed went crazy and with the help of sand tightly squeezed his left arm and leg, which made Lee scream loudly in pain. Naruto grabbed the handrail tighter and bit her lips. Sasuke noticed this and looked at his friend anxiously. Apparently, Gaara already wanted to kill Lee, and Uzumaki was ready to write him off, but Kakashi's rival Guy saved him. Guy was very similar to Lee, only he was older. Lee was immediately taken to the hospital with serious injuries, and Gaara was declared the winner. His face did not show any pleasure from this fight. Naruto slightly lowered the handrail and looked at Gaara with a burning gaze. He noticed this and also burned the Uzumaki with his gaze. Sasuke saw these looks and the tension between them, but did not dare to ask what was the matter. And the last battle for today. Choji Akamichi versus Dosu Kinuda. Dosu and Choji appeared in the arena. Choji was eating chips that never ended. The fight began and Dosu showed his glove and began to use it. Choji tried to block the blows. Choji's meat bullet tank immediately swelled up and looked like a big ball. Dosu decided to act differently by directing the sound into the water of Akamichi's body, which was quite a lot. After this technique Choji lost. The fights are over. 9 people have advanced to the 3rd stage. Sasuke Uchiha, Aburame Shino, Kankuro Sobaku no, Tamari Sobaku no, Shikamaru Nara, Naruto Uzumaki, Neji Hyuga, Gaara Sobaku no and Dosa Kinuda. Congratulations, your third stage will take place in a month, you will fight among yourselves. Fights. 1 Neji Hyuga vs Naruto Uzumaki. 2 Gaara dog but against Sasuke Uchiha. 3 Kankuro dog but against Shino. 4 Tamari dog but against Shikamaru Nara. 5 Dosu will fight the winner of the 4th match, see you in a month, said the examiner and disappeared. Naruto exhaled, she didn't give up on this exam at all. If Orochimaru was in the 2nd stage, then he would attack Konoha. Sasuke asked Kakashi-sensei to teach him cool techniques, to which he agreed. Sakura once again decided to become stronger and take Sasuke-kun for herself. Commentary on Chapter 15. I wanted to post more in the evening, but it only worked out in the morning. Chapter 16. A week passed after the 2nd stage. Uzumaki decided to rest for a week, and then train. Almost every day she visited her friends who were in hospitals. Yes, she met them at the team distribution, but they still communicated. Uzumaki went to visit Lee and felt the familiar chakra of the one-tailed. Naruto quickly walked into his room. Rock was lying on the bed unconscious. Gaara's sand was approaching him, which was standing nearby. What are you doing? Naruto asked, looking at Lee and then at Gaara. He turned around looking at Uzumaki. I'm doing what I have to do during the fight, Gaara answered in a cold tone. Let's talk. Why do you need to talk to a monster? Gaara asked. The young Uzumaki sighed heavily. You're not a monster, please let's talk, Naruto asked him. Gaara looked at her and still decided to talk to her. Uzumaki and Gaara walked through the park. The sun was slowly setting behind the horizon. The sky was clear, without clouds. Why did you want to talk? You're working for my father to kill me, aren't you? Gaara asked. Naruto was a little surprised by Gaara's words. No, what are you saying? I don't want to kill you, and I don't even know your father. Naruto smiled her usual smile. Gaara thought it was a fake smile, but there was something different about it. This smile wasn't fake, but sincere. Why do you kill? Naruto asked. In my head, someone tells me to kill and I can't help but do it. In Suna, everyone despises and fears me, even my brother and sister. My father is always trying to kill me, Gaara answered. Naruto looked at him with sadness and regret. Everything will be fine. You are not a monster. It is not your fault that the one-tailed was sealed in you. The nine-tailed is sealed in me too. Everyone in Konoha is afraid and hates me too. They also wanted to kill me, but I have friends who accept me as I am. You make them too. Try to talk to your brother and sister. You will succeed. I believe in you. Naruto smiled. Gaara's soul became lighter. Do you want me to be your friend? Naruto asked. Gaara nodded and they went for a walk. Naruto told about friendship with Kurama and about Konoha and advised to make friends with Shukaku. Gaara also told about Suna. Naruto listened to him attentively and this surprised Gaara. The sun had almost set over the horizon. Stars appeared in the sky. Gaara hugged Naruto and said thank you and they went home. The next morning Naruto was walking around Konoha. She met Sasuke who was going to train with Kakashi. They nodded to each other in greeting and went their separate ways. Naruto met Gaara again and they went for a walk. Sasuke noticed this and watched them as they laughed together and walked around the village. Uchiha was overcome with jealousy. With each passing day that Naruto became more than a friend to him, he was overwhelmed by this feeling. But he did not want to admit it. Later in the evening, Uchiha had to talk to Uzumaki, but first he had to find her. After an hour of searching he found Naruto near the main square. Naruto! Sasuke shouted. Uzumaki turned to him and smiled. Hey, how's training going? Naruto asked. Okay, can I talk to you? Uzumaki nodded. What's up with you and Gaara? Sasuke asked insistently. How do you know? We're just friends, that's all. I saw you from there and I know why you are friends with him. He almost killed Rock Lee. And you are still friends with him? He asked Naruto questions. Sasuke, you wouldn't understand. Gaara and I are different from others. Please understand this, Naruto replied, and one strand of hair fell on her face, which gave her a cute and harmless look. How are you different? We are Jinchuriki. Bye, Naruto replied and disappeared into smoke, leaving Sasuke alone with his thoughts. And who is a Jinchuriki? Sasuke thought to himself and ran home. Naruto found herself near the house. Running inside she leaned against the door of the house. Naruto, why did you tell him about the Jinchuriki? I don't know, it just kind of slipped out. What if he despises me after this? Naruto replied and began to lightly knock her head on the door. Uzumaki, you're an idiot. I know it myself. But if he is your true friend, he will accept you with your tail inside. You are right. I'm always right. The fox snorted and went to sleep, and Naruto went to study the Uzumaki clan scrolls. Sasuke ran towards the Uchiha estate house and saw his older brother looking at the sky. Itachi! Sasuke shouted. Itachi looked at him and smiled. Hey Sasuke, how was training? Okay. I managed to create a small Chidori. Listen, I wanted to ask, do you know who Jinchuriki are? Where did you hear that from? Itachi asked. Well, go ahead and speak. Uchiha Jr. told how he met Naruto and Gaara, about their dialogue about Gaara. Jinchuriki are people who have a tailed demon sealed in them. Naruto has the 9 tails sealed in him. Gaara also has a tailed demon sealed in him. Now go eat. Thank you, said Uchiha and hugged his brother. Uchiha Jr. ran into the house remembering how they said, demon, about Naruto and the villagers whispered about her, but Sasuke does not consider her a demon or a monster. For him she will always be Naruto Uzumaki who is hiding something. Uzumaki was passing by the hot springs and heard a giggle. Looking where the sound was coming from, she saw a man with white spiky hair near the wall, who was peeping at the girls. Uzumaki walked up to him. What are you doing? I'm collecting material for a book. Go where you were going. So you're a pervert. The man got angry and turned around. A tall, middle-aged man with fair skin. Long white hair that sticks out in different directions and is pulled back into a ponytail with an elastic band. There are red lines under his eyes. He wears a light green kimono and pants of the same color, under which he wears a mesh vest that is visible at the wrists and ankles. He also wears hand guards, a black belt, traditional Japanese wooden sandals, and a red haori with 2 yellow circles on each side. He wears a large scroll on his back and a tattoo on his left palm. On his forehead is an original shinobi forehead protector with a pair of horns and the kanji for oil. I am Jiraiya, the toad hermit from Mount Myoboku, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha village, and not a pervert as you put it. Jiraiya introduced himself. I see, but why were you peeping? I was collecting material for the book Ika Ika. So you wrote the books that Kakashi reads, perverts? Said Naruto. I'm not a pervert. Please teach me some technique, Naruto asked. No. Please. No, what's your name? Naruto Uzumaki, please teach. Jiraiya's face showed confusion. Uzumaki Naruto? The pervert asked again. Naruto nodded. Okay, do you want to sign a contract with the toads? They will help you in battle, Jiraiya said. Yeah. Jiraiya and Naruto came to a clearing near the river. The toad hermit opened the scroll he carried on his back. Write your name in blood, Jiraiya said. Naruto bit her finger and wrote her name in blood. Jiraiya made the seals boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. A medium-sized yellow toad appeared from the smoke. Now you. Naruto made a series of seals and a tadpole appeared from the smoke. Not bad for the first time, I guess. Anyway, you train, and I'll go look for materials for the book, said Jiraiya and went off somewhere. Naked girls are not material. Naruto shouted and continued training. Kurama, do you know why the old pervert was surprised when I said my name? He is your godfather. Kurama replied. Naruto's mouth dropped open in surprise and joy. The day came to an end. Jiraiya returned to see the result. The toad still had not turned out, but it had legs. Okay, we'll continue tomorrow. Go home and restore your chakra, Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded. Bye, old pervert, Naruto shouted and ran home. Bye. The next day, Naruto was already standing by the river and practicing summoning. Naruto, let's go, said the hermit and headed towards the forest. Where? Let's go. Naruto shrugged and followed the old pervert. They came to a large cliff. There was no end in sight, only barely noticeable sharp stones. Naruto wanted to ask him, but was already flying down. Use the summoning, Jiraiya shouted to her. Naruto was already starting to curse him, but she quickly approached the stones and folded the seals. A huge orange toad appeared from the smoke. Uzumaki no longer felt the fall and she was on the toad's back. Jiraiya, why did you summon me here? Toad said almost screaming. Firstly, it wasn't the old pervert who summoned you, and secondly, I summoned you. Don't make me laugh, little one. You can't summon me, you don't have enough chakra. I'm not a little brat, I'm Naruto Uzumaki and I have enough chakra. Uzumaki Naruto, if you can sit on my back, then you are worthy. Okay, what's your name? First, pass the test, then I'll tell you. The toad jumped sharply and high up and galloped into the forest. Naruto squeaked from such surprise. Summoning Gamabunta the first time isn't bad. Gamabunta spent the entire day trying to throw Uzumaki off his back. Jumping into the river, high up and sharply down. The sun was almost set. Gamabunta jumped onto the hill. Okay Naruto Uzumaki, you are worthy of my respect. My name is Gamabunta. Nice to meet you. Naruto smiled. Her chakra was almost all gone because Gamabunta is a big toad and the more you summon the more chakra you spend. Kurama's chakra went through the chakra channels. Uzumaki definitely didn't want to lie down and wait until all her chakra was restored. Gamabunta dissolved in smoke and Naruto began to fall down. Changing her position, she fell on her feet and didn't hurt herself. Jiraiya came out of the forest, approached Uzumaki and patted her on the shoulder. Well done. Jiraiya, are you my godfather? Naruto asked and looked at him with blue eyes. Yes, and how did you find out? Kurama told me. Who? Nine Tails. Jiraiya was surprised and shocked. Can you imagine, it's so big and fluffy. Jiraiya was even more shocked. Have you become friends with the nine-tailed fox? Yes, where were you? Naruto asked. I wanted to take you, but the elders did not allow me to do this and told me to leave the village for 13 years. Let's go get some ramen at the same time and tell me how you lived, said Jiraiya and smiled. Naruto also smiled and hugged him tightly and they went to Ramenaya. Commentary on Chapter 16. Thank you for such activity. Heart suit sneezing face. Chapter 17. Uzumaki told Jiraiya everything about her life, about the life of the ANBU, about her friends and everything. Jiraiya also told her about his life, about training on Mount Myoboku, about Orochimaru and Tsunade, about Minato and Kushina. A month has passed unnoticed. Today is the third stage of the Chunin exam. 2 participants were not in the stands, Dosu because as it turned out, he was recently killed and Sasuke who was simply not in the stands. There were many people sitting in the stands, residents of Konoha and many from other villages, also the cage of the villages and important people, elders, feudal lords and many other big shots. Naruto stood in a huge arena. Opposite her stood the genius of the Hyuga clan. Their battle was the first. Hayato told the rules of the fight and they began. You better give up right away. Neji clearly perceived her as a weakling and thought that she couldn't do anything. Surrender yourself, Naruto said. The fight began. Neji activated the Byakugan and ran at Naruto. One of the abilities of the Byakugan is to see the chakra channels and block them. For some time the chakra does not flow into them. Neji used the gentle fist technique. With the help of this technique, painful points are blocked in there, thereby preventing the chakra from passing through the channels. Neji struck one after another, but always missed. Naruto all the time avoided the blows as if she knew where all the blows would be, but constantly dodging the fight cannot be won. Naruto intercepted Neji's hand. This led him into a stupor. She threw him over her shoulder, thereby he fell on his back to the ground. It won't work with Kiba, Naruto thought to himself and needed to come up with a plan quickly. Uzumaki created a large Kaden fireball. It flew at Neji. Hiding her chakra, Naruto was behind Hyuga and was about to hit him in the skull, so that he would lose consciousness, but he managed to react and block the blow. He hit the pain point on his shoulder. Naruto immediately jumped back a couple of meters. Of course, nothing bad will happen from a blow to one point, but in any case it is unpleasant. Neji ran at Uzumaki. She in turn quickly created a mud wall to delay Neji for at least a few minutes to come up with a plan, and she had one. Hyuga easily broke the wall of mud, allowing Neji to block more pain points. With the help of the wind, Uzumaki raised smoke from the sand and now nothing is visible. When the smoke disappeared, Naruto was lying on the ground and breathing heavily. Neji went to her and smirked and deactivated the Byakugan. Loser, Neji said. They were about to announce him as the winner of the fight, but Naruto, who was lying there, dissipated, thereby indicating that the fight was continuing. Neji tensed up and activated the Byakugan again. Naruto's hand hit Neji hard from the ground, and she jumped out from under the ground. The blow was strong and he flew up a couple of meters. Naruto was nearby and hit him in the stomach. Blood flowed from Neji's mouth and he fell to the ground, fell very hard and smoke rose. Neji was lying in a small hole, which he himself had left with his fall, and he was unable to move. Naruto stood nearby and grinned at her victory. A small sweat appeared on her forehead, which she immediately wiped with her hand. Whispers began in the stands, something like, she defeated the genius of the Hyuga clan, this demon was able to win, and all that, and someone opened their mouth in surprise and their eyes became very round, and then clapping began. Naruto Uzumaki wins, said the examiner. Naruto jumped into the stands, and Neji was carried away to the hospital. The next fight is Gaara vs. Sasuke Uchiha, the examiner said. There was only Gaara in the arena, and Uchiha was nowhere to be found. The Hokage and the elders began to discuss among themselves what to do with this fight. They decided that their battle would be the last. The next fight, Kankuro Dog No against Aburame Shino, the examiner said, and 2 guys jumped into the arena. I give up, said Kankuro. Okay, Aburame Shino wins, said the examiner. The next fight, Tamari dog no against Shikamaru Nara, said the examiner, and the boy and girl jumped into the arena. How problematic, said Nara, scratching the back of his head. The battle began between them. Tamari used her fan in defense and to strike, and Nara calculated the steps in using his clan's technique, Shadow Trap, and now there were only a few seconds left until victory. I give up, said Nara when Tamari was ready to give up herself. Tamari was in shock. Why? She asked. Because I wouldn't have enough chakra to hold you for long anyway, Nara answered her. The examiner announced Tamari as the winner of the fight. The next fight is Gaara vs Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto stood on the podium and thought about who to worry about more, Gaara or Sasuke. On the one hand, she should worry about Gaara because his tailed beast has a strong influence on his Jinchuriki, and on the one hand, she should worry about Sasuke because he is her teammate and best friend. He has become stronger this month, but Lee is also strong and Gaara almost killed him, deciding that she will worry about both, but she was also worried about Orochimaru, who should attack Konoha. Because of this, Konoha's security has become very strong. ANBU are monitoring all over Konoha. Naruto at first should not go to the third stage because she should also patrol Konoha, but the ANBU captain said that Naruto should go to the third stage because Orochimaru might be among ordinary people. If Sasuke Uchiha does not come in 10 minutes, he will be expelled. The examiner announced. Naruto felt that Sasuke would come. Kurama, are you sleeping? Naruto asked in his thoughts. No, but I'm busy right now. Kurama answered. And with what? I'm trying to establish contact with Shukaku. Naruto didn't bother him and thought about it. 9 minutes passed. Sasuke still hadn't arrived. Naruto had been lost in her thoughts the entire time and didn't notice the copy ninja who had appeared next to her. Naruto, did you win? Kakashi asked, reading his favorite book. Naruto jumped from the sudden appearance of the shinobi. Kakashi laughed at this. What's wrong? Hatake asked. I was just thinking and didn't notice you, but I won, Naruto answered and smiled. Kakashi patted her on the head, which made Naruto pout. Well done. Where were you and Sasuke? Naruto asked and turned his gaze to Sasuke, who was standing in the arena against Gaara. We were training. Well, or ran around the shops, Naruto smirked. Sasuke was dressed in black, where one half of this clothing had many small belts decorating the left arm, and similar bandages around both legs. So the fight begins, the examiner announced. Gaara immediately began to gather sand around him, and Sasuke activated the Sharingan. Fighting Gaara with taijutsu or using elemental techniques like Kaden makes no sense because there is sand that will protect him from all threats. Sasuke began to gather chakra in his hand. A blue ball was formed from which lightning discharges emanated. Did you teach him Chidori? Naruto asked, receiving a nod from Kakashi. Sasuke rushes at Gaara with Chidori and breaks through his defense. Gaara's face is full of shock. Sasuke was the second one to break through his defense. Naruto felt the sweet smell of flowers and suddenly wanted to sleep. Naruto looked at the people and saw how they fell asleep, immediately got rid of sleep with one technique and saw the sound and Suna shinobi who rushed to Konoha. Turning her gaze to the arena where Sasuke stood nearby, and Gaara held his head, he was picked up by his brother and sister and they ran away with him. Naruto quickly jumped off the stands and ran towards them. Uchiha suddenly jumped up and ran after her. Naruto and Sasuke caught up with them quickly with the help of Naruto's father's technique. Kankuro stayed behind to hold off Sasuke, and then Tamari and Gaara continued on their way. Naruto easily pushed Tamari away from Gaara and sat down with him on a nearby branch. Gaara, don't let Shukaku get hold of you, Naruto told Gaara. Shut up, Gaara shouted at her, although no, it was no longer Gaara but Shukaku. One half of the body resembled the body of Shukaku himself. He jumped to the left and folded the seals with which a person would sleep. Gaara fell asleep. Shukaku completely turned into a one-tailed, a huge light raccoon, with one tail, black eyes and purple patterns on the body. Naruto, who is this? Asked Sasuke, who looked at Naruto's face, then with fear in his eyes at the unknown creature. This is the one-tailed demon Shukaku. Gaara must be awakened by any means necessary, there is no time to waste. Naruto answered. Commentary on Chapter 17. In general, something like this. Thank you very much for such activity. Chapter 18. Naruto, who is this? Asked Sasuke, who looked from Naruto's face, which was filled with fear, to the unknown creature. This is the one-tailed demon Shukaku. Gaara must be awakened by any means necessary, there is no time to waste. Naruto answered. She used the summoning technique, instead of Gamabunta, a young and small yellow toad the size of Kiba's dog was summoned. The toad had orange markings on its eyes, mouth and stomach. It was dressed in a blue jacket. What? Where is Gamabunta? Naruto asked persistently. Daddy can't now, answered the yellow toad. Are you Gamabunta's son? Yes, my name is Gamatatsu. Please call your father, he is really needed now, Uzumaki asked him. Okay, now, Gamatatsu said and disappeared in a puff of smoke. A couple of minutes later, Gamabunta appeared. Sasuke was surprised by the toad's size. Naruto Uzumaki, why did you summon me? Asked Gamabunta, then looked at the raging Shukaku. Now I understand why. What do you want from me? Can you hold him back? Naruto asked. Yes, but not for long, Gamabunta said and entered into battle with Shukaku. Naruto began to be covered in the Nine Tails cloak. Kurama, I'll rip all your tails out. Shukaku shouted towards Naruto. Kurama took over Uzumaki's body. I'll rip your tail off, bastard. Naruto shouted at Shukaku. Although no, Kurama shouted at Shukaku. The voice became different, more like a man's than the voice of a 13-year-old girl. Kurama gave control of his body back to Naruto and she ran at Shukaku. The demon did not give her the opportunity to get closer to his Jinchuriki. Naruto jumped on Gamabunta's head. Try to imagine something big and dangerous instead of a toad, Kurama suggested. Naruto imagined a huge and dangerous animal, and Kurama appeared instead of a toad. What? Was the only thing Shukaku said when he saw his brother. Kurama bared his teeth and hit the raccoon in the face with his shaggy paw. Uzumaki jumped off Kurama's furry head and found herself next to Gaara. Sorry, Uzumaki said and hit Gaara in the face with all her strength, which woke him up. After that Shukaku again wanted to put Gaara to sleep, but the fox hit him again. Naruto sealed Shukaku back into Gaara. Kurama disappeared just like Gamabunta. Gaara and Naruto were at a height and were flying down. Naruto was able to land successfully and Gaara, somehow, was also able to land normally. Both were barely able to stand on their feet after the battle. Naruto, touch Gaara. Naruto obeyed Kurama and touched him with her hand. Uzumaki found herself in the subconscious of Gaara and Naruto. The tailed beasts were sitting in their cages and grinning angrily at each other. What have you done here? Asked Kurama. I'm fine, and what about you? You were defending some brat, Shukaku answered angrily. What difference does it make to you? One-tailed, Kurama answered and both started shouting at each other. Stop yelling both of you, you're already giving me a headache. Naruto shouted. Gaara chose to stand aside and remain silent. Uzumaki noticed this and pulled Gaara closer to Shukaku's cage. Try to make friends, Naruto said, looking from Gaara to Shukaku. Why should I be friends with him? Shukaku asked. Because you're lonely, even though you're a tailed beast, you also have feelings. If you become friends with him, you won't be lonely, Naruto answered him. No, the demon answered. Shukaku, listen Naruto, it's time for us to go, Kurama said. Gaara continued to look at Shukaku, and he at him. Naruto opened her eyes and found herself in her world. Gaara almost fell to the ground crookedly. Temari and Kankuro ran up to him. Please be friends with Gaara, Naruto said. Why are you protecting this monster? Kankuro asked. He's not a monster, it's not Gaara's fault that the one-tailed one was sealed in him, Naruto replied. Kankuro chuckled and disappeared along with Temari. Naruto almost fell to the ground, but Sasuke caught her. Idiot, Sasuke said in a more gentle voice and, hugging Naruto to himself, ran to Konoha. A couple of days passed. Konoha was heavily damaged, but they quickly began to restore it. As it turned out, Hiruzen died in the battle of the third Hokage and Orochimaru, but the snake also lost his hands. There were also many victims, both shinobi and civilians, hundreds of wounded. Uzumaki quickly came to her senses after the battle with Shukaku. Uchiha often went to Naruto, and thought about the situation about Orochimaru and the cursed seal. He blamed himself for being such a weakling who could not do anything in that battle. Orochimaru's words firmly stuck in his head. You will come for strength, Sasuke-kun, but for this you will have to leave the village, family and Naruto and for him the choice that he will make, thinking about everything. Naruto woke up on the second day after the destruction of Konoha. Sasuke entered the room and threw himself on her neck. Naruto sat in a stupor when Sasuke pulled away. A small blush appeared on his cheeks. Naruto smiled. Uchiha said what happened to Konoha. Today was the funeral of the third Hokage. Everyone was in mourning. Also, today they buried not only Hiruzen, but also others after the attack of the village of Sand and the village of Sound. The weather was terrible. It was raining heavily. There were dark clouds in the sky. Everyone was in black. Naruto barely held back her tears. Hiruzen was her guardian and often played with her when he had the opportunity. Konohamaru did not hold back his tears and cried the most. Also, along with the funeral, a council of elders was held regarding the new Hokage. At first, everyone decided that it should be Jiraiya, who had recently returned to the village, but he refused. The next candidate was Tsunade Senju, one of the legendary Sannin, along with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, the best medic in the world and the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Jiraiya-sama, you must find Tsunade Senju and bring her to Konoha, take someone from the ANBU with you, said the elders. Jiraiya nodded and went towards the Uzumaki house. Naruto was sitting in the kitchen of her house, drinking tea. So much has happened in the last few days, Naruto said out loud to her lodger. That's true, most likely all ANBU will be sent on missions. Your Uchiha will grieve when you go back to ANBU, Kurama grinned. Uzumaki even choked on her tea. He's not mine, said an angry Naruto. Kurama just smirked again, but I'll still miss them, said Uzumaki and started drinking tea again. Not even 5 minutes had passed when someone started knocking on the door. Uzumaki came up and opened it. An old pervert was standing on the threshold. Old pervert, Naruto said and went into the arms of her godfather. Jiraiya only sighed heavily at his nickname, which his goddaughter came up with for him. Will you have some tea? Naruto asked. No, thank you, I won't be long. What then? I need to find Tsunade Senju and you will come with me. For what? She was chosen as the 5th Hokage, and you are coming with me because this is your mission in ANBU, Jiraiya smiled. Okay, when are we leaving? Tomorrow, around 12, Naruto nodded, and Jiraiya disappeared again. Uzumaki went to the kitchen, finish her tea and think where to look for Tsunade. Commentary on Chapter 18. Congratulations on the past May 9th Heart Soup Party Popper, thanks to Beta who edited it. Chapter 19. The 4th Hokage's daughter stood in her ANBU uniform and waited for Ero-sensei, who, as he claimed, was looking for material for his books, or, as Naruto herself thought, he was just spying on girls. Some buildings in Konoha were rebuilt if they had suffered little damage, and buildings that had been more battered by life were torn down and are now being rebuilt. There were also plenty of tasks for shinobi, like clearing out some area of garbage or something else. The Toad Hermit finally came and they set off on their journey to find Tsunade Senju, who was to become the 5th Hokage. Old pervert, what does she look like? Naruto asked Jiraiya. Well, he thought, she is my age, but looks about 20 or 25, Tsunade looks like that thanks to some technique. She is blonde, there is a purple diamond on her forehead and that's all, Jiraiya answered. Where can I look for her? I don't know, Jiraiya replied and shrugged. Naruto paused, so we're going somewhere and we don't even know where she is. Jiraiya nodded, has no one seen her? Naruto asked, already continuing on her way. We have seen her many times, she loves to gamble and spends all the money she has on games and constantly loses, she often does not pay back her debt, so she always changes her location, for this she was given the nickname, Legendary Loser, Jiraiya told his goddaughter and they continued on their way. Naruto and Jiraiya reached a small village in 2.5 days. The village was small, but beautiful. Small shops, houses no more than 2 stories high. All the roads were covered in stones and, most importantly for the pervert who says he writes Ika Ika, there were hot springs. The old pervert paid for the hotel room and disappeared. Uzumaki rolled her eyes and walked into the room, which had a couple of beds, 2 wooden nightstands with lamps, a large window that took up almost the entire wall with red curtains, a mini bar, and a door to the bathroom. Uzumaki took off her mask, fell onto the bed and began to simply stare at the ceiling, not thinking about anything. She did not turn on the light, although it was dark. Uzumaki went to the window, crossed her arms over her chest and began to look at the village. Stars began to appear in the night sky, one after another, of different sizes. Some were large, and some were small and barely noticeable. The brightest stars attracted more attention, and the dimmer ones were almost unnoticeable. A crescent moon soon appeared in the sky, which illuminated everything that was near it. Lanterns began to light in the village. They had a dim light, but at the same time pleasant and not annoying the eyes. Civilians with their families, with their significant others or alone walked along the streets. The bloody fox turned her gaze to the clock, where it seemed to be 10 to midnight. Naruto took her things and headed to the shower. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Naruto was sleeping peacefully in bed. Her hair was scattered all over the bed, the blanket was nowhere to be found. Uzumaki was sleeping peacefully and even smiling in her sleep, but then she started to shake her head. Uzumaki had a wonderful dream. She was getting married. It was the happiest day of her life. She was getting married with someone she had spent a lot of time with. He was just perfect and nice. Naruto was standing under the altar with her beloved and was happy to marry him. Naruto Uzumaki, are you ready to marry Ramen? Asked the priest who was the one-tailed. Yes, Naruto replied, looking at the large portion of ramen that smelled absolutely delicious and she wanted to eat it right now. The whole beautiful wedding ceremony was ruined by a guy with a duck butt hairdo. I am against this marriage. Uchiha shouted and grabbed Naruto's lips. Everyone who was at the ceremony gasped. Ramen started crying broth and went to Sakura, who ate him. Uzumaki had just seen her ex-husband eaten. Naruto woke up from such a strange dream. Why did I dream about Sasuke? What is he doing in my dreams? He should be going to Sakura, Naruto said to his own schizophrenia. Jiraiya still hasn't come, even though it's already 3 in the morning. Kurama had long suspected that Sasuke wanted to take Naruto for himself. Well, wouldn't he follow her for almost a year? The tailed one only laughed at Naruto's questions. She realized that there would be no answer, took the blanket that was lying on the floor, turned over to the other side and went to the kingdom of Morpheus. Naruto's awakening didn't go very well. Kurama tried to wake her up by saying that an attack had begun, but it didn't work on the Jinchuriki and she continued to sleep. Jiraiya tried to wake her up by throwing her off the bed and that helped. Get up. Tsunade was seen in the neighboring village, so we need to get ready quickly, Jiraiya said. Uzumaki woke up and started getting ready. 5 hours later, Anbushnika and the Sannin came to the neighboring village where Senju was and went to look for her. Jiraiya found her in some bar where Tsunade drank a lot. Next to her sat a young slender girl. She has light skin, short, dark brown straight hair to shoulder level with bangs, and black eyes. She is dressed in a dark blue kimono with white edges and a pink belt. Under it she wears a mesh tank top, and on her feet black open shoes. She was Tsunade's companion, her name was Shizune. What people, why did you come? Asked a drunk Tsunade, who was drinking a bottle of sake, to Jiraiya. He crossed his arms over his chest. Naruto stood and said nothing. Long time no see, Tsunade, you should go back to Konoha, the Toad Sannin answered her. For what? The elders have chosen you as the 5th Hokage. Tsunade even choked on her alcohol. No, Tsunade narrowed her eyes and continued drinking alcohol, then turned her gaze to Naruto, who was standing next to Jiraiya. Did they take such small ones into ANBU now? Tsunade asked with a grin and pointed at Uzumaki, such as you will immediately die on one of the missions. She would have died, and what business would it be of yours? Naruto asked Tsunade in a cold tone, goosebumps running through her body. You have character, let's go outside. Tsunade said, her cheeks blushing from the alcoholic drinks. Let's go, Uzumaki replied. A smirk appeared on the Sannin's face and they left the bar. Jiraiya and Shizune sighed and followed them. Senju and Uzumaki stood opposite each other, preparing to fight. Tsunade punched the ground, cracks appeared on it and small pieces rose up, and thus the fight between Senju and Uzumaki began. Half an hour later, the Toad Hermit caught Tsunade and Uzumaki Shizune. Naruto sealed them in a scroll that does not harm human life. Who would have thought that your plan could work? Uzumaki said and moved them using her father's technique. 10 hours ago. Sannin and Anbushnika were heading to the neighboring village where Tsunade Senju was supposed to be. Most likely, she won't want to go to the village, so we'll drag her by force. Jiraiya began the dialogue. And how do I do that? Naruto asked. Jiraiya smirked and pulled out a small glass bottle of sleeping pills from his pocket. This is a strong sleeping pill. If she is drunk, she will not even notice how she drinks it and so we will deliver her to Konoha, and then she will become Hokage. Jiraiya shared his wonderful plan. Uzumaki did not say anything, and Kurama began to laugh loudly in the subconscious of the Jinchuriki. An hour later, the old pervert and Uzumaki were already in Konoha. The 4th's daughter unsealed the body of the future Hokage and her student. The Toad Sage paid for the room, moved the sleeping bodies there, forcing Naruto to sit here and wait for them to wake up, and he went after the elders. Tsunade was the first to wake up 3 hours after being put to sleep. When she found out what had happened, she started screaming, cursing, wanted to break something, but didn't. Whose plan was this? Tsunade asked, crossing her arms over her chest. The old pervert, Uzumaki answered her. Jiraiya, what's your name? Tsunade asked and looked with displeasure at the ANBU girl who was in league with the Toad Sannin. Uzumaki Naruto, she answered. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and looked at her. Could it be that the 4th's daughter? Tsunade asked in her head. Ba-chan, can you teach me medical techniques? With Naruto asked Tsunade. I'm not your grandmother. She looked at Naruto angrily. You still won't leave me alone until you get what you want, right? Naruto shook her head. Okay, I'll teach you, Tsunade said and smiled. Thank you, Naruto replied. Jiraiya entered the room and Senju beat him up, but then immediately healed him. The Sanins and Shizune went to the elders, and Naruto went home, because tomorrow she had to give a report on the mission. For a week now, the 5th Hokage, Tsunade Senju has been leading the village, reports, papers, instructions and a lot of different paperwork. For sealing Shukaku, Naruto was given the rank of Jonin, so if she decides to leave the ANBU, she will be a Jonin. She also began to study with Tsunade. Not everything worked out the first time, but Uzumaki tried again and again until it was perfect. When everything got back to normal in Konoha, the genin started doing tasks like, find the Fire Lord's wife's cat, weed the garden, take out the trash, and many other boring tasks. Team number 7 stood at the Hokage's residence and waited for Kakashi and Naruto, who were wandering around God knows where. Sakura was pestering Sasuke, and he was a brick face and everything was great. A couple of minutes later, Kakashi came in, reading a new book by Jiraiya. Anyway, team, from today Naruto Uzumaki is not part of the team, she was promoted to Junin and in her place there is a new team member, said Kakashi. Why did they promote her? First Genin, then Chunin, and then Jonin? Sakura asked and started saying that it wasn't fair and stuff like that. Kakashi just rolled his eyes. This information is not for disclosure. Now let's go, Kakashi said. Kakashi's pav. I'm very happy for her. She was able to become a Junin and be in the ANBU. I will miss her on the team, but I knew very well that she would leave, and from Sasuke's face, it seems like he is not very happy. End of Kakashi's pav. Pav Sakura. Why, it's not fair, is she special? Even though she saved us, Sasuke-kun still pays attention to her. If she's not here, then Sasuke-kun will pay attention to me. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke-kun. End of Sakura's pav. Sasuke's pav. Naruto won't be on the team. She's already a Junin. While I'm here doing very boring missions, she was able to seal Gaara's demon. She's strong. I have to become strong. There's only one thing left. Go to Orochimaru to become strong. I have to and that's it. Orochimaru said he'll give me strength, so let him. Commentary on Chapter 19. Now the chapters will be published less frequently, because the assessments in all subjects are starting. Thank you for reading. Don't get sick. Smile. Beta. Bekino. Chapter 20. Every ANBU has a spiral tattoo. It denotes their organization affiliation. It is located on the left shoulder. Sasuke's pav. I often noticed some kind of scribble on Naruto's shoulder. Okay, not often, only once during the mission in the Land of Waves. Then the tattoo was on the shoulder and when I asked, she immediately put on a hoodie and waved it off, just a scribble. As soon as I came from the mission, I asked brother what this tattoo meant, because he has the exact same one, but for some reason he did not tell me and simply ignored the question. What are they hiding? Also, Naru left the team. Wait. How long have I been calling her Naru? Okay, I'll figure that out. If she left the team, then I won't see her on missions and I probably won't see her at all. Oh Kami-sama, for what? She was promoted to Jonin, most likely because of sealing the demon, Shikaku. Shukaka. Something like that. The next Chunin exam will be. I don't know when it will be, but I have to become strong so I don't stand there like a pillar during the battle. Orochimaru can give me strength. I'll have to leave the village. Maybe they'll declare me a missing nin, but I need strength in Naru. Why is it so difficult? I just have to decide and that's it. Is Naruto my sister, my best friend and that's it, or not? I have to weigh all the pros and cons and then decide. End of Sasuke's pav. Uchiha sat under the blanket and decided to go to Orochimaru or stay in Konoha. The sun had already begun to rise outside, but very slowly. Taking a deep breath, he decided that he would go to Orochimaru for strength. This decision was difficult, because all the people dear to him lived here. There was no point in leaving the village during the day, so he decided to leave around midnight, when the quarter would be asleep. He would leave through the western gate, since it was the least guarded. Uchiha walked the streets of Konoha for the last time before leaving, possibly forever. Passing the academy, Ramenaya, the bridge where he and his team stood and waited for their always late teacher, the training ground where their first training for teamwork took place and many memories associated with friends. Night had fallen, the full moon had risen, lighting up the sky. All of Konoha was asleep, lights were turned off almost everywhere. Uchiha left his quarter and headed towards the western gate with a backpack on his shoulders. As he passed the park that led to the western entrance, he met Sakura, who was his biggest fan and often irritated him with her behavior. Why are you wandering around here at night? Sasuke asked and looked at Sakura, who was standing in front of him. Because in order to leave the village, you have to go this way, Haruno answered him and turned her gaze to the ground, not wanting to look into the eyes of her lover. Go home and sleep, Uchiha said and walked on, walking around Sakura. A tear ran down her cheek. Why? She asked, turning to him, and began to look at the back of Sasuke, who was leaving. Why don't you tell me anything? Why are you always silent? Why don't you tell me anything? Haruno's questions poured in. Why should I tell you anything? Sasuke asked, continuing to walk. Haruno's eyes began to shed even more tears. It's none of your business. Stop worrying about what I do, the Uchiha added. You always hated me, huh? Remember that day when we became genin, when we were united into a team of 3? That day, you and I were here alone, you got mad at me, remember? She didn't have parents, said Sakura, who had long hair. She's so happy being all alone, her parents will never interfere in her personal life, Haruno said to Sasuke's back. Loneliness. What? Being without parents is so sad that you want to scream. It's all so unexpected. You are annoying. Sasuke turned his head and looked at her with disdain. Sakura's face was shocked by his words. The Uchiha went towards the residence. I don't remember, Uchiha said, although he remembered that conversation very well. There was a sad smile on Haruno's face, and then it changed to sadness. Bowing her head, her tears fell to the ground. It's not surprising. After all, it was a long time ago. But that day when it all began. You and me, and also Naruto and Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke remembered their first serious mission. We completed many missions together. They were difficult, and required a lot of effort, but still. It was fun. Sakura still had a sad smile on her face and she was barely holding back her tears. If you leave now, I'll be lonely. Sakura could no longer hold back her tears. New paths are opening up for all of us. Sakura took a step forward. I love you so much. If you stay with me, I assure you, you will not regret it. Every day will be joyful. We will definitely be happy. I will do everything for you. So, please, stay. Please, stay with me. If you can't stay, take me with you, Sakura already said in a barely audible voice and more tears were running down her cheeks. Sasuke turned to her. You're really annoying, Sasuke said in a cold tone and moved from his place. Don't go, Sakura shouted after him and ran after him. If you do that, I'll scream, Sakura said. Sasuke blurred in front of her and appeared behind her, hitting her in the head. The pink-haired girl fell to the ground with tears in her eyes. Sasuke put her on the bench that was nearby and walked on. Uzumaki walked towards the western gates of Konoha, grumbling under her breath. And I told you that you should have gone earlier. In the end, you go to an unknown place. That's why all Uzumaki are so stubborn, Kurama growled in his subconscious. Actually, I know where I'm going, Naruto answered in her subconscious to her flea-bitten friend. Uzumaki approached the western gate. In the distance she noticed a silhouette and familiar chakra. It belonged to Uchiha. So calm and cold. What are you doing here? Uchiha asked Uzumaki. Kami-sama, why did I meet Naru? Uchiha thought to himself. I'm coming from training, Naruto answered, crossing her arms over her chest and looking at her backpack. Are you going to Orochimaru? Naruto asked and raised one eyebrow. Yes, I need strength, Sasuke answered her and began to walk away. You'll talk about how I shouldn't leave because. He began to say, but was interrupted. You can go. I will miss you. Maybe I will cry at your grave, Naruto said in a cold tone. Shock and understanding appeared on the Uchiha's face. He will kill you, and take your body for himself, Naruto finished. If you need strength, then ask a shinobi from Konoha to train you. There are many strong ninja in the village, Naruto added. She went up to Sasuke and patted him on the shoulder. In that case, good luck, Naruto said in a sad voice. Sasuke noticed how a single tear rolled down her cheek. To die, not to see my father, mother, Ni-san, Naruto. With this situation, I don't want to go to Orochimaru. Maybe she's right. There are strong shinobi in Konoha like Kakashi, Sasuke thought to himself. He turned his head and saw a silhouette walking towards the western gate. And why are you worried about Uchiha? There would be one less. Just don't tell me, Kurama began to say. No, he is my best friend, a real one, a brother, maybe, Naruto answered in his subconscious. Sasuke was her best friend. She felt calm next to him. She had not experienced these feelings before. Yes, there were Itachi, Shisui and Kakashi, but with them she felt somehow different. Another tear fell from Uzumaki's cheek. She raised her eyes to the sky so that there would be no more tears, immersed in not the most rosy thoughts. She did not notice what was happening around. She was brought out of her reverie by a man who grabbed her hand. Turning her head, she saw Sasuke. Fear was visible in his eyes. He pressed her to himself and hugged her tightly. Please, don't tell anyone that I wanted to leave. Please, Uchiha said more quietly. Uzumaki hugged him back and exhaled with relief. Okay, I promise. Naruto, are we not going to talk anymore? Sasuke asked and began to sort through his blonde hair, which since the second stage had grown to his waist. What made you decide? Naruto asked. You are a Junin after all, Sasuke replied. We'll talk, don't worry, and now let's go, we need to go to Konoha. Naruto pulled away. She took him by the wrist and dragged him to Konoha, stretching her lips into her signature smile. They reached the gates of Konoha. There was no one on the street and there was no sense of chakra. So there was a chance that they were not being followed. They reached the bench where Sakura was lying with tears in her eyes. Uchiha said that it was because of him that she was lying like that. For this he received a slap on the back of the head. You should do that more often, the fox growled. Naruto used medical equipment and Sakura began to gradually open her eyes. Naruto. Sasuke-kun. Sakura started babbling about him leaving. Both of them rolled their eyes, then Sakura turned her gaze to the Uchiha, who was scratching his bruised spot. Sakura, don't tell anyone about this. Listen, don't tell anyone. Naruto said and walked over to Sasuke. He didn't rush to apologize, but Uzumaki hit him in the stomach with her elbow. Uchiha winced in pain and muttered something like an apology. Sakura was all sewed and hearts appeared instead of her eyes. Love works wonders. Of course I forgive you. Sakura shouted and beamed even brighter. It was approaching 2 o'clock in the morning. Everyone was already getting sleepy, except Naruto, and they went their separate ways. Uchiha quietly entered the clan, and then his room. Surprisingly, he was not noticed. He came to the bedroom and lay down on the bed. Naruto was so close that he could smell her hair. So pleasant, it was even difficult to say what it smelled like. Uzumaki crawled into the blanket and her head was on the pillow. In 6 months she should finish her training with Tsunade, and then go on a journey with Jiraiya. He said for 2 years or a year and a half, he doesn't know exactly. Haruno lay and looked at the ceiling, smiling like a mentally retarded person. Sasuke apologized to her twice. For her it was an achievement, but she still felt bad remembering that he didn't tell her, but he didn't leave the village, and he also apologized to her. Now she would have the opportunity to get Sasuke-kun and she fell asleep. Commentary on Chapter 20. 1. It turned out that all ANBU had the tattoo, and not just Kakashi, as I thought. 2. This chapter was written last night. 3. The dialogue between Sasuke and Sakura was taken from the anime. Beta. Bekino. Chapter 21. The last 6 months had been eventful. Uzumaki had finished her training with Tsunade Senju a week ago. Naruto now had a purple diamond or a seal of the power of 100 on his forehead, which was barely visible because of his bangs. Jiraiya said that Naruto had to master Sage Mode on Mount Myoboku and reverse summoning in 2 years. In fact, Naruto had a hard time using medical techniques at first, because of the Kyuubi's chakra, which was poisonous. Uzumaki learned to purify it. It took a long time, but the result was worth it. Naruto was leaving the village. The former team and many others came to see her off and wished her luck with her journey. During the 2 years of Naruto's absence from the village, her friends will become stronger and she will not lag behind. Uzumaki smiled at her thoughts and together with Jiraiya they leave Konoha, but she will definitely return to the village. Commentary on Chapter 21. Please excuse me for such a short chapter. Now I'm thinking what to do with the FF. I mean, the first part has ended, if I can say so, and I'm deciding whether to continue or the writer will write a separate part 2. Please write your opinion on this matter. P.S. Thank you so much for the 100 plus likes heart and thanks to Beta for editing. Beta. I am pleased by your gratitude, author. Part edited. Chapter 22. Naruto and one of the legendary Sannin had been wandering around the land of fire for a month now. Uzumaki was training in taijutsu. Jiraiya hadn't shown any cool techniques yet. You know what a reverse summoning is, right? Jiraiya asked his godmother who was walking next to him. Ero-sensei decided to first master the reverse summoning, which differs in that the summoner goes to the world of some animal that is closer to the summoner. Yes, but I don't know the seals, Uzumaki answered him. Sannin showed the seals. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. The girl repeated after him and disappeared into smoke. Naruto found herself in a forest. Tall trees, soft and green grass on which flowers grew. Naruto admired the nature of this forest and did not notice how a fox with white fur, the size of an adult dog, approached her. The end of his tail was burgundy, and on the forehead of the beast there were small red triangles, the eyes were pale green. Who are you and what are you doing in the forest? Asked the fox and began to glare at him. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I used reverse summoning and ended up in this forest, and what is your name? Naruto asked. Morik, the fox replied, continuing to study Naruto with his eyes. Nice to meet you. I would like to sign a contract with you, may I? Naruto asked. They haven't signed a contract with us for a long time. Let's go, I'll show you to the elders, answered the fox and walked along the forest path from where he came out. Naruto followed him. A few minutes later they came to the temple. It was big and beautiful. Next to the building there was a stone statue of a big fox with 9 tails. As it turned out the most important fox was Kurama because of his strength. Moriko and Jinchuriki entered the temple. On the sides on soft pillows lay about 10 small foxes, who were peacefully snoring. In the middle of the hall was a large gray fox. It was the size of an adult man. Despite the fact that he was in a sitting position, had black eyes, he noticed the man and narrowed his eyes. Morik, who did you bring? Asked the main fox. This is Naruto Uzumaki. She wants to sign a contract with us, Moriko answered him. The fox thought and gave an answer after 10 minutes. Okay, good. Your training will begin tomorrow. It will last a year and a half. Time passes differently here, so in this world 6 months will pass. My name is Akio. Moriko, take her to the house, said the fox. Moriko bowed and left. Okay, thank you, Akio-san, Uzumaki replied and went after the fox. After Uzumaki and Moriko left, the foxes raised their heads from their pillows and looked at the leader. This girl has 2 chakras, one is her own, and the other is similar to Kurama-sama's chakra, began the fox with bright red fur and purple eyes. You're right, Jun, Akio said. After talking some more and discussing the girl, the foxes continued to sleep on their soft pillows. The fox and the fourth's daughter approached a small wooden house. This is where you will live. Training starts tomorrow at 7 o'clock in the morning. Be in the clearing, said the fox. Okay, thank you, goodbye, Naruto answered and went into the house, and the fox back. Uzumaki entered the house. The living room and kitchen were combined into one large room. There was a white carpet on the floor. Next to it was a red sofa, a small wooden table, a huge window almost the entire wall. The view was of a clearing with beautiful flowers of different shades, red, orange, yellow, blue and many others. A rainbow appeared in the blue sky. In the kitchen there was a table and several chairs, a white refrigerator, where there was a lot of different food. Wall cabinets, where there were plates, cups, glasses, bowls. A stove and oven, an iron sink and other kitchen appliances. Naruto went further, into the bedroom. There was a made single bed. Next to it was a nightstand with an alarm clock. Uzumaki sat on the bed and set the alarm for 6 o'clock in the morning. The bed was soft and comfortable. There was a closet next to the entrance to the room. Uzumaki walked up to it and opened the wooden door. It creaked. There was only one thing there, a blue combat kimono. Why is there a statue of you near the temple? Naruto asked his red-haired friend. I'm their god, that's it, I'm going to bed, Kurama answered and apparently went to bed. How does he manage to sleep so much? Naruto asked, but there was no answer. Uzumaki got out of bed and went to the bathroom. It was shared with the toilet, medium-sized and bright. Above the white sink there was a mirror, in which there was a first aid kit, bandages, ointments, brilliant green, iodine, pills and much more, a shower stall, a gray robe hung on a hanger. Uzumaki pulled off her clothes and climbed under the streams of hot water. The alarm rang exactly at 6 o'clock. Uzumaki threw willpower, or through a furry flea-bitten friend. Naruto did all her morning chores and at 7 o'clock went out to the clearing behind the house. Moriko was already sitting there. Good morning, let's start training, said the fox. Good morning, good. To start with, 1,000 circles, the same number of push-ups and squats. Moriko announced the training plan for today. Naruto sighed and began training. Closer to night, Uzumaki finished her training. She was very tired and wanted only one thing, to lie down in bed. That's it for today, good night, Moriko said and left wagging his tail. Thanks for the training, good night, Naruto answered and laughed home. The fox's training was difficult and exhausting, but it was fruitful, despite the fact that after training, there was only enough strength to take a shower and go to bed. Kurama in this forest was able to get out of Naruto's body at a small size with the help of chakra. When the Strachans recognized their god in the little fox, there was shock and then worship and all that stuff. Uzumaki was able to master the Kitsune mode. In this mode she can move quickly without using chakra. Her hearing and vision improved several thousand times. Orange fox ears appeared on her head. There was black fur on her tassels, and she can also turn into an ordinary red fox only with a huge supply of chakra. Today was Naruto's last training in the fox forest. Half a year has passed and now she is leaving the forest and will go on a journey with the old pervert again. Naruto said goodbye to everyone and left the forest. Naruto found herself in the forest where there was a reverse summoning. Jiraiya came out of the trees. Uzumaki rushed at him with hugs. He also hugged her back. Chapter 23. 2 years flew by unnoticed and a lot happened. Someone trained until half dead, someone learned something new, and someone recently became a shinobi and has a long way to go. You fell in love with Uchiha, congratulations. These are the words Kurama said to Naruto during the hike, when Uzumaki again remembered the red-eyed one. No, he's just a friend, especially since Sakura loves him, and I love no one, Naruto answered him, trying with all her might to convince the fox that she had not fallen in love. You remember him more than anyone else in the last few weeks. Naruto felt the blood rush to her cheeks. Uzumaki really felt some unfamiliar feeling towards Sasuke. During this time with Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox Kurama became much stronger than 2 years ago, visited Mount Myoboku, mastered the Sannin mode or hermit mode, found people from the Uzumaki clan in Namikaze. Together with Jiraiya she learned some information about Akatsuki, a criminal organization, and now, having come a long way, returns back to Konoha. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Sakura Haruno, Naruto Uzumaki's former teammate from Team 7, was also getting stronger. Her sphere was not designed for combat. Half a year after Naruto left the village, Tsunade Senju took her as a student. Sakura has very good chakra control, which helped her in medicine. In addition, Senju taught the kunoichi to accumulate chakra in her hands and release it during combat, thereby creating large cracks in the place where they hit. Sakura did not forget about her dream, to make Sasuke Uchiha fall in love with her, to marry him and bear him children, but with training this went into the background, but still she left her number one goal, and how could she forget about her admirer, who loves her with all his heart, probably even sell his soul to the devil for her reciprocity, Rock Lee. Over these 2 years he also trained a lot and became a master of taijutsu, trying to attract at least some attention to himself, constantly gave flowers. Confessed his love, tried to challenge her idol to a fight and prove that he was stronger than him, but Uchiha always refused. Lee's ardor to achieve Sakura did not disappear anywhere, but on the contrary gave strength to become stronger and come up with new tricks to get Sakura's heart. Haruno was always annoyed by such declarations of love. Lee was a good guy, kind, brave, strong, he always goes to the end, but her heart always belonged to Sasuke-kun. A frequent question in Sakura's head was, what did I find in Sasuke-kun? She herself did not understand it. Everyone loved him and, in order not to stand out from the crowd, she loved him too. The girl immediately got rid of such thoughts, convincing herself that she herself fell in love and listed all the charms of Sasuke. Most often, it was a description of his appearance and strength and not a word about his character. For her he was always cold, with an indifferent look, and she did not even know what he was like with his parents. She fell in love only because of his appearance, doubting her feelings. Is he the one she needs? Maybe not. Uchiha can make her happy. For real. Haruno always tried to forget such thoughts and not remember for several weeks or a month. Sasuke Uchiha is Itachi's younger brother and the son of the clan's head. Naruto left the village with Jiraiya and he began to train himself to death. He became stronger, was able to master the Sharingan with 3 tomo. He was taught by Kakashi Hatake, his mentor. He is a strong Junin, the man used to serve in the ANBU and is a genius. He had many techniques in his arsenal. Uchiha was accepted into ANBU and given the rank of Jonin, but why does he need any ranks? If there is no blonde miracle nearby. Sasuke realized long ago that Naruto Uzumaki is more than his best friend. At first he didn't notice it. 2 months passed, and Uchiha already realized that he missed her madly, although it was only a little while. Still remembering how he unsuccessfully kissed, for him it was the best day in his life, although at first he thought that his first kiss was stolen by someone unknown. To some extent, he is even grateful to the one who pushed them. Sasuke-kun's fan club has grown during this time, and of course the girls who followed him around, not giving him a meter of passage, have disappeared. The first were Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno, who tried to catch him after training and ask for dates, but he always avoided answering. Either a cold no, or he disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving the girls alone. The long-awaited day, returning to Konoha. The Toad Hermit Jiraiya and the Death Lightning the ANBU Kunoichi, Naruto Uzumaki were approaching Konoha. Today, she returns to the village after 2 years of travel. Uzumaki changed, her hair grew to her heels, she gathered it in a high ponytail at the back of her head or in a tight bun. The shape became more feminine, protruding parts of the body, the face became more rounded, the bangs also fell on the purple eye, the scars, the antennae did not go anywhere. Naruto wore a women's orange combat kimono with black inserts, a katana was attached to the side of the clothes, breeches and standard shinobi shoes. Naruto was walking to her house, Jiraiya had gone to the fifth, either to have a drink or to hand in a travel report. The house remained the same. The girl opened the door and was met by mountains of dust, from which she immediately began to cough. Uzumaki created clones and they went to clean up tons of dirt and dust, the real Naruto went to the store for groceries. The Kunoichi walked through the streets and noticed that the village hadn't changed much, the stone face of Tsunade Senju appeared on the Hokage mountain. Naruto didn't notice how the monster in tights flew at her. Naruto-chan, you're back. The power of youth helped you get back. Lee shouted. Hello, Lee. Yes, I'm back, Naruto answered him. Sorry, but I'm going. The power of youth will help me win Sakura-chan's heart. Lee shouted again and ran away as quickly as he appeared. Naruto didn't understand anything, shrugged her shoulders and went in the direction of the store. Lee ran to his love to confess his eternal love again and that he would protect him until the end of his days. Rock ran and noticed Sakura next to Ino. The girls were asking for a date with Sasuke. Lee ran up to them. Sakura-chan, be my girlfriend, Lee shouted again. Ino laughed, and Sakura was already hitting Rock on the head. No, I love Sasuke-kun. Sakura was already screaming. Having stopped hitting Lee, the guy was scratching the bruised place. Sasuke-kun, let's go to a cafe, Ino suggested. No, Ino is pork. Sasuke-kun will go to the cafe with me, right? Sakura asked Uchiha. Yamanaka and Haruno started asking who would go to the cafe with Sasuke. He was already ready to leave this madhouse. Did you know that Naruto-chan came back? Lee suddenly asked. Sakura and Ino, who were pulling each other's hair, turned their gaze to Lee, and Sasuke was already looking at the guy. Really? Where is she? Sakura asked. She and Naruto didn't get along very well, but they were still on the same team. I don't know, I met her on the street, Lee answered her. We'll have to say hello to her. Sasuke-kun, let's go. The girls turned to Sasuke, who had already disappeared without a trace. Sakura-chan, let's go on a date, Lee shouted. Sakura started hitting the guy on the head again. Uchiha came home after training. He was not given missions in ANBU. Sasuke was glad that Naruto returned from the trip, although he did not show any emotions. Recently, the older brother Itachi returned from a mission and told his little stupid brother that he was called to the Hokage. Uzumaki was also called to the Hokage, only she arrived earlier. Hello, Ba-chan, entered the Hokage's office. I asked you not to call me that, Tsunade exhaled. Okay, Ba-chan, what did you want? Naruto asked. Tsunade looked at her with an irritated look. Soon you will return to ANBU, you will work with Hawk, said Tsunade. Another person entered the office, and here is Hawk, said Senju. Naruto turned her head and saw Sasuke. They looked at each other with stunned eyes. Fifth grinned. In general, sort things out in the corridor, said Tsunade and escorted them into the corridor. Hi, long time no see, Naruto began the conversation looking into the eyes of Sasuke, who was taller than her. Hello, you just got back and you're already in ANBU? Uchiha asked, narrowing his eyes and looking at Naruto. I've been in ANBU for a long time now, Naruto answered him. How long ago? Uchiha continued with his questions. Is it that important to you? Yes. Okay, from 8, I'll go. No, why were you on a team with Genin? The mission was, anyway, see you, bye, Naruto said and left the residence. Sasuke clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, and also left the residence. Your relationship with Sasuke is like some kind of Indian TV series. Why? All sorts of unknown things are happening, you will have children soon. Kurama, flea-bitten red rug, Naruto answered him. Great news, Tsunade said, to be on a team with Sasuke, although Naruto is no stranger to being on a team with the Uchihas. It suggests that missions in ANBU will be more interesting. Commentary on Chapter 23. Well, I finally wrote. I couldn't write for 2 reasons. 1. Problems with the site. 2. A friend who dragged me out for a walk. Thanks Beta. Beta. Bekino. Chapter 24. Evening in the village of the Hidden Leaf, Konoha. The sun had already set behind the horizon, the sky was dark blue, life in the village was gradually fading and heading to the realms of Morpheus. Shinobi, as usual, were either leaving for a mission or returning from them. There were groups of shinobi in different bars and they were clearly celebrating the excellent completion of another mission. The academy graduating class consisting of Uchiha Sasuke, Choji Akamichi, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Ambram, Naruto Uzumaki, Ino Yanamaka, Sakura Haruno, Shikamaru Nara were also in the same bar and were celebrating Naruto's return from his journey and just meeting up with former classmates. Almost all of the guys in the class had the rank of Chunin, and only Naruto and Sasuke had the rank of Junin. A lot of time passed and it was unknown how much alcohol had been consumed, but almost everyone was already asleep. Someone on someone's shoulder, on someone's lap, and someone with their head on the table. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki were the only ones who were not asleep, but they were drunk, both had an alcoholic blush on their cheeks. Sakura was lying with her head on the table and it was difficult to tell if she was sleeping or not. Naruto was sitting at Sasuke's side, and at the other side was Sakura, who had been clinging to her lover for almost the entire day until her face fell on the wooden table. A few minutes later, Naruto also fell asleep on the Uchiha's lap. He himself also blushed, but not from alcohol, but from Naruto sleeping peacefully on his lap. Uchiha was still yesterday evening when he was told who he was put on the team with. He felt strange. When he saw Naruto his heartbeat increased, seeing how some random men were looking at her, he was overcome with jealousy. Of Naruto, he had never been jealous of anything, but Naruto gave him butterflies in his stomach. Sasuke thought about this for a long time. In some books about romance this feeling was described as love, a spark that runs between two people. The Uchiha clan differs from other clans not only by the clan jutsu Sharingan, but also by their love for their other half. They fall in love only once and that's it. They don't need anyone else except their ladles. They love very much and are very jealous. Even if a person of the opposite sex just looks at their love, they can start a fight. That same evening, Sasuke realized that he had found his soulmate. All that was left was to win Naruto's heart, so that it would be mutual and admit it, and then live happily. Naruto was peacefully snoring on Sasuke's lap. He himself was looking at the sweet face of his beloved. Uchiha carefully touched Uzumaki's hair. It was still as soft as during the Chunin exam in the Forest of Death. When she cut it, he involuntarily smiled and carefully began to stroke it. I still love you, Uchiha said in a barely audible voice, especially since who could hear him. If everyone is asleep. Naruto smiled in her sleep, then she heard what Sasuke told her or she was just having a good dream. A few minutes later, Sasuke fell asleep too. Sakura, who everyone thought had been asleep for a long time, but she was just lying on the table with her eyes closed and heard everything. That phrase from which her heart sank and she wanted to cry. Haruno was a medic and was able to dispel the effect of alcohol. A tear treacherously rolled down her cheek. Sakura stood up and headed towards the house. For the last time, throwing a look full of anger and hatred towards Naruto, she disappeared from the bar. Sakura came to her room and started crying into her pillow. She kept trying to attract Sasuke's attention, so that his gaze would linger on her for at least a few seconds. She tried to somehow start a dialogue with him, but he only answered coldly, no. The words from Sasuke's mouth were always cold and short, but with Naruto they were not cold, you could even say warm, and he talked about a lot with her and there were no usual cold and short words. These are the words of a drunk man. He couldn't have told her that, Sakura assured with these words and cried into her pillow again. The most honest man is a drunk man. Sakura thought a lot that night. She loved Sasuke with all her heart and was ready to do everything he asked. Haruno knew about love in the Uchiha clan and if Sasuke fell in love with Naruto then it was the end for Sakura. Sasuke loved Naruto and therefore would love her for the rest of his life. She decided for herself that she had to forget about her childhood and teenage love. She had to accept Sasuke as a friend and comrade. Sakura did not want to suffer from unrequited love any longer. Previously, unrequited love could become mutual at any moment, but not now. There is also Lee, the guy who swore to protect me always and everywhere, maybe give him a chance. Just not now, a little later when I can forget Sasuke, Sakura thought to herself, cried for another half an hour, calmed down and went to the Kingdom of Dreams. The nine-tailed demon fox sat and slept peacefully while his Jinchuriki was having fun with her friends. It became suspiciously quiet and Naruto was sleeping, so he could continue sleeping and dream of him fighting the one-tailed demon raccoon. Only after making sure that everything was fine. I still love you. Kurama clearly heard these words and the voice was similar to Uchiha. The fox, hearing these words, choked on air. He saw how Sasuke looked at Naruto with tenderness and love and he carefully stroked her hair. Kurama started laughing. Naruto also loves Sasuke, but he doesn't know it, she has never experienced love, so it's a new and unknown feeling for her. Kurama immediately guessed, when he was still sealed in Kushina, for her, love of the opposite sex is something new. The next morning didn't start off very well for everyone. Everyone had a terrible headache. After paying, they went home and then everyone remembered their parents. Upon returning home, they would be lectured about hanging around all night in an unknown place and not warning their parents. Naruto for some reason had poor coordination, although Kurama's chakra should be beaten by alcohol in the body. Sasuke could not look at his girlfriend or lover who could fall on flat ground. Who would have thought that the legendary ANBU could be driven crazy by alcohol? So he took her in his arms. Of course she resisted this and claimed that she could walk home on her own, but eventually gave in and gave her address. Sasuke walked to Naruto's house, all satisfied and happy. Uzumaki seemed to be eating air, she was very light. Naruto herself was all red as a tomato, because of this situation. All eyes were on this couple. Naruto's eyes were mostly female and there was anger and jealousy in them. It is clear that the Uchihas are the most eligible bachelors, and Sasuke received malicious looks from the male sex. A couple of minutes later they arrived at Uzumaki's house. Sasuke put Naruto on the hard ground. Uzumaki went to the door. Sasuke was already turning around, but the postman approached them. "Are you Naruto Uzumaki?" he asked. Naruto nodded. He rummaged in his bag and took out an envelope. "You have a letter from Suna," and handed it to her. A radiant smile appeared on Naruto's face and she took the letter. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and looked from Naruto's face to the envelope. The postman had already disappeared from the sight of the young man and the girl. "Who is writing to you?" Sasuke asked. "Gaara." Naruto answered him. Sasuke was tense at the name and jealousy got the better of him. "I don't want you to talk to him," Uchiha said and clenched his fists. Naruto looked at him and raised an eyebrow. "I'm not your girlfriend, so you can command me," Naruto said in a firm tone. "And yes, thanks for seeing me off, bye," Naruto said in a sweet voice and slammed the door right in front of Sasuke's nose. He clenched his fists even harder and pursed his lips. "Not my yet," Sasuke said in a whisper. Commentary on Chapter 24. I wrote something strange, I hope you like it. Thanks for reading, thanks to the beta for editing. Chapter 25. It's time to wake up for the village of Konoha. The yellow ball is rising higher and higher with each passing minute. The sun's rays are hitting some houses. Life is starting to boil. Vendors are going to open their shops. Tired shinobi are walking along the streets after a difficult mission. They will most likely immediately come home and fall into a warm bed. One of the 1,000 rays hit the girl's room. First it was on the pillow, then ran down to her face, which made her close her eyes and crawl under the blanket. Sakura Haruno, that was the name of the young lady, crawled out of the blanket. A couple of minutes later, she woke up not in a depressed mood. Almost all night she cried into the pillow and was able to fall asleep only in the morning, shedding hot tears because of Sasuke Uchiha, her former childhood and teenage love, deciding for herself that she had to forget and perceive him as a friend and live on. Coming into the bathroom, she looked into the mirror, which was above the snow-white sink. In the reflection, she was met by a girl of about 16, with short shoulder length and disheveled pink hair, red eyes from crying, and bags under them. Sakura turned on the tap, cold water poured out of it, she filled her hands with it and washed her face, and then looked in the mirror again. Now she looked better than when she woke up. Sakura went back to her room and lost herself in her thoughts, deciding for herself that she would have less contact with the Uchiha. At first, she wanted to sit all day and not leave her room without a reason, but then she decided that it would be better to take a walk in the park in Konoha. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, so there should be few or no people around. She opened the closet, where a bunch of clothes were hanging, pink and scarlet shades. Quickly running her eyes over the things, her gaze stopped on a soft pink dress, its color reminiscent of sakura petals. She took it from the hanger and began to change from pajamas into a dress. Sakura walked through the park. Her guesses were right and there was no one in the park. The girl walked, breathing in the air, the wind easily fluttered Haruno's hair, the sun was bright in the soft blue sky, clouds were slowly floating across the sky. She simply enjoyed the silence. Sakura-chan, hi, someone shouted from behind her. This voice belonged to only one person, Lee, Sakura's biggest admirer. She shuddered from the suddenness, and then turned to face him. Hello, Lee, why are you out so early? Asked Sakura. I was at morning training, and why were you? Lee came closer. It's boring at home, do you want to go for a walk? Sakura suggested. Rock immediately lit up like a light bulb and, of course, agreed. They walked through the park so as not to walk in silence. Lee told her about the beautiful and beloved power of youth. When he finished his story, Sakura also told about the techniques that she was able to learn from Tsunade. At the end, Lee even shed a tear of happiness, justifying that the power of youth helped him go on a date with Sakura, although she herself did not consider it a date, just a friendly walk, but did not talk about it. Her day went well. She sympathized with Lee that he couldn't use chakra, but he didn't give up and became a master of taijutsu at an early age. And most importantly, not a single thought about the Uchiha. Sakura took a shower and went to bed with peace of mind. Lee's POV. I spent the whole day walking with Sakura-chan today, the power of youth helped me. Our relationship is starting to develop thanks to the power of youth. I will protect her always and everywhere. For this, I need to train more, in the name of the power of youth. End of Lee's POV. At her home, Uzumaki, to her own surprise, also got up early, although on weekends she doesn't wake up before 12. Yesterday she read a letter from Gaara. He said that he was very happy about Naruto's return, and that he and Shukaku have a good relationship, and about the boring life of the case cage. Naruto immediately wrote him a reply letter and sent it to Suna. The fourth Hogake's daughter was lying in her bed, trying to figure out what to do. According to Tsunade, she would be able to return to duty in a week. Naruto walked over to the bookshelf and began looking for a book she could read in her free time. Looking at the shelves with her blue and violet eyes, she suddenly felt a hint of jealousy, but why? Deciding to ask Kurama why, she sat down on the bed and began to descend into her subconscious. She arrived at the spot and saw that the fox was snoring peacefully. Ku, wake up, Naruto shouted at him. To this Kyuubi continued to sleep. Uzumaki sighed and a sly smile appeared on her face. Kurama, wake up. Madara is attacking. Naruto shouted again. The Biju immediately opened his bloody eyes and began to spin the yearling from side to side. Where is he? Wait, he died a long time ago. Naruto laughed into her fist. What happened? Kurama asked displeased Ly. Why did I have a little feeling of jealousy? It's normal that you're jealous of your Uchiha, the fox chuckled. He's not mine. Naruto shouted louder at the fox. Okay. Most likely it's the effect of the cursed seal. You're not jealous of anyone, but your Sasuke is, Kurama explained to her. Naruto didn't understand much and raised an eyebrow. You were given seals at almost the same time, and side effects appeared that you can feel each other's emotions, the fox explained to her again. Naruto was surprised by this news. Is there any way to fix this? Naruto asked. After all, feeling other people's emotions is not very pleasant. Fox shook his head in denial. Well, now you will know what your Uchiha feels for you. Kurama. Red. Naruto was about to say it again, but Kyuubi managed to drive her out of his subconscious. A red flea-bitten rug. Naruto said out loud when she was already at her home, and he's probably not mine at all. Naruto muttered under his breath, but Kurama heard everything perfectly well and began to dream about their future wedding. In the Uchiha clan leader's house, everyone was already doing something. Makoto, the leader's wife and Itachi and Sasuke's mother, was preparing dinner on the first floor. Fugaku, the clan leader, Makoto's husband and Itachi and Sasuke's father, was sitting in his office, sorting through papers. Itachi, the eldest son, was on a mission, and the youngest son, Sasuke, was lying in his room, thinking about something. Sasuke thought about Gaara, who, in his opinion, also loved his Naruto. If he just sat and watched, his Naruto would marry Gaara, and he would be left with a broken heart. And again he remembered the happy Uzumaki, who was happy about Gaara's letter, and jealousy woke up in him again. He decided that he needed to act, the sooner the better. Having decided to find out how to win the heart of his beloved, he realized that he needed to ask the one who understood best, that is, his mother. Makoto Uchiha entered his room. Makoto Uchiha was a former Jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village. She had dark blue long hair and short bangs, black eyes, and white skin. Sasuke, come eat, Makoto called to him. Mom, Sasuke also called his mother, looking at the ceiling. What? I think I've fallen in love, Sasuke answered her. She sat down next to him and began to rejoice for him, but how can I win her? Sasuke's mother began to talk about how to win a girl's heart and all that stuff. Sasuke hugged his mother, and she hugged him. Thank you, can you please just not tell Itachi and father? Sasuke asked. Okay, I'm so happy for you, the mother hugged her son tighter. The next day Sasuke brought a large bouquet of scarlet roses to Uzumaki. Naruto's window on the second floor was open. He climbed up there without any problems and placed the flowers on the windowsill. Uchiha looked at Uzumaki for a couple of minutes, who was sleeping peacefully and tossing and turning in her sleep. After a couple more minutes of such observations, he left. The young Uzumaki woke up in a good mood. Her hair was all disheveled because she had been tossing and turning all night. Naruto went to the window and opened it wider. Looking at the sky where the birds were flying, the daughter of the bloody habanera noticed a bouquet of roses. She looked at them in surprise, then smiled and picked them up. She began to look at them for a long time, and then the wonderful scent of fresh roses reached her nose. "They're so beautiful," Naruto said. "Your Uchiha even gives you flowers," said Kurama and laughed. "Why did you decide that they were from him?" "I just know, but at least you have progress in your relationship," Kurama quipped. "What progress? What relationship? He's my friend," Naruto answered him. "You don't get angry anymore when I say that Uchiha is yours." Relationships between a man and a woman, Kurama smirked again. "Listen, flea-ridden rug. If you leave the cage, I'll kill you," Naruto said and squeezed the bouquet tighter, but still put the flowers in a vase on the first floor. She probably liked them, Sasuke asked himself, who was sitting on a tree branch with Sharingan in his eyes, a couple of meters from the house. This will be one of the difficult missions in the life of a young Uchiha. To win the heart of Naruto Uzumaki, his only love. Commentary on Chapter 25. Well, 036. I finished the chapter. Congratulations on the beginning of summer. Beta Misao edited. Chapter 26. It had been a week since Naruto and Jiraiya returned to Konoha after 2 years of traveling and training. She was given 1 week off and would return to serve in the ANBU. Naruto's week off has passed and tomorrow she is supposed to be given a mission with her new partner, Hawk or Sasuke Uchiha. Sakura walked with Lee every day, which made him over the moon. She began to slowly forget her former love. With the walks, she began to get to know Lee more. Rock even gave her a bouquet of soft pink and dark purple orchids. Sakura was very happy and hugged Lee with happiness. He again shed tears of joy. The girl began to console him and, a couple of minutes later, they went for a walk around Konoha, chatting about everything under the sun. Every day Sasuke left flowers by Naruto's window, soft pink roses, light purple orchids, white begonias with red borders on the petals and many other beautiful flowers. He always sat on a tree branch, which was a couple of meters from the house and watched the sleepy face of his beloved and her sweet smile. He gave them every day, and the girl did not have enough vases. Your Uchiha gave you flowers. In the morning this phrase became usual for Naruto. Uzumaki was angry at Kurama's words at first, but after a while she resigned herself and stopped reacting somehow. Since early morning in the Hogake residence, the fifth was sorting through papers and signing them. After finishing her work, she began to choose which mission to give to Hawk and Fox from ANBU. After about 10 minutes, she settled on the mission about Akatsuki, a criminal organization whose main goal is to gather all the tail demons and seize their power. For a couple of years they were inactive and did nothing, but now they have started to act. Shisyun, Tsunade's assistant, entered the office. "Tsunade-sama, Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane want to see you." "When?" Tsunade asked, looking into Shisyun's eyes. "Right now." Tsunade sighed and stood up from the table. "Okay," the woman said to her assistant and left the office. Senju entered the office where the elders were. Homura Mitokado is an elderly man. He has dark skin, black eyes, dark gray hair and beard. He wears green glasses and a white poncho over his clothes. Kaharu Udatane is a middle-aged woman with dark purple hair tied in a high bun, fair skin, and long earrings in green and red. Kaharu wears a simple long kimono, a closed obi, a jacket, and a sash over it. They sat on a low orange couch. Tsunade sat down opposite them. "Hokage-sama, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki returned to the village a week ago. What task do you wish to give her?" Homura began. "Akatsuki intelligence," Tsunade replied. "It's dangerous, the Jinchuriki must be in the village," Kaharu said in a firm voice. "If Naruto is in the village, then Akatsuki will know her location for sure, and if she is on a mission, then it will be difficult for them to find her location." Tsunade answered them and crossed her arms over her chest. The village elders frowned. "Is that all?" Tsunade asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes," Kaharu answered. Tsunade stood up and went back to her office. Goodbye. Uzumaki was sleeping peacefully in her bed and dreaming beautiful dreams. She was brought out of her dreamland by the terrible sound of the alarm clock. She turned off the mechanism with displeasure and looked at it. The clock showed 8 in the morning, which meant that in 2 hours she had to be at the Hogake residence and receive a mission. Sleepily, she put on a robe over her pajamas and went to the window. As usual, a new and fresh bouquet of flowers lay on the windowsill. Naruto went to the shower and climbed under the hot streams of water, thinking about everything she could. She thought about Sasuke, about the mission to ANBU, about Sasuke again. When did I start thinking about Sasuke so much? Naruto asked out loud. It's been a week already, Kurama said, unexpectedly for her. It's not nice to eavesdrop, Naruto answered him. You just think and speak loudly. I imagine your wedding, but first he should normally. He was about to finish, but Naruto interrupted him. You don't like the Uchihas, do you? So why are you setting me up with him? Uzumaki said angrily to the fox. There are only Uchihas around you, you had to accept it. This is when I had the Uchihas in my circle, and what should he do normally? Naruto asked, while simultaneously applying shampoo to his head. When you joined ANBU, you had 2 Uchihas on your team. When the mission in ANBU was about Orochimaru, you were also on a team with an Uchiha, and now you are on a team with an Uchiha again. I have to admit to you normally, and most likely, you are late, Kurama finished his explanation. Kurama, why didn't you tell me earlier? Naruto shouted and washed the foam out of her hair. It was exactly 9 o'clock, Naruto sighed in relief. She had an hour left to get ready. She went into the kitchen and made herself some ramen and started eating it. Wait, when did Sasuke confess to me? Naruto asked Kyuubi. It's a long story, you'd better ask your future husband, the fox grinned. Kurama. I'm keeping quiet. Naruto approached the Hogake's office, where Hawk was already standing. Hey, let's go. Sasuke greeted her, she nodded. Naruto knocked on the door and a second later they entered. The ANBU stood in front of the Hogake's desk and bowed. Hawk and Fox, your mission is to find out information about Akatsuki and, if possible, eliminate members of the organization so that they cannot carry out their goal. They can be recognized by their black cloak with red clouds. The last time they were seen was in the village of the Hidden Cloud, is that clear? Move out in an hour, Hogake gave the mission. Hi, the ANBU said at the same time and went home to get ready. Uzumaki collected everything she needed for the mission. You know, Kurama, I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen, Naruto said. I have the same feeling. Let's hope that everything goes more or less normally. Hawk and Fox had been heading to the border of the Land of Fire for 2 hours now, and then they had to head to Kumogakure. Hokage-sama, Shizune burst into Tsunade's office. What happened? Tsunade asked irritably. Akatsuki stole the cage. Send a message to Fox and Hawk, tell them to go to Suna, urgently. Tsunade shouted at her. Yes, said Kato and disappeared from sight. The bird sent by Hogake had reached its destination. Naruto took the message and began to read it. Hawk and Fox head to Suna urgently. 2 Akatsuki members have kidnapped Kazagake. Naruto read the scroll, a lump forming in her throat. What is it? Asked Uchiha. The plan is changing, we need to go to Suna urgently. Gaara was kidnapped by 2 Akatsuki members, Naruto quickly said. Why did they steal Gaara? Asked the Uchiha. It's a long story, but in short, they need Gaara to extract Shukaku and take his power, Naruto said and took Sasuke's hand. What are you doing? The brunette was taken aback. You'll find out yourself, Naruto said and used her father's technique, and a couple of minutes later they found themselves in Suna. Uchiha and Uzumaki found themselves in front of the gates to Suna. They were met by Temari. Fear was visible in her eyes. She immediately led them to the elders of the village. Hello, thank you for coming so quickly, said the elder. It was an elderly woman of short stature, small black eyes, sagging cheeks and withered lips. There are age spots and wrinkles on her face. She is dressed in a black, floor-length kimono with a large white collar and black pants. On her head is a reddish-brown bandage. She carries a dark beige bag with a long strap. My name is Chio. Nice to meet you. In which direction did they take Gaara? Naruto asked. None of the guards know, except Kankuro. Sasori, that was the name of one of the Akatsuki, poisoned him and our doctors can't bring him out, said Chio. I can try to remove this poison, Naruto suggested. Chio thought about it and agreed to Uzumaki's proposal. Naruto took off her mask to make it easier to extract the poison and approached Kankuro. The shinobi who were standing next to the boy's bed did not notice anything at first, but then they saw the purple diamond on the girl's forehead and were able to trust her. Kankuro was not in the best condition, he had a high fever. She began to examine his eyes, mouth and listen to his heartbeat. The poison used on him was synthesized from heavy metals. The type that penetrates muscles and destroys cells, Naruto confirmed, and the shinobi began to whisper. She could tell so much just by looking at him visually. Even the type of poison. Medical record, Naruto asked them. Here it is, the composition of the poison is written in it, but with gaps, said the medic ninja and handed it to Naruto. I'll remember them, Naruto said and began to study them with her eyes. His heart is breaking down as we speak, and it could stop at any moment. While I'm preparing the antidote, he could die. It can't be, and there's nothing we can do. Temari asked worriedly. Please gather the components that I will list, Naruto asked them. Yes, the shinobi said at the same time. There is only one way to save him, but it requires decisive action, Uzumaki said seriously, looking at Gaara's dying brother. Half an hour later, the necessary components for the antidote were ready. All of this was combined and placed in an iron basin. Please hold him, Naruto said, this is a very delicate operation. Understood, everyone said. Naruto took a transparent ball out of the basin and brought it to Kankuro's chest. We've started, Naruto said, and the ball began to penetrate his chest, which is why he began to resist and scream and tried to get up. Hold him. Yes, all the shinobi said again. Let the chakra into his body, Naruto thought to herself, and the ball completely hit the guy's chest. Remove the poison from the cells, collect it into drops and remove it, Uzumaki thought to herself again. With her other hand she began to pull out the ball where there was purple poison. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Is this poison? Temari asked, looking at the ball. It's done, Naruto said. She had a ball in her hand. It contained all the poison that was in Kankuro's body. She dropped this ball back into the basin and it turned back into water. Next, said Naruto, a new basin with new liquid was placed next to her again, and she did the same as with the first one, and so several times, only in different parts of the body. First there was the heart, then the liver and intestines. That's it, Naruto said with relief. He should come to his senses soon. All that's left is to find Gaara, Naruto said and crossed her arms over her chest. Thank you, Naruto, Temari said, a tear of happiness rolling down the girl's cheek. You're welcome. Naruto walked out into the hallway and sat down next to the Uchiha. Where did you learn that? Sasuke asked, looking into his beloved's face. He was trained by Tsunade. He should come to his senses soon, Naruto said. Half an hour passed. Uzumaki was sitting on edge, but didn't show it, but Sasuke felt her emotions. At first he didn't understand anything, but then Naruto explained it to him and everything became clear. Don't worry, he'll be fine, Sasuke reassured and stroked her hand. Naruto, she smiled with all her tenderness. Thank you. Kankuro-san, you're awake, said the medic shinobi and went out into the corridor. Naruto immediately jumped up from her chair and headed towards him. Hi, are you okay? Does anything hurt? She began to ask him. Everything is fine, thank you for helping, Kankuro thanked her. Please, in which direction did they take Gaara? Naruto asked. Kankuro told everything about the meeting between Sasori and the blonde and where they took Gaara. Thank you for the information, Naruto thanked him. We need to go after Gaara urgently before they get the one-tailed one, Naruto said in a firm voice. Sasuke nodded and they set off. Temari and the shinobi squad went with them. Commentary on Chapter 26. Hidden Cloud Village. Sakura should be here, but she's not here. Woman tipping hand. Thank you for reading. Beta Misao edited. Chapter 27. In the middle of a dense forest, there was a large rift. In it was a huge cave. The passage to it was blocked by a huge boulder. The cave was located on a mountain river. On the cliff stood two members of Akatsuki. One was a guy of about 18, tall, long blonde hair, blue eye, the other was covered with long bangs. The forehead protector was not visible because of the straw hat that was on his head and a black cloak with red clouds. His name is Deidara. The other was hunched over. Because of this he was shorter than Deidara. On his face was a strange mask, the same cloak and a straw hat. It was Sasori, who poisoned Kankuro. A huge white bird flew above them. In its tail was the cage. We've arrived, said Deidara and looked at the boulder where the seals were. Forward, said his partner, and together they jumped into the calm water. They approached the cave. Deidara brought his index and middle fingers to his face. The seal that was on the huge stone glowed red and the boulder began to slowly rise up. A couple of seconds later, the stone rose high and Sasori and Deidara entered the cave. A bird flew in behind them. And the cave itself was simply huge and rather dark and gloomy. They climbed to the floor of the cave, where there was no water. They were met by a black silhouette with green shades of the Akatsuki leader. You're late, start preparing immediately, the leader said in a cold voice. The Jinchuriki turned out to be stronger than we thought, Sasori answered him, and the stone began to return to its rightful place. It became very dark in the cave. the bird placed Gaara on the cold stone floor and disappeared into the smoke. The leader began to fold a series of seals and at the end he put his hand to the floor. A large amount of smoke appeared behind him, a huge statue appeared from the ground, it is difficult to say what it is, large hands also appeared from the underground, they are connected by handcuffs that were on the wrists. Gather yourselves, the leader said and made another seal. All the Akatsuki members appeared on the fingers of the wooden hand, they were also in the form of a silhouette, Deidara, Sasori and the leader also jumped on the fingers. The statue opened its mouth and a wooden scroll fell out. It will take 3 days and 3 nights, be careful with the body, the leader informed everyone, let Zetsu conduct observations from the outside, using his long range, he commanded. I know, Zetsu apparently answered. 3 days? Won't it take longer if Orochimaru isn't with us? Asked one of the Akatsuki, who had a huge sword on his back. If you think so, start immediately, the leader answered him, everyone made seals like their leader. Bright green light with different kanji began to appear at the fingers. Something blue with shades of blue began to concentrate from the mouth of the statue. Sealing technique. 9 Phantom Dragon Seal, the leader said the name of the technique, 9 blue dragons emerged from the statue's mouth and quickly headed towards Gaara. The dragons appeared next to the Jinchuriki and swallowed him, white smoke rose in the cave and the process of extracting Shukaku began. Jumping on the branches were 2 ANBU of Konoha and a Kunoichi of the village of Hidden Sand. They were heading to the cave where Akatsuki were. Kurama was able to contact Shukaku and he pointed out exactly where they were. It will take about 3 days to extract it, so you should be able to make it, said Kyubi. Uzumaki believed the words of her tailed beast. After a couple of hours, they were able to reach the cave where Akatsuki was. They jumped onto the surface and looked at the seal. There are 3 more of the same seals, we need to remove them at the same time, if we remove only one we will die, Naruto said. These seals could be anywhere, how will we find them? Temari asked. Most likely, they are near the cave, Uzumaki answered the blonde's question. Sasuke ran to the left side to look for seals, Temari to the right, and Naruto stayed here, they put on a microphone to hear each other. Uchiha went to the left side, having climbed into the depths of the forest it is difficult to find a small piece of paper, having searched almost every branch, he breathed a sigh of relief when he found the second seal. I found it, Uchiha said into the microphone and came closer to her. Nose Dog went to the right side. The terrain was rocky and the seal was also difficult to find. After about 10 minutes, Temari was able to find the seals and quickly approached it. Found it, she also said, a microphone. Naruto waited for Sasuke to be found and Temari to find 2 more seals. Will he be okay? Naruto asked the fox, she was very worried about her friend, she understood him well. Gaara is also a Jinchuriki like her, they both knew how terrible it is to be an outcast of the village, so she was very worried about Gaara. Yes, he'll lie unconscious for a couple of days and that's it. Kurama answered. Almost simultaneously, they said into the microphone, I found it, from Sasuke and, I found it, from Temari. Okay, on the count of 3 we break the seals, Naruto commanded. Yes, they answered through the microphone. 1, 2, 3. Naruto shouted and broke the seals. Temari and Uchiha appeared next to her, the stone began to rise slowly. The Akatsuki stood and performed the ritual to release the one tail. There are 3 shinobi approaching us quickly, said one Akatsuki, most likely it was Zetsu. Deidara and Sasori fight them and don't let them take the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed one, the leader commanded, he completed the technique and all the Akatsuki members disappeared from the cave except Deidara and Sasori. Gaara fell to the ground and because of this dust rose, the statue that was also quickly disappeared along with the hands. You must take him to our lair, Sasori said and pointed at the cage. Okay, Sasori-san, Deidara replied, the boulder starting to rise in front of him. The boulder finally rose and Uzumaki, Uchiha and Sobaku no ran into the cave. Deidara created a bird out of clay, it took Gaara in its mouth, Skuri sat on the bird and flew out of the cave. Sasuke, deal with him, Naruto commanded and ran after Deidara, Temari followed her. Sasori and Uchiha stood opposite each other, Sasuke took out a katana and imbued it with lightning chakra and activated the Sharingan with 3 tomo. Sasori climbed out of his doll, Sasuke was surprised by this, but it was not visible because of the mask. Now Sasori was tall, looked like a guy of about 16, but he was much older than he looked, peach-colored hair, threads of chakra appeared from his fingers that connected with the puppet and it began to move as Sasori wanted. The puppet and Sasuke rushed into battle. Uchiha was winning in this fight for now due to the properties of the Sharingan. Uchiha fought off attacks and tried to injure the puppet. Break the puppet and he will be left defenseless, Sasuke thought to himself. Sasori had excellent reflexes and dodged all the attacks, this could go on forever. The Uchiha jumped back and began to form a series of seals. Kaden. Great fireball, Sasuke said under his breath. A huge ball appeared from his mouth and flew to the puppet. Sasori managed to replace the puppet with the third ruler of the Hidden Leaf Village. This puppet was made from the real corpse of the Kazekage himself. Sasori forced Kazekage to fold a series of seals and use the Iron Sand Universe technique. Immediately iron needles of different sizes appeared from under the cave. Each needle had a drop of weak poison, which he can do to disrupt the coordination of his enemy. Uchiha was scratched several times by the needles. He tried to maintain coordination, but he was not very good at it. After a couple of minutes he managed to maintain coordination. While Sasuke dealt with the chakra needles, Sasori took off his cloak. His body looks like a puppet. He did this for the Red Secret Technique, Performance of 100 Puppets, technique. Sasori had 3 seals on his back. He activated one of these seals and hundreds of puppets in red cloaks appeared. He opened a compartment on his right chest and hundreds of chakra threads came from it. Each puppet moved as Sasori wanted. Suna puppeteers can only control 10 puppets, and Sasori was able to control them all. He was able to control 100 puppets. Sasuke urgently needed to deal with them. He folded the Kaden technique, the color of the phoenix. Many fireballs came out of his mouth, which went to the puppets. Half of Sasori's army was defeated. The Uchiha immediately appeared behind the Akatsuki member and hit him with Chidori where Chidori should go. His hand went through, and his heart was destroyed. At first glance, Sasori looks like a man who replaced his entire body with a puppet, but he had a real, human heart. Before Sasori died, his whole life flashed before his eyes. His parents, his grandmother Chiyo who taught him how to make puppets, how he made puppets similar to his parents and when they fell. At that moment, he became distant and cold, he became indifferent to human life. Constant arguments with Deidara about art. Sasori was not even against dying, he did not have a rosy life and death is some kind of relief for him. Uzumaki and Sobu no followed Deidara's bird. It was difficult to catch up with him, he was flying through the air, and they were running after him on foot. Sukuri threw several bombs at them. When they flew close to the kunoichi, he put his index and middle fingers in front of his mouth. Explosion. Deidara said. An explosion was heard in front of the girls. Tamari quickly removed the smoke from the bombs with the wind. Naruto created a blue ball in his hand and jumped on Deidara. She was able to pierce his hand. For an Akatsuki member, the pain is unbearable and terrible. We need to get rid of them immediately. They must not find out the location of the lair, Deidara thought to herself. Cats, said Deidara. The bird and he exploded. Naruto managed to take the bird from his mouth and disappeared as quickly as it appeared. The smoke cleared. Naruto, this is not real, this is a clay clone, said Kurama. Later with them, Naruto said holding Gaara in her arms. Is he okay? Tamari asked worriedly. Yes, just unconscious, thanked Kami-sama they didn't have time to take Shukaku, Naruto said. Let me carry him, Tamari asked. If you want, Naruto answered and handed Gaara over to his sister. The kunoichi reached the place where Sasuke fought with Sasori. Uchiha had no cuts. Some were deep or not. Naruto used medical technique, the wounds quickly healed and they set off. It took them 5 hours to get to Suna. First Gaara was carried by Tamari, then Naruto, and finally Sasuke. They arrived in Suna. Gaara was taken to the hospital, and the ANBU met with Chiyo. Thank you very much for helping to save Gaara, she thanked the scary girl herself. Akatsuki will come for Gaara again, it's only a matter of time, you need to strengthen the village's security, Fox recommended. Chiyo nodded and they parted ways. The elders sent a letter of gratitude to Konoha. Naruto and Sasuke went back to the village to report on Akatsuki. Uchiha and Uzumaki arrived at the village gates with the help of the Thunder Flight techniques. They headed to the Hogake's cabin. They walked in silence. The ANBU stood in front of the Hogake. Good job bringing Kazekage back. Did they manage to take the one-tailed one? Tsunade asked. No, but they'll come back for him anyway. One managed to escape and leave Gaara behind. Maybe they had a lair nearby, Naruto answered. Fine. One of the Akatsuki is dead, Sasuke added. Well done, you can rest for now, you're free, Tsunade answered. Hi, said the ANBU, bowed and left the residence. The fox and the hawk were walking along the same road, and soon they had to get started. Bye, said Uchiha. Bye, said Uzumaki. Oh, and thanks for the flowers, she added and went to the left where her house was. Please, said Uchiha and walked to the right side of the block. Commentary on Chapter 27. Here's a new chapter. Yeah. I still don't know how to describe a fight. Part 28. The news about ANBU rescuing the cage from Konoha in the Fire Country spread very quickly. As soon as Hawk and Fox returned to the village, whispers immediately began, which meant they are the same ones who saved the fifth cage, and other things related to this. If only they knew that Naruto Uzumaki, or demon, was under the mask. Security at all hidden villages has been greatly increased. In the Hokage's residence, the fifth sat and looked out the window for several hours. Hokage-sama, what happened? Shizune entered the office. I think we can't keep the secret about her parents forever. We need to tell her and give her the inheritance, Tsunade said. Are you talking about Naruto Uzumaki? She asked. Tsunade turned around and nodded. Maybe then I should give her the inheritance and tell her. Shizune suggested. Yes, you're right. Send someone from ANBU after her, Senju commanded. Uzumaki was lying on her bed, resting after a tough mission. There was a knock on the front door. Naruto exhaled and walked towards it. Your Uchiha came again. The fox snorted discontentedly in the thoughts of his Jinchuriki. Naruto rolled his eyes. Kurama was right about only one thing. An Uchiha came, but not her Uchiha. Uzumaki opened the door and on the threshold stood ANBU in a raven mask. Hello, Naruto, Itachi said. Hello. Hokage-sama is calling you. Why? On a mission again? Itachi shook his head. No, for some important conversation. Thank you, Naruto said. Yeah, bye, Itachi said goodbye. Bye, Naruto said and the Uchiha disappeared. And what is it this time? The blonde asked into the void and went into the bedroom to change. Half an hour later, Uzumaki left the house and headed to the Hokage residence. She tied two ponytails that reached below her hips. Her bangs did not get into her eyes. A black combat kimono above the knee, on the back of the mon with the Uzumaki clan, a cutout on the right side, a belt tied at the waist, short orange shorts, black fingerless gloves on her hands, her left leg is slightly bandaged and a pouch is attached to it. A couple of minutes later, she entered the Hokage's office. Did you call, Ba-chan? Naruto asked. Tsunade just sighed. She will never change, Tsunade thought to herself. Yes, they hid this from you for a long time, the fifth said in a calm voice. If they talk about parents, then pretend that you don't know, otherwise they'll take you to all sorts of tests, and even put in bookmarks, said Kurama. Naruto is still considered a weapon by some elders and if someone finds out that they are friends with the nine-tailed, they'll immediately put in bookmarks, because a weapon should be blunt. Okay, Naruto said to her subconscious. Naruto, are you there? Tsunade asked. Yes, what were you hiding? Asked Uzumaki. You are the daughter of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze and the bloody habanera Kushina Uzumaki, said the fifth. Uzumaki was shocked and tears started to flow from her eyes. You should have become an actress, the fox chuckled in his head. The Sannin walked up to Naruto and hugged him. Everything is fine, Tsunade said and stroked Uzumaki's back. She moved away from Naruto, walked up to the table and handed her the golden key. What is this? Uzumaki asked. This is the key to the bank account and the house that was left to you as an inheritance. Perhaps you need to be alone. Asked Tsunade. Naruto took the key and nodded. Thank you. Uzumaki thanked. Tsunade said the address. The fourth's daughter stood almost at the edge of the village. 2 kilometers away was the entrance to the Uchiha quarter. Uzumaki stood in front of an empty space. Remove the barrier, said Kurama. Naruto, after a couple of minutes of thinking, tore down the barrier. In front of her was the mansion of the fourth Hokage, behind her was a small training ground. Uzumaki opened the door and entered the house. Time in the house seemed to have stopped. There was not a single speck of dust on the objects. She went to the kitchen. On the calendar it was October 10th. She went up to the floor and went into the children's room. There was children's furniture. Naruto leaned against the wall and slid to the floor. She closed her mouth and tears flowed from her eyes. Sorry, said the fox. It's not your fault. You didn't want to, Naruto answered. She didn't blame the fox. Uzumaki entered another room, her parents' bedroom. There were photos of her parents on the nightstand. A girl with long red hair and a green dress. She had a big belly and she was smiling. Next to her stood a blonde man with blue eyes and in the Hokage cage uniform. Tears flowed from Uzumaki's eyes. The girl walked around the house again and headed to her place to collect her things. She was able to collect all her things closer to evening. She took the boxes out to the garden and was ready to drag them with the help of the thunder flight technique. Uzumaki mentally communicated with Kurama. Uchiha was passing by Naruto's house and noticed her taking boxes out of the house. He approached the house. Hello, why are you taking out the boxes? asked Uchiha, approaching the porch of the house. Yes, I'm just moving, she answered. Can I help you? Uchiha offered his help. If you want, Uzumaki shrugged. Uchiha took several boxes and began to wait for Uzumaki, who took 2 boxes. Where are you moving? Sasuke asked. They gave me a house next to your block, that's where I'll live, Naruto answered him. Sasuke frowned and drew his eyebrows together. There are no houses near my neighborhood, Sasuke thought and raised his eyes to the sky. Let's come and see, Naruto said. Okay, Sasuke muttered. The rest of the time they walked in complete silence. It wasn't oppressive, but calm. Soon, they were able to move all the things. Uchiha did not understand how long this house had been here, and when it was built, Uchiha put the last box. Thank you, Naruto thanked and smiled. Sasuke's soul became warmer. Their gazes crossed. The Uchiha's eyes were beautiful and you can look at them forever. After a couple of seconds, the blood began to flow to her cheeks and they glowed with a blush. She felt it. Thank you very much, Naruto said and entered the house. Bye, Uzumaki added and closed the door. Bye, said Uchiha and headed towards his quarter. Uzumaki closed the door and stood next to it, all red. Now you blush in front of Uchiha. Congratulations, Kurama congratulated her. Thank you, Uzumaki said sarcastically. By the way, where will you sleep? Asked Kurama. I don't know, probably on the couch, Naruto said. She couldn't sleep in her parents' room, and it was uncomfortable in the nursery. So, she decided to sleep on the couch for now. Sasuke walked into the house, took off his shoes and went into the kitchen. His father Fugaku was at a clan meeting. Itachi hadn't lived with them for almost a month and had moved to another house. Makoto put curry in front of him. Ka-chan, how long has the house been standing next to the block? Asked Sasuke, looking into his mother's eyes. Which house? Makoto asked. 2 kilometers from the block, 2-story, Sasuke answered. Ah, it was a house. The 4th Hokage and his wife lived there. After the attack of the 9-tailed house there was no more. It was probably destroyed or was hidden under the barrier. And how did you find out about it? Asked Makoto while washing the dishes. Naruto moved into it today. I helped her with her things, Sasuke explained. Makoto turned off the water. Naruto Uzumaki? She asked, turning to her youngest son. He nodded. Then it's clear where the house came from. The clan head's wife grinned and went into another room. But I didn't understand anything, Sasuke said into the void and continued to eat. At Root's headquarters sat Danzo Shimura, their leader. The organization is strict and each member has a cursed seal on their tongue that Danzo himself left. This is done so that if someone from the Root says anything about Danzo himself, his body is instantly paralyzed, not allowing him to say anything. This is necessary to obtain information about Shimura or betrayal. Root obeys exclusively Danzo Shimura and he gives tasks that in his personal opinion help Konoha. He makes his subordinates into heartless killers. At first they all grow up together, like brothers, then at one moment kill each other, thereby losing any emotions. Each member has their own code name because they don't remember their real name. A young man with short dark hair and skin as pale as snow entered the office. He wore a short black jacket that reached his stomach, and red straps on his shoulders along with the tip of a tanto. Sai, you need to keep an eye on the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox. Make contact and bring her here as quickly as possible. If she doesn't come herself, then by force, Danzo commanded. Hi, said the so-called Sai and left the office. The weapon must obey, Danzo added and grinned maliciously. Comment to part 28. Here is a new chapter, write how you like it. Don't get sick. Beta Misao Bekano. Repaired. In GT, 0 and LT, your _doggy winking face. Chapter 29. Root's ANBU began to monitor the 9-tailed fox's Jinchuriki, his goal being to take her to a hideout and subdue the fox inside her. Danzo did not know that Uzumaki was an ANBU and therefore expected that Sai would be able to deal with her. Uzumaki was walking home with bags of groceries and was thinking about something. While the girl was flying in the clouds, she accidentally crashed into Sai and the bags fell, and she almost fell, but kept her balance. Sorry, I didn't notice, Sai said and smiled, but there was something false in this smile. It's my own fault, she scratched the back of her head. Naruto, be careful, I think he's from Root, Kurama said. Okay, Uzumaki answered in her thoughts. Let me help you, Sai suggested. Naruto nodded weakly. What's your name? Naruto asked. Sai, and you, he answered. Naruto, Sai took the bags and carried them towards the house. They walked in silence the whole way. Naruto watched Sai and there was something strange about him. If he's from Root, Ask about Danzo, said Kurama. Sai, what do you think about Danzo? Naruto asked. The brunette froze and couldn't move. Hey, what's wrong? The blonde asked. If you don't want to, don't answer, the blue-eyed girl added. The guy was able to move again. Everything is fine, he said and handed over the packages. See you later, the pale-skinned man added and went off in some direction. Uzumaki entered the house and placed the bags on the table that stood in the kitchen. Why couldn't he move when I asked about Danzo? Naruto asked his tailed beast. That means he's from the root, Kurama answered. I see, so what should I do? Most likely, they want to subjugate me, be careful, Kurama answered. I'll tell you tomorrow, it's already evening now, Naruto said and looked out the window, where the sun was slowly setting below the horizon. The root headquarters resembled some kind of sewer with many pipes. ANBU walked along the gloomy corridors to the office of their leader. Sai knocked on the door and was given the go-ahead. He entered the office where Danzo was sitting. What about the Jinchuriki? Danzo asked sternly, looking into the eyes of his subordinate. She asked about you, Danzo-sama, Sai answered calmly. Shimura frowned. Okay, go, said the old man and began to think about his next steps. The plan needs to be changed. We urgently need to bring her here, maybe she'll go to the Hokage, so we need to act today or tomorrow evening, Danzo thought to himself and began to think about the next plan to control the nine-tailed. Uzumaki woke up around 10 o'clock in the morning. After having breakfast, she put up a barrier around the house, just in case. The slug princess sat in the Hokage's residence and read the mission report. Her head was filled with Danzo Shimura. He is a very influential person in the village and eliminating him would be an outrage. Why does Tsunade want to eliminate him? Flashback. An ANBU wearing a bear mask came to the Hokage's office and handed the report to the current Hokage. The ANBU bowed and left the office. Tsunade immediately began to read the report, because it is better to read it right away than to put it off. The granddaughter of the first read the report with a serious face. Having read to the middle, her eyes widened from what she read, having read to the end. Goat, Hogake said into the void. Several ANBU were sent to the border of the Land of Fire. According to some sources, the missing Nin Orochimaru is there. Upon arrival, nothing was found except for a lot of papers and correspondence with the elder Danzo about the attack on Konoha in the next month. The correspondence was destroyed as soon as they wanted to take it with them. End of flashback. That's why Tsunade wanted to eliminate Danzo, but without any evidence, it looks absurd. Now she was thinking about how to get rid of him and trying to remember what evidence could be brought against Danzo. Naruto Uzumaki, Tsunade whispered. Naruto Uzumaki, she is a Jinchuriki, which means Danzo will want to subjugate the fox's power. If the ANBU of the root are watching her over time, then she will be taken to headquarters and he can be killed there, Tsunade said to herself. Uzumaki and Uchiha walked in ANBU uniform to the Hokage. Entering Tsunade's office, she looked at them with serious eyes. Your mission is to eliminate Danzo Shimura, Hogake said. He's an elder, Sasuke said in surprise. Yes, but he has had a bad reputation for a long time and a couple of days ago it turned out that Danzo and Orochimaru were planning an attack, so your task is to eliminate him, Tsunade said calmly and told the plan. The ANBU nodded and left the office. Uzumaki was in her house. Sasuke was sitting on a tree, hiding his chakra. This is necessary so that if Naruto can't move, then Sasuke will come to the rescue. Uzumaki removed the barrier, as Tsunade ordered her to. Later in the evening, Naruto was about to sleep, but she couldn't because of her partner's intense gaze. She was constantly tossing and turning and after a couple of minutes, she suddenly fell asleep. A man who looked like an ANBU approached her bed. Sasuke tensed up, but didn't interfere yet, because the mission would fail. The root member picked up his target and jumped out of the house. Sasuke ran after him. An hour and a half later, they were already outside of Konoha. A member of Root brought the girl to a clearing where Danzo himself was. He nodded and they went underground. Sasuke wanted to follow them, but the passage suddenly closed. Danzo and Sai, who was the man who stole Naruto, went to one of the rooms in the headquarters. Be prepared, we were being followed, Danzo said sternly. Hi, said the ANBU of the Root and moved closer to the entrance. Sai and Danzo came into a large dark room and sat Uzumaki down on a chair. Shimura placed a seal on Naruto's forehead to keep the Nine Tails chakra stable. Naruto, wake up, Kurama shouted into the subconscious and wanted to send chakra through the channels of his Jinchuriki. We can begin, Shimura said sternly. Uchiha stood and looked at the place where Danzo and the young man from Root hid. He used the Chidori technique and punched the ground. He went down and Danzo's subordinates immediately attacked him. Sasuke, activating the Sharingan, rushed into battle. a couple of minutes, and everyone was unconscious. He rushed to the room where his beloved was. Danzo was already preparing to subdue the fox, but he felt chakra quickly approaching. Danzo-sama, what should we do? Sai asked. Danzo threw a senbon next to Naruto's heart. This led to temporary death. The pulse disappeared, but it will return again when the senbon is removed. Let everyone think that she died, then we will do whatever we want, Danzo said calmly, and began to leave here. Deal with him, added Shimura. Uchiha ran into the room and turned his gaze first to Naruto, whose head was released, then to the ANBU, who entered into battle with him. Sasuke won this battle due to the clan jutsu and, a couple of minutes later, Sai was lying on the floor. He wanted to run up to Naruto, but ran to Danzo. He hid his chakra in time. The elder turned around, walking up the stairs, because the noise suddenly disappeared. When he turned around, he saw Uchiha. Sharingan was burning in his eyes, and the katana was imbued with lightning. Shimura did not have time to react, as his heart was pierced by the katana. Danzo coughed up blood and fell. Uchiha ran to Naruto and began to shake her. He did not notice that there was a senbon next to the heart and the body was slightly cold. Naruto! Sasuke shouted, shaking her by the shoulders. He removed the seal from her, the Kyuubi seal. There was horror and fear on the Uchiha's face. He took off the mask and looked into Uzumaki's face. It was so calm, as if she was sleeping. Sasuke began to check the pulse and did not understand how tears came from the eyes. The heartbeat increased and breathing too. His eyes were pierced by terrible pain and blood came out of them. He did not feel it. He did not care what kind of pain was in his eyes. Right now he lost a dear person, his beloved. He loved her like no one else. Kurama's chakra went through the chakra channels, but this was not enough. It was necessary to extract the senbon. Sasuke looked at her hair, at her face. He looked around the body and stopped at the senbon. He took it out and threw it somewhere. Sasuke knew very well that only an experienced shinobi could kill with senbon. Chakra quickly ran through the channels. Sasuke hugged Naruto, because this was the last time he would see her. Naruto slowly opened her eyes and didn't understand where she was. The last thing she remembered was Sasuke looking at her. She felt a strong and warm embrace and a black head. Sasuke? Naruto asked in a quiet voice. The brunette quickly pulled away and looked into the living blue eyes, the same as he once drowned in them. She paid attention to Sasuke's eyes. Scarlet blood mixed with tears. The activated Sharingan was burning in his eyes. The eyes were black, and there was a strange drawing on it. Why? You, Sasuke said in a trembling voice. Naruto didn't understand what was happening and why Sasuke had such eyes. Alive, the Uchiha added and hugged her tightly again. Was I dead? Uzumaki asked her flea-ridden friend. You could say that, Kurama answered calmly. You had a temporary death, and your Sasuke thought that you were really dead and awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kurama added and snorted one last time. Mangekyo Sharingan is an advanced form of Sharingan. It cannot awaken in everyone, but only in those who have experienced psychological trauma from the loss of a loved one. It retains all the properties of the Sharingan and adds new ones. Naruto didn't understand anything and just looked at the wall while Sasuke hugged her. Why are you being stupid? Kurama broke the silence. What? Asked Naruto. Admit that you love him, said Kurama. I don't love him, Uzumaki answered herself in her thoughts. You're acting like Kushina, she also said. I don't love him, and ended up marrying him, Kurama snorted. Naruto thought about it and Kurama was right. She loved him, missed him more than anyone during the journey, thought about him very often. He was always cold with everyone, but Sasuke can smile and laugh and Naruto liked it. His hugs are always warm. She doesn't understand it herself, but she loves him with all her heart. It always beats stronger when she sees him. Sasuke, Uzumaki whispered. Uchiha pulled back a little and looked into Naruto's blue eyes. I love you, Naruto said, blushing a little. Sasuke's eyes widened. He clearly heard these words, which he himself wanted to say, but Naruto herself said it, so the feelings are mutual. Sasuke smiled involuntarily. Naruto blushed even more, because for her this smile was sweet. I love you too, Sasuke said and kissed Naruto with all his tenderness. She was taken aback, but responded to the kiss. They pulled away from each other when they ran out of air. Uchiha still decided to check what was wrong with his eyes, touching them with his fingers. There was blood on them, he swallowed. What's wrong with them? He asked Uzumaki. You have Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto answered. Kurama often told her about them and how he hated those eyes. Uchiha was surprised and shocked. In order to awaken it, he had to kill a dear person. But in order to awaken it, you have to kill a very dear person, said Uchiha and did not understand how this happened. I don't know, Naruto answered and shrugged. What about Danzo? The girl asked. He's dead, We need to take him to the Hokage. Naruto nodded and went to Danzo. She sealed his body. What should we do with them? Naruto asked again and looked towards the root ANBU. They served Danzo, which means they are also traitors. You can learn secrets from them, Sasuke suggested. She went up to Sai and started shaking him, and after a couple of minutes, he woke up. What do you know about Danzo? Naruto asked in a cold tone. Nothing, Sai said fearfully. Don't lie, you worked for him, Naruto said. We need to take them to the Hokage, let her deal with them herself, Uchiha said, looking at his beloved. Naruto used the summoning technique and Gamatsu appeared, a yellow toad with orange markers. Hello, did you call the person? Asked Toad. Naruto wrote a letter to the Hokage and gave it to Gamatsu. Hello, please take this to the Hokage, urgently, Uzumaki asked and handed over the scroll. Gamatsu nodded and ran to the Hokage's residence. Konoha had been asleep for a long time. In the residence the fifth was looking, sorting and signing papers. After all, being Hokage is hard work. Unexpectedly for her, a toad jumped on the table. Hokage-sama, Naruto Uzumaki asked me to give this to you, said Gamatsu and handed over the scroll. Tsunade took it and began to read it. Thank you, you can go, Tsunade thanked and headed towards the place where the ANBU headquarters was. An hour later, she came to the place and went down to them. Next to them lay living root members. The granddaughter of the first found Uzumaki and Uchiha. What happened? Tsunade asked and crossed her arms over her chest. Danzo is dead, what to do with them? He says he knows nothing about him, answered Sasuke's question. Naruto handed over the scroll where Shimura's body was. They need to be in jail now, Tsunade said calmly. They nodded and, a couple of hours later, all the root members were in jail. In the morning, their heads will be examined by people from the Yamanaka clan using their techniques. You're great, you dealt with him pretty quickly, you can take a vacation, said Tsunade and looked at the root member. Hi, they both said and went home. They walked along the lonely streets of Konoha. It was now midnight, but the sun was slowly beginning to rise. Uchiha walked her home, hugged her tightly and kissed her on the top of her head. Naruto smiled and leaned her nose against his chest. The blonde was very tired from this mission and fell asleep in his arms. Sasuke felt Naruto's calm breathing. He carefully picked her up and laid her on the bed, covered her with a blanket. He looked at her and kissed her on the forehead. Now Naruto was only his and no one else's. It was 4 in the morning. Sasuke carefully came home. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he went to the land of Morpheus. Commentary on Chapter 29. Thanks to an unregistered user for the Mangekyu Sharingan idea. Beta Misao edited. Marked off. Omega, your _doggy. Chapter 30. The next day, Hawk and Fox slept until almost 12. The 5th Hokage and the head of the Yamanaka clan were in Konoha's prison, using clan techniques to try to find out about Danzo from the root members. A few hours later, Inoichi, the head of the Yamanaka clan, came out. Inoichi has green eyes and short black eyelashes. He has light-colored hair. Like all members of the Yamanaka clan, it is tied in a high ponytail. He wears the classic Konoha Jonin outfit, with light-colored gloves and a red sleeveless cloak over his vest. Hokage-sama, they had a seal on them and now it has been removed, but none of them remember anything, neither about Danzo, nor about serving en route, the head of the clan reported calmly. The most important thing is that Danzo is dead. We need to find out at the council what to do with them, said the 5th and left the prison towards the residence. The relationship between Sakura and Lee has improved. He insisted that the power of youth boils in Sakura's veins, that's why they are together. Haruno herself just laughs at this. The green beast was still able to win Sakura's heart, not without tears from the guy. They were walking in the park. The weather outside was simply beautiful. Sakura-chan, have you heard the news? Lee asked. What kind? Sakura asked, inhaling the scent of the pink roses Lee had given her. One of the elders was killed, Lee said. Who? The girl asked in a shocking voice. To kill, and even one of the elders. Someone from ANBU, Lee answered. But ANBU only follows the Hokage's orders. I hope everything will be fine, said Sakura. I wonder if Naruto knows this. Added Haruno. She kissed Lee on the cheek. Bye. I'm going to Naruto, she shouted at the end and ran to the Uzumaki house. The blonde slept peacefully and saw beautiful dreams. The only thing that disturbed her was Kurama. Wake up. It's almost 1 o'clock and you're still sleeping, said Kurama either out of concern for his Jinchuriki, or because he likes to tease Naruto. Stop, I want to sleep, Naruto said in a sleepy voice. After a couple of minutes, she barely got up and wandered into the bathroom. As it turned out, There were no products, not even ramen. So, she went to the store. On the way she met Sakura. Hi, by the way, I was looking for you, Haruno said. Hello, what happened? Naruto asked. I heard that one of the ANBU killed one of the elders, said Sakura and started to talk about how terrible it was. Hey, are you even listening to me? Asked Sakura, shaking her former teammate by the shoulders, who had managed to doze off. Sorry, I just didn't get enough sleep, Naruto said, rubbing her eyes with her hands. Sleep is very important for a shinobi. Okay, I'll go, bye. The pink-haired girl said goodbye and went in the other direction. 2 hours later, Uzumaki lay down on the bed again and wanted to sleep some more, but apparently it was not meant to be, because her plans were interrupted by a knock on the door. Naruto, muttering something discontentedly under his breath, went to the first floor. She opened the door and Sasuke was standing on the threshold. She looked away and blushed slightly. Uchiha smirked and pulled Naruto to himself. Hello, did something happen? Uzumaki asked, burying her face in her Uchiha's chest. I missed you and they gave us a mission, Sasuke said, running his fingers through his beloved's hair. The blonde sighed tiredly. Me too, we were given a vacation, Naruto said, snuggling closer to Sasuke. She felt protected in his arms. What kind of mission is this? Naruto asked. We need to go to Root's headquarters and pick up the papers, be there in an hour, Sasuke answered. This moment was one of the best in his life. He hugged his beloved, he felt her warmth, she did not move away and pressed herself closer to him. Naruto felt his warmth, calm breathing. Sasuke, thank you, I am protected in your arms, Naruto said. She really felt good with him. She received a sea of love that day, which she wanted so much. Uchiha smiled and pulled Naruto into a kiss. After a couple of minutes, they parted. Uzumaki and Uchiha arrived at the Root headquarters and tried to find some papers. After 2 hours of searching, they found part of the correspondence with Orochimaru. Due to the fact that Danzo died, they did not burn. Sasuke broke something and found papers about the seal that the Root members had and many other papers. By the end of the mission, they found a whole mountain of papers and carried them to the Hokage. She checked the papers and let them go on legal leave. In the evening, a meeting of elders was held in Konoha. Hokage-sama, one of your ANBU killed Danzo-sama, they need to be punished or better yet, killed, one of the elders said calmly. He betrayed the village a long time ago and his elimination was necessary for Konoha, Senju answered just as calmly. Do you have evidence? Tsunade sighed and gave the documents. The elders looked at the papers. Many who accepted Danzo's position were reluctant, but accepted his guilt. We've settled this issue. Now with another one, what to do with the Root members? Asked the Hokage. If they served in Root, then they have experience, they can be sent to the Jonin, the elder said dryly. They discussed some points about Danzo's death and the village for some time. Towards the middle of the night, they finished and went home. Commentary on Chapter 30. Sorry for such a short chapter, sad face. Beta. Edited noted. Oh wah oh, your underscore doggy. Chapter 31. 16 years ago, when the nine-tailed demon fox broke out of the seal and attacked Konoha, the village was saved by the fourth Hokage, but he and his wife died along with many other shinobi. October 10th is a frightening date for residents, a day of mourning for the dead. Naruto Uzumaki was born on this day, the daughter of the heroes who saved the village. For 16 years she held back this demon, and because of this she was hated. They believed that she was the nine-tailed demon fox. Uzumaki sat on the bed and cried. She had never seen her parents, but she loves them and wants them to be just nearby, but this is not destined to happen. Uzumaki cried until dawn and somehow managed to fall asleep, and then only for 2 hours. Her eyes were swollen and red from crying, and when she washed her face it became a little better. An hour later, she went to the Yamamanka clan's flower shop. The saleswoman gave her flowers and gave Naruto an angry look. Uzumaki herself somehow stopped noticing them back when she became friends with Kurama. Naruto came to the cemetery quite quickly. It was early morning, there was no one and Uzumaki was even glad about it. She reached the monument where her parents' grave was. On one it was written, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, and next to it, Kushina Uzumaki, the wife of the fourth Hokage. Uzumaki, as soon as she found out who her real parents were, visited them every year. Tears flowed from the heavenly eyes, salty drops fell on the stone of the monument. She wanted support, she had Kurama, but he could not materialize and hug, it was impossible. She was lost in her thoughts and didn't notice anything that was going on around her. A warm hug and a kiss on the cheek brought her out of her thoughts. Naruto shuddered. Everything will be fine, Sasuke, who was that very person? Whispered. He hugged Naruto by the waist and buried his nose in the top of his head. Uzumaki cried for another hour. Uchiha was nearby. He said nothing, letting the girl cry. Then Naruto cried again, only into Sasuke's chest. In the end, they stood there for more than 2 hours. Thank you. Naruto thanked in a hoarse voice and began to wipe the tears from her eyes. For what? Sasuke asked, not letting go of Naruto. That you were nearby. How did you know I was here? Naruto asked. Seal. Sasuke answered shortly. Let's get out of here. Asked Uchiha. Naruto nodded weakly and they left the cemetery. They reached Naruto's house. She was silent and sometimes pursed her lips. Sasuke understood this and did not ask unnecessary questions. Uchiha took her to the house and immediately went to the Yamanaka store for flowers. An hour later, Uchiha Sasuke was walking towards Naruto with a bouquet of roses and a big teddy bear. After all, it was her birthday today. Naruto was happy and kissed him. Now the huge teddy bear was sitting in Uzumaki's room. The next day, Naruto was sitting on the bed and thinking about something. Finding herself in her subconscious, where Kurama was sleeping peacefully and not paying any attention to her, the girl saw that this seal was still hanging on the Nine-Tails cage and Naruto never thought about the consequences. So she decided why not tear it off. Without thinking twice, she came close to the cage and, with the help of water, rose to the seal, but she was stopped by a blonde man with blue eyes. Naruto fell into the water, and the man stood next to her and offered his hand. Naruto accepted the help and stood up. She covered her mouth with her hand and tears came from her eyes. Her father stood in front of her. Uzumaki could not resist and hugged him. Daddy, Uzumaki whispered and hugged her father tighter. Minato didn't expect this. He thought that she would hate him for sealing the nine tails in her, but he definitely didn't expect this and hugged his daughter back. Quiet, Minato calmed her down. Naruto calmed down, but did not move away from her father. I'm sorry that I sealed the nine tails in you, condemned you to suffer. Minato asked his daughter for forgiveness. I don't blame you and the nine tails is good, just harmful, Naruto said. Namikaze looked at her in surprise. I met him when I was 5, I was beaten then, said Naruto and began to tell her life story. Minato was horrified and was proud of his daughter, that she was so strong. So, you're already 16, an adult already, do you have a boyfriend? Minato asked. Naruto blushed terribly and didn't answer. Yes, Sasuke Uchiha, said Kurama, who had already woken up. Is this Fugaku's youngest son? Minato asked. Naruto nodded. I see, but if he hurts you, I'll still kill him, the fourth added and grinned. Okay. Naruto smiled. Sorry, I'm out of time, Mom and I are proud of you, said Minato and kissed the top of his head. Say hello to Kakashi-kun, bye and good luck, said Minato and disappeared. Don't touch the seal anymore, at least for now, Kurama said calmly and threw Uzumaki out of consciousness. Naruto had quite mixed feelings. On one hand she was happy and glad that she met and talked to her father, but on the other hand she was sad that it was not forever, and she decided to take a walk before going to bed. The sun was slowly setting, the white clouds were turning pink. Naruto was walking in the park and mentally communicating with Kurama. Uzumaki met Kakashi in the park, who was reading the book of Ero Sensei. Hello, Kakashi-senpai, Naruto greeted him. Hello, the ash-haired man replied. My father sends you greetings, Uzumaki said. From Minato-sensei. Kakashi was surprised. Naruto nodded. Where did you see him? Hitaki asked. I met him in my subconscious, Naruto answered. They talked about something else and went home. Commentary on Chapter 31. I understand that the reason why Minato appeared is pretty stupid, but nothing else came up. I think I'll finish the FF in a couple of chapters. Beta Misao edited marked off. Omega, your underscore doggy. Not the head. Dear readers, please forgive me for not releasing chapters. My favorite inspiration has decided to leave me. Please forgive me. As soon as I find my inspiration, I will write right away. Chapter 34. Commentary on Chapter 34 1 Hekiro, the Eighth Son. Hello. And I'm back. I apologize that the chapters were not published. But now I am full of energy to create. And yes, the chapter is not finished, so excuse the mistakes. Beta Misao Bekino. Another mission in ANBU, and it ended successfully. Uzumaki and Uchiha were heading home after a difficult mission. Sasuke was about to leave in the direction of his home, but he was stopped. Sasuke. Naruto called him. Uchiha turned around, smiled softly and approached his beloved. What? Have you already told your parents about the Sharingan? Naruto asked him. No, not yet, Sasuke answered and hugged Uzumaki, starting to stroke his hair. Naruto hugged him back and heard the Uchiha's heartbeat. Tell me, please, Naruto said somewhat hesitantly. Kurama told about the Mangekyo and she did not want Sasuke to have health problems. Okay, Uchiha replied, kissing Naruto on the forehead and releasing the girl from his embrace. Bye, Uzumaki said goodbye and smiled with all 32 teeth. Bye, Sasuke said and went home. Arriving home, Uchiha greeted his mother and headed to his father's office. His relationship with his father was not very good, but he loved him. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the wooden door. Come in, said the head of the Uchiha clan and Sasuke entered. At the table was a middle-aged man with long black hair that reached his shoulders and large dark eyes like all the other members of the Uchiha clan. There were small folds under his eyes that gave him a more severe appearance. Fugaku's clothing was presented as a light green kimono with gray pants and the Uchiha clan emblem on the back. The head of the clan looked up from his papers and turned his gaze to his youngest son. Father, I need to talk to you, Uchiha began the conversation, closing the door behind him. I'm listening to you, he replied and again turned his gaze to the papers, signing something. I have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke said. A couple of seconds and there was complete silence from the Uchiha's words. The silence was oppressive and the younger Uchiha felt uneasy from it. The silence was interrupted by a falling pen, which fell from the hands of the clan head. He looked up at the Uchiha and there was surprise in them. Sasuke, this is a bad joke. To awaken him, you need to kill someone dear to you, Fugaku said in a rather quiet voice. He could not believe the words of his youngest son. I'm not lying, Uchiha said firmly and activated Mangekyo. A scarlet trail of blood flowed from his right eye. Fugaku couldn't believe his eyes. Only one member of the clan had such a Sharingan and that was Shisui, the second was his youngest son. Fugaku couldn't collect his thoughts completely. Surprise, worry, fear mixed together. After a couple of minutes, the elder Uchiha was able to get used to the thought and began to stare at his son. How did this happen? He asked in a firm tone. Inside, he was raging with many emotions, but on the outside, he remained unshakable. The younger Uchiha deactivated the Sharingan and, sighing, began to tell how he awakened it, leaving out only unnecessary moments that Sasuke did not want to say. One of such moments was the declaration of love. Their conversation lasted until late at night and only then Uchiha, tired from the conversation, went to his room. Today, the youngest son of the Uchiha clan leader began training. On this rather cloudy day, Uchiha decided to use reverse summoning and sign a contract with animals. Having folded all the necessary seals for the technique, he dissolved into a white haze. Sasuke found himself in front of the entrance to some cave. The sun's rays barely reached here. Dark green vines grew on the walls. A medium-sized snake crawled out of the entrance. Its color was black, somewhat similar to coal. Its light yellow eyes sparkled in the sun. Where am I? Sasuke asked, looking into the snake's eyes. You are in Raichi Cave. What are you doing here? The snake asked and raised its head. I used the reverse summoning and ended up here. I want to sign a contract with you, Uchiha replied. Contract? What is your name? Asked the snake. Sasuke Uchiha, and yours? The owner of the Sharingan introduced himself. Hekiro, let's go, the snake hissed and crawled into the cave from which he had come earlier. He frowned and went a little deeper, but it was completely dark and he had to activate clan judo. About 10 minutes passed and they almost reached the main hall. The room was simply enormous in size. There were torches on the walls, giving the hall at least some light. At the other end of the room was a terribly huge white snake. Wrapped in thick coils. Along these coils were yellow circular stripes. She wore a turban with 2 pointed edges and a red sphere on top along with an orange headdress. She also wore a chain with a green sphere around her neck, similar to that one. In her mouth was a long smoking pipe. The snake's name was White Snake Sage. It occupied a place of leadership in its forest and among other snakes. Uchiha felt a bit uneasy from such a snake and he swallowed. Sorry to bother you, but Sasuke Uchiha has decided to sign a contract with us, the snake hissed and pointed at the Uchiha with the tip of its tail. The sage lazily turned her gaze to the Uchiha. Nessie contract, the leader of the snakes commanded. Hekiro quickly crawled out of the hall. Aota. The snake called. A couple of seconds later, a huge snake crawled into the hall. Its scales were dark blue and its eyes were light green. UCC called. The snake hissed. Yes, from today on you will be working with Sasuke Uchiha, said the leader. Aota turned his gaze to Uchiha, and he in turn turned to the snake. Soon, Hekiro returned with a large scroll and placed it between Uchiha and Aota. Write your first and last name in blood, said the sage. The ANBU man bit his finger until it bled and wrote his name. As soon as he did this, the sage said goodbye to them and blew smoke from his pipe. The Uchiha and the snake headed towards the entrance. There was quite an oppressive atmosphere between them. Your training will begin in a week, Aoda interrupted the silence. How long will they last? Uchiha asked. Half a year. Plus, minus a couple of months, the snake answered. Sasuke wanted to say something about this. Don't worry, in your world about 3 months will pass, the snake continued. Okay, Sasuke said. After leaving the cave, he used a reverse summoning and found himself there, at the training ground located in the Uchiha quarter. The weather had worsened during this time. The sky was covered with clouds and large drops of rain were falling. Sasuke looked thoughtfully at the sky and was overcome by some kind of excitement. As if something terrible was going to happen, but what? Epilogue. 5 years have passed since the beginning of the Fourth Shinobi World War. The war took many lives, but with great effort they were able to win. Kakashi Hatake became the 6th Hokage, Sakura Haruno was able to surpass Tsunade, and Naruto and Sasuke turned out to be the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra. It's a peaceful time, but shinobi still continue to carry out missions. Many of the graduating class have already gotten married, including Naruto and Sasuke. Makoto was very happy when she found out that her youngest son was getting married. She congratulated them for a long time. Itachi was also happy for his little, silly brother and for his friend. Fugaku didn't show any emotions, but he was happy inside. Sasuke tried for a long time to persuade Naruto to wear clothes with the clan's emblem, but Uzumaki did not see the point in this, and yet he was able to win and the now former Uzumaki began to wear clothes with the clan's emblem. Their parents gave them a house on the clan's territory. A year had passed since their marriage, everything was fine, but until one moment, Naruto started to feel sick. She spent almost the entire day near the toilet. Sasuke was not around, as he had gone on a mission. Kurama, what's wrong with me? Naruto groaned. You'll find out later, Kurama answered and grinned. Flea-bitten carpet, but he stopped the new impulse. The knock of the door echoed throughout the house. Naruto frowned and trudged towards the door. Uchiha had already opened the door and it was Sasuke Uchiha's mother. Naruto, my dear, what's wrong? Makoto asked worriedly. Naruto wasn't looking her best, her hair was disheveled and she looked pale. Sorry, Uzumaki said unclearly and ran to the toilet. Fugaku's wife looked at Naruto in surprise, and then broke into a smile. She went into the living room and began to wait for Naruto. A few minutes later, the former Uzumaki came out of the toilet and sat down next to him. I've been sick all day, I don't want to eat anything except tomatoes, and I don't even like them, Naruto told her problem. Did you take the test? Makoto asked, looking at her daughter-in-law with a smile. For what? Naruto asked, confused, but after a couple of seconds she understood what it was about. Oh, no, Naruto said, a little embarrassed. Wait here, I'll be there soon, Makoto said with a soft smile and left the house. And in the present, Uchiha went back to her white friend. Half an hour later Makoto returned with the test. Naruto took it and went to do it. A couple of minutes later, the former Uzumaki came out and looked at the 2 stripes. She was scared, but at the same time she was overwhelmed with happiness. Positive, Naruto answered dryly. She couldn't believe that she was carrying her child under her heart. Oh my god, I'm so happy. I was already wondering when you'd have kids. Uchiha said in a happy voice and hugged Naruto. She congratulated her and said that a child is wonderful and all that. A couple of days later Sasuke came back from a mission. Naruto had not yet told her husband about the pregnancy. She was scared, but she was sure that Sasuke would be happy, and she simply wound herself up thinking about a bunch of possible scenarios. Naruto, stop panicking, he loves you and you love him. You've been dating since you were 16, Kurama reassured her. Sasuke and Naruto were eating dinner in silence, the Jinchuriki was poking her fork at her plate. Uchiha noticed his wife's condition and touched his hand to his spouse. Is everything okay? Uchiha asked. I'm pregnant, Uchiha said in a trembling voice, and began to sob and mumble under her breath that Sasuke would leave her and take the child. Sasuke was in shock, he was sure that he would have a child, but seeing the state of his wife, he went up to her and squatted down, and hugged her. Silly girl, my love. What nonsense you are talking. I will not abandon you and I will not take the child, and kissed her forehead. Naruto had already started sobbing into her husband's shoulder. What happened next is another story. Commentary on epilogue. Sorry, maybe someone didn't like the ending, but it's better to stop now, before I start writing pure nonsense. The end of the fanfic. Thank you for being with me. We were waiting for a new chapter. I am grateful to the readers. Your dog in Missow 784, special thanks to you for editing the text. A huge thank you to all of you throwing kisses.